Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1721 through 1740 of the previous episode. Qin Mu's apparent death is revealed as a tactical fake death state to heal his severe Dao injuries inside a specialized coffin. While he rests, the Heavenly Court plans to sink his coffin into the Chaos River of Jade Capital City. However, Su Xinghua intercepts and rescues him. Safely hidden within the Burial Path Divine Coffin, Qin Mu utilizes his deep dream states to systematically analyze and unravel the complex prehistoric milieu palace Dao markings and primordial chaos runes embedded in his wounds. Reconstructing his body and primordial spirit with pure primordial chaos vital qi, his baseline power reaches an unprecedented peak, transforming him into one of the strongest existences in history. If possible, you can support me via PayPal or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now, let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1741, Heavenly Feather 100 Weaving Picture. Lan Yutian sized up the coffin of the god of Burial Path and couldn't help praising, "Brother, this coffin is much better than your original one. The coffin is exquisite and the materials used are of high quality. Every nail is inserted in the right place." Qin Mu was also very happy and said with a smile, "This coffin isn't bad, right? Such a high-quality coffin isn't something that ordinary people can enjoy. Even my coffin is inferior to it by 1 or 2 grades." Lan Yutian nodded his head repeatedly and examined it carefully. He also saw the thorny parts and said, "This coffin is very difficult to break. I'm afraid it will take some time." Qin Mu said resolutely, "Then there's no need to think of a way. Go find Xing'an directly. My coffin was refined by Xing'an, so if he can refine it, he can naturally crack it." Lan Yutian asked hesitantly, "Who's the person in this coffin? If we don't do our best to save him, will we get angry?" "No. The person in the coffin is Tai Yi, and he has a huge stomach." Lan Yutian remembered Tai Yi's actions in the past, and he was indeed magnanimous, so he felt at ease. Qin Mu calculated, "It's just that Xing'an isn't easy to find. No one is above Heavenly Venerate You when it comes to finding him, so Heavenly Venerate You will definitely be able to find him. However, Heavenly Venerate You has gone to the Ancestral Court to kill Heavenly Venerate Vast. There's no need to rush the matter of finding Xing'an to save Tai Yi. He has been suppressed for hundreds of millions of years, so he doesn't care about a few more days. The most important thing now is to send these 3 Dao practitioners who relied on blood sacrifices back." With a slight thought, a sword light broke through the void and disappeared. In the sky above Origin World, a sword light suddenly appeared, traversing tens of millions of miles. It was a magnificent sight. The sword light was extremely bright, even surpassing the light of the sun. It made everyone raise their heads to look around. Shang Jun, who was working in the manufacturing factory of Eternal Peace Prefecture, raised his head and looked into the distance. Suddenly, the foreman shouted, "Little Shang, you're distracted again. Hurry up and work. Be careful that you won't get your pay this month." Shang Jun hesitated for a moment before raising a towel to wipe the stains on his face. He then said to the foreman, "Heavenly Venerate Mu released his sword qi and summoned me over. Something big must have happened. I'll make a trip over first and you can grant me 2 days of leave." The foreman was so angry that he laughed. "Heavenly Venerate Mu summoned you over? Why didn't you say that he would invite you over to hack a Dao practitioner? You young man may look honest, but you're also a sly and crafty person. If you miss work again, your monthly salary will be deducted." Shang Jun's face flushed red as he stammered to explain, "It's really Heavenly Venerate Mu who summoned me, I never lie." The workers around burst into laughter, and Shang Jun was also helpless. After he came to Eternal Peace, he planned to experience the life of eternal peace. At first, he was very satisfied, but he was helpless because eternal peace didn't raise lazy people. Just like in the past, let alone gods and devils, even divine arts practitioners were treated as masters and worshipped by mortals. No matter where he went, he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. However, the current eternal peace was a meritocracy. If he relied on his abilities to earn a living, it was impossible for him to rely on his identity as a divine arts practitioner or a god or devil to earn a living. If Shang Jun wanted to experience life in eternal peace, He couldn't do it without money. He didn't have any other abilities, but fortunately, he had strength and his knife skills were accurate. Thus, he came to Bajou's governor manufacturing factory to find a job to earn some money and use it to barely make ends meet. Little Shang, you have to deliver the goods in 2 days. If you leave, you won't be able to complete it. The foreman waited until the laughter of his workmates died down before saying in a low voice, "Your abilities are good. I'll get the supervisor to pay you twice the amount later." Before he could finish, the sky suddenly shook violently. A huge face appeared in the sky, blocking half of the sky in the east of eternal peace. It was the face of Heavenly Venerate Mu. Lord Shang, Lord Shang. The mouth of the face formed by vital qi opened and closed, and Qin Mu's voice sounded out, "The prehistoric Tao practitioners have descended, and I need your help. If you are still in eternal peace, come quickly to the place where the sword light appeared. I'm waiting for you." The foreman and the divine arts practitioners who were working were flabbergasted. They looked at Lord Shang one after another and muttered in their hearts, "Little Shang couldn't be the Lord Shang that Heavenly Venerate Mu is looking for, right?" Suddenly, Shang Jun broke through the sky, and 35 loud thunderclaps rang out in the sky. That little Shang took a step in the manufacturing factory, and in one step, he had passed through 35 layers of void. "Take 2 days off first, I'll come back to finish the work." Little Shang's voice came from beyond the sky. 1. In the manufacturing factory, everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open. They raised their heads to look at the sky, unable to regain their senses for a long time. On the 35th layer of the void, on the golden ship crossing worlds, Qin Mu and Lan Yutian were waiting quietly. Suddenly, a figure flashed and an ordinary-looking young man appeared in front of them. Qin Mu's spirit trembled. "Shang Jun has arrived, brother Yu. In this battle, the 3 of us will each deal with a prehistoric Tao practitioner. Among the 3 of us, the weakest link is you. You don't need to kill anyone, you just need to stall the Tao practitioner. When either Shang Jun or I get rid of the opponent first, we will immediately go and help you." Lan Yutian hesitated for a moment and said, "Then you guys have to be faster. I definitely can't stop the person who has attained Tao in Miluo Palace." Qin Mu said resolutely, "Don't worry, the speed of me and Lord Shang is definitely fast enough." Lord Shang. His gaze landed on Lord Shang. This time, "I don't know who the person from Miluo Palace is, but 8 years haven't passed yet, so the person who has come is definitely not a small matter. He is most likely in existence on the level of Hall Master. Your goal in this battle is to kill the other party. If you can't kill him." Shang Jun understood what he meant. "I will let him leave with a broken body. Under my knife, it's absolutely impossible for him to leave in one piece. After I leave a Tao wound on him, you can find the traces of the Tao wound, so it won't be difficult to find him." Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "With your words, I can be at ease. Brother Yu, the location of the 3 Tao practitioners from Miluo Palace." Lan Yutian immediately transformed his vital qi into the geographical map of the origin world and marked the location where the 3 Tao practitioners of Ilua Palace had descended. These 3 Tao practitioners have almost completely descended. If we alarm them, it will definitely arouse their vigilance and they will escape. If the Tao practitioners escape, it will be difficult to find them. What's even more terrifying is that if their great Tao rests in the void, their abilities will recover to their peak. At that time, none of them will be someone we can deal with. Qin Mu sized up the 3 locations marked on the geographical map. "That's why we can't touch the 16 blood sacrificial altars. Destroying any of them will arouse their vigilance," he said solemnly. "We need to reach the positions of these 3 people at the same time. Brother Yu, take the Crossing Worlds golden ship and go to the furthest one." The Crossing Worlds golden ship would continue to speed up along the way. When it reached there, its speed would reach its peak, and you would directly execute the golden ship to crash into it. "Shang Lord." His gaze flickered. "Go kill the one closest to you," he said. The place where this Tao practitioner had descended was extremely strange. It was in Daya City in the southwest of Eternal Peace. There were many residents in Daya City, so from the location where he had descended, he should be in a busy city. If you want to kill him and not destroy Daya City and not harm the residents, that will depend on your abilities. You are the closest to him, so you can adjust your aura on the way and slowly think of a countermeasure. Shang Jun nodded silently. Qin Mu's gaze landed on the third position and said, I will observe your speed and calculate the best time to kill the third person who has achieved Dao. When you all find your opponents, it will also be the time for me to make my move. He stood up and put Great Change's coffin back into his divine treasure domain. Let's go. The golden boat carried Lan Yutian and sailed out of the 35th layer of void first. Qin Mu looked at Shang Jun, who took a step forward and walked toward Great Ya City unhurriedly. Qin Mu calculated Shang Jun's speed and executed the golden boat to increase its speed evenly. When Shang Jun reached Great Ya City, the golden boat would also arrive in front of the person who had achieved Dao the furthest away. He confirmed the speed of the two of them, and with a flash, he disappeared. Half a day later, Shang Jun finally came to Daya City. There were people coming and going in the city, and it was bustling with activity. Not only did Daya City have the natives of Eternal Peace, it was also a gathering place for the people of Carefree Village that Eternal Peace had arranged. There were also many people in the floating world of Bright Red. The trade here was also flourishing. There was a bridge of spirit energy that connected to the other heavens, making this divine city extremely lively. Shang Jun walked through the bustling city and carefully sensed the differences here. Not long after, he stopped and looked at the cloth shop across the street. His gaze landed on a painting hanging on the wall opposite the door of the cloth shop. In that painting was the picture of sky feather weaving. Heavenly Feather Race was good at weaving and cutting clothes. They could be said to be the best weaving women in the world. From Heavenly Venerate Mu to the commoners, they were all proud to be able to obtain a piece of Heavenly Feather Race's clothes. Qin Mu's clothes were personally refined by the chief of Heavenly Feather Race, Yu Zhaoqing, and they were used as a signboard by Heavenly Feather Race. This cloth house was a cloth house owned by Heavenly Feather Race. There were many women coming and going in the house, and there were very few men who chose cloth to bargain with the shop. It was extremely lively. 1. Shang Jun stared at the Heavenly Feather 100 weaving painting as he walked into the cloth house. As the name implied, there were 100 Heavenly Feather clan women in the painting, weaving and dyeing cloth. The women in the painting had different expressions. However, at some point in time, a crippled woman had appeared in this painting, hiding behind the other women. This painting had been hanging in the cloth house for too long, and no one had noticed that there was an additional woman in the painting. The veins on Shang Jun's right hand popped up, then disappeared, then bloomed again. He walked among the crowd, and his body movements constantly changed as he dodged from one woman to another. By the time he reached the painting, his physical body had already been adjusted to its peak condition. Suddenly, his body flashed and disappeared. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared in the Sky Feather 100 weaving painting. The other women in the picture did not move at all, but a man and a woman crossed each other and clashed hundreds of times in an instant. In the cloth house, the girls who were choosing the cloth still did not notice the scene. They were attracted by the exquisite cloth of the Sky Feather clan. Chi! A soft sound suddenly came from the Sky Feather 100 weaving picture. Then a red glow came out from the picture and a red light broke through the air. Shang Jun walked out of the painting and left silently. Behind him, the 100 Sky Feather women in the Sky Feather 100 weaving diagram were still there, but there were 2 extra legs in the painting. The legs of the woman. It's still not too late to rush back to work, Shang Jun thought to himself. As the golden ship was flying, there were light spots shining around it, and they caught up to the golden ship at an extremely fast speed. Beside Lan Yutian, there were many divine weapons that looked exactly the same as him. These divine weapons were originally controlled by Lan Yutian to search for the other blood sacrificial altars. Now that the blood sacrificial altars had been found, a great battle was about to break out. Thus, Lan Yutian took back these divine weapons to strengthen himself. Among the 3 of them, his cultivation was the weakest, far inferior to Shang Jun and Qin Mu. However, his foundation was the most reliable. It could be said that among the few people with the strongest foundations in the world, their Dao foundations were the most stable. In addition to the golden ship of crossing worlds and dozens of divine weapons, even though he would face danger in this battle, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. The speed of the golden ship of crossing worlds became faster and faster. Soon, it flew out of Eternal Peace's territory and came to the border of the Origin World. In front of it was a place called Flying Wheel Fort. The Origin World could be said to be the most prosperous heaven among all the worlds in the universe. However, because of Eternal Peace, the manpower and resources of the Origin World were all absorbed by Eternal Peace. The more remote a place was, the more it would be unable to develop. Flying Wheel Fort was just like that. The reason why it was called Flying Wheel Fort was because there were 6 heavens here that formed the shape of a wheel in the sky at the border of the Origin World. There were stars that formed a radial chain between the 6 heavens. During the era of Long Han, Qi Ming, and the Upper Emperor, there were ancient fortresses here. They were used by the Heavenly Court to guard the Yuan world and serve as a bridgehead. It was convenient for the Heavenly Court's army to act as a stronghold when the Yuan world rebelled. However, the Upper Emperor era was abandoned at the end of the era. By the Founding Emperor era, Yan Yunxi and Bai Yuqiang had a battle here. Yan Yunxi disguised herself as a man and was the Founding Emperor's celestial master Z11. She was proficient in all kinds of miscellaneous studies. The 2 women had used the Tao of array formations to test each other. In the end, Zishi's celestial master had been defeated by a hair's breadth. However, Bai Yuqiang had also fallen in love with Yan Yunxi since then. The 2 of them had exchanged love tokens. At that time, the Heavenly Court could be said to be the most open-minded Heavenly Court. The powerhouses of the Founding Emperor's era had interacted with the powerhouses of the Heavenly Court, so the Heavenly Court was not that resistant to the reform. However, after Yan Yunxi and Bai Yuqiang left, the Flying Wheel Fort was completely abandoned. There were no signs of human habitation because the 2 celestial masters had left behind too many array formations here, big and small of all kinds. This made this place a dangerous place filled with killing intent. Naturally, no one would come here. There were all kinds of array formations in the Flying Wheel Fort. The array patterns and chains of the array formations interweaved. It had been 24,000 years since Yan and Bai had fought, but the power of the array formations had not weakened at all. At this moment, a large formation was activated in the Flywheel Fort, turning the formation into a sea of trees. The trees here were dense, and every tree was a living creature like a monster. They could rise up from the ground and use their branches and roots as swords and sabers. They could kill their opponents, and they could even twist their branches like dragons and pythons to kill those who entered the formation. Among the tens of thousands of trees, a tree appeared to be extremely tall, far larger than the other trees. That tall and sturdy old tree actually grew into the shape of a human. The crown of the tree was not big, and it looked like an ugly person with messy hair. Its body was big and its head was small. The crown of the tree wasn't even as thick as his body. There were other tree giants of different sizes around this strange tree. Everything seemed normal here. Both Yan Yunxi and White Jade Qiang had astonishing attainments in the Tao of array formations. They used array formations to evolve various sacred and demonic gods to increase the power of the array formations. There were many similar array formations in Flying Wheel Fort. This array formation contained the art of summoning spirits. The art of summoning spirits wasn't a divine ability unique to West Earth. West Earth's true Heaven Palace actually came from the Heavenly Court. The art of summoning spirits did not come from the Heavenly Court either. Instead, it came from the Founding Emperor era. It was one of the achievements of the Founding Emperor Reform era. That trance did not look much different from the other trance. It was just that it was slightly bigger. However, if one looked closely, one would be able to see that this trance body mechanism was completely different from the other trance. This trance body was not constructed from array patterns formed by the array formation. Instead, it was carved out from extremely tiny runes. It was extremely fine, as if it had gone through countless years of baptism and tempering. One could even see the traces left behind by the cosmic apocalypse from his body. These were the traces left behind by the chaotic chi of the apocalypse, leaving behind irreparable scars on his Tao body. The ancestral court's jade capital's 72 palaces, the palace lord of the Long-Wind Palace. Although his body was not as ancient as the spirit official palace lords, it was still no small matter. What was even more terrifying was that his Dao tree Dao fruit also descended at the same time. His Dao fruit was different from the others. It actually hung directly on the crown of the tree above his head. The Long-Wind Hall Master was a deviant that achieved the Dao. The divine tree cultivated to become a god, and after going through all kinds of trials and tribulations, the great Dao was finally placed in the void, and he became a Dao practitioner. His Dao path was legendary. When he became a Dao practitioner, even the master of the Ilua Palace was shocked. He personally showed up to guide him and said to him, "Rather than placing the great Dao in the void and becoming a Dao tree, it is better to place oneself in the void." The Long-Wind Palace Master received the guidance of the Master of the Miluo Palace and was enlightened. Hence, he used himself as a Dao tree and relied on the void to become a unique Dao practitioner. His physical body was his Dao tree, and the Dao fruit hung on his head. The danger he faced during the great calamity of destruction was also much smaller than other Dao practitioners. His achievements made the few young masters of the Miluo Palace very envious. My roots have yet to fully descend. The palace master of Eternal Wind kept a low profile, making himself look no different from the other tree men. He thought to himself, however, it won't be long. At most 2 years, I'll be able to fully descend. After I completely descend, this 17th epoch will be at my fingertips. Boom! A ray of golden light flew over at a speed faster than light. It directly smashed through all the formations in Flywheel Castle, and all the formations were crushed and destroyed by the golden light. Within the golden light was a ship. It directly rammed into Temple Master Eternal Wind's body and uprooted the huge tree. His roots had yet to fully descend, but quite a number of them had already appeared. They plunged deep into the land at the border of the Yuan world. At this moment, some of these roots were pulled out and some were directly torn apart. The terrifying impact force crushed him to the ground and dragged him along the bottom of the ship. A deep trench was left on the ground, and flames blazed in the trench. Lightning shot out in all directions. Whoosh! The golden ship crushed him out of the origin world and tore through the sky. On the golden ship, numerous divine weapons Lan Yutian's figures were scattered and executed their own divine arts. They were all 5 supreme divine arts, and all kinds of divine arts poured down from the ship. They crashed into the body of Long-Wind Hall Master. At the same time, it was precisely the moment when Shang Jun walked into the cloth house and threw himself into the painting. Lan Yutian had the upper hand, and without caring about anything else, all kinds of divine arts attacked Long-Wind Hall Master, who was being dragged under the ship. Even though his abilities were inferior to Qin Mu and Lord Shang, and his battle experience was also far inferior to the two of them, but because of his solid foundation, the degree of exquisiteness of the divine arts, paths, and skills was still above Qin Mu and Lord Shang. Long-Wind Hall Master was struck by countless divine arts in an instant. All kinds of divine arts contained different paths and skills, and the attributes of the divine arts, paths, and skills were different. When they invaded his body at the same time, they would cause different kinds of destruction in his corporeal body. This caused him to be somewhat flustered. What was even more terrifying was the pressure from the world-crossing golden ship. The golden ship crashed directly into him, almost shattering his body that could not even be destroyed by the destruction tribulation. World-crossing golden ship? Is it the 7th young master? The world-crossing golden ship suddenly shook violently. Dao fruits floated in the air, and rays of light burst forth, actually forming tens of thousands of phantoms that connected layers of void, gradually stopping the speed of the world-crossing golden ship. 7th young master, your strength is much weaker than I expected. The voice of the Long-Wind Hall Master came from the bottom of the ship, and the speed of the crossing world golden ship became slower and slower. Finally, it stopped. I originally thought that you could kill a spirit official, so your strength must be extremely terrifying. I didn't expect that so many of your divine arts and attacks could only scratch me. If it were my brother, you would most likely be dead. Hearing this, the Long-Wind Palace Master was slightly startled. He slowly rose up and appeared in front of the world-crossing golden ship. When he bent down to look, he saw a group of identical youths lined up in a human shape. Not the seventh young master? The Long-Wind Palace Master was astonished as he carefully examined Lan Yutian at the bow of the ship. He praised, "Your cultivation is not weak. I can see your wisdom from the fluctuations in your brain. If teacher was here, he would definitely admire you. You might even become a member of the Miluo Palace. You and I can stop fighting and become friends. I can introduce the other young masters of the Miluo Palace to you so that we can conspire together in the future." Lan Yutian shook his head. "I don't need you to introduce me. My brother is the seventh young master of your Miluo Palace." The Eternal Wind Palace Master didn't mind, he said. "The seventh young master is a scum of our Miluo Palace. This is a well-known matter. Young man, your path has gone astray. If you don't correct it, your life will be in danger. I won't argue with you about your sneak attack. Come with me. I'll bring you to the Ancestral Court's Jade Capital and request to see a few young masters." Lan Yutian stood in formation and shook his head. "If I don't go, you can't leave either." Eternal Wind Hall Master shook his head and sighed. "I've met many geniuses like you in the past, and I've also sent many of them away. I didn't expect to send another one away today." In the Yuan world, countless fragments of Carefree Village were like countless sharp swords, stabbing into the ground like a sword graveyard. This Forest of Sword path was the grave of Sword Heart Carefree Village, formed by Emperor Yue and the others worshipping it, and Lan Yutian urging it to kill the Earth Masters of the 3 divisions of Heavenly Court in one go. The lingering power of Sword Path here was too strong, so very few people stepped into it. Most of Eternal Peace's army was on their way to the Ancestral Court to hunt down Heavenly Emperor, so there was no one to take care of this place. In the Forest of Sword Dao, there seemed to be someone singing sorrowfully. The language was obscure and couldn't be understood. The singing was sometimes sorrowful, sometimes wild, sometimes compassionate, and sometimes cynical. The singing was strange and came from the huge swords that were scattered all over the place. A figure could be seen walking on the surface of a divine weapon that was as bright as a mirror. He walked from one divine sword to another as if he was walking in a mirror. He was singing as he walked, looking like a wild skeleton. At this moment, the figure that was walking in the mirror stopped and looked into the distance. He saw a youth with white hair on his temples walking over with his hands behind his back. "Seventh young master." The person in the mirror was astonished and greeted Qin Mu, who was walking over. "Hall Master of Chuji Hall, Xu Sheng greets seventh young master." It was the middle of the month and he had forgotten to ask for a monthly pass again. He was in tears. Was it too late to ask now? Qin Mu walked into the Forest of Sword path and his body actually passed through the broken swords as if he had no body. He said indifferently, "Go back. Return to Miluo Palace, and I'll give you a way out." The change in the nature of primordial beginning was reflected vividly on his body. The person in the mirror laughed loudly and his wild and unruly figure suddenly appeared on the mirror of all the divine swords in the Forest of Sword path. "Seventh young master, I'm already here, so I won't go back. This is my only chance of survival, so I can't give it up no matter what. You haven't reached the path yet, so if you aren't seventh young master, you might not be my match." Qin Mu raised his hand, and all the divine swords in the Forest of Sword path suddenly shattered. There were billions of divine sword fragments, but Hall Master Chu Ji's figure appeared on every mirror-like surface. Countless Hall Masters of Chu Ji said in unison, "Seventh young master, you haven't attained Dao yet, so you don't know how vast my paths, skills, and divine arts are. My inheritance is extremely ancient, and I had already attained Dao in the 11th epoch. That was the era of Hell Emperor, but even the invincible Hell Emperor died in the calamity of destruction, and I survived. There are 5 Dao fruits and 1 Dao flower hanging on my Dao tree. Even though I'm not a young master of Miluo Palace, my abilities shouldn't be far inferior to yours." Qin Mu looked at the countless mirrors on the ground and said with a smile, "Looks like you have escaped to become a Dao. If that old friend of mine was still alive, he would definitely be very happy to see you and treat you as his Dao friend." In the countless mirrors, Hall Master Chu Ji's figure disappeared, leaving behind only one figure who walked from one mirror to another. Seventh young master must be joking. My abilities are not for escaping, but because you don't understand my abilities. After all, you haven't reached the Tao yet. Of course, in the future, when the young master reaches the Tao, even my teacher will praise him greatly. At that time, I will be far from a match for him. His figure suddenly split into two and appeared in the two mirrors, each with different movements. He smiled and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you go back to the past and become the seventh young master in the past?" There were too many worries in the 17th era, which interfered with young master's intelligence. If he returned to the past, everything would have nothing to do with young master, and young master would be able to attain Tao in peace. Qin Mu laughed and suddenly disappeared. He appeared in a mirror and faced Hall Master Chu Gu. "I will return to the past and become the seventh young master of Miluo Palace," he said with a smile. "However, before that, I need to settle Miluo Palace first." Hall Master Chu Ji's expression changed slightly, and his body suddenly flashed. He walked out of the mirror and disappeared. He came to another mirror, and he saw that there was actually Qin Mu waiting for him. "I always thought that I had attained Tao in the 17th epoch," Qin Mu said to him, "but I realized not long ago that teacher was right. I hadn't experienced the great calamity of destruction, so I definitely wouldn't have attained perfection. If I want to become a Tao, I have to return to the past and personally experience the great calamity of destruction of chaos." Hall Master Chu Ji's body flickered repeatedly as he passed through countless mirrors. What surprised him was that there was a Qin Mu standing calmly in each mirror, waiting for his arrival. "Therefore, I've made a decision, and that is to take advantage of the fact that I'm not the seventh young master of Miluo Palace to destroy Miluo Palace." Cold sweat broke out on Hall Master Chu Ji's forehead, and he suddenly transformed into countless figures that appeared in all the mirrors at the same time. However, what surprised him was that there was Qin Mu in all the mirrors. Destroy Miluo Palace? Hall Master Chu Ji calmed himself down and laughed loudly. "Seventh young master, you are the young master of Miluo Palace, yet you want to destroy Miluo Palace? Are you worthy of teacher? I'm not the young master of Miluo Palace yet, so destroying Miluo Palace will not be a moral burden for me." Qin Mu's expression was serious. "Attacking my Tao heart psychologically will have no effect on me," he said. Furthermore, when teacher founded Miluo Palace, he didn't want to see it become like this. I helped him destroy Miluo Palace, so he must be very happy in his heart. When I destroy Miluo Palace and return to the past, teacher will definitely take care of me when he takes me in as his disciple." The corners of Hall Master Chu Ji's eyes twitched. It was indeed as Qin Mu had said. The master of Miluo Palace had indeed taken good care of this seventh young master, and it could even be said that he doted on him. Qin Mu's actions in the past universe epochs had not only brought shame to Miluo Palace, they could even be said to be extremely sinful. Even the other young masters had great complaints and resentment toward Qin Mu. The other people in Miluo Palace were also full of complaints toward Qin Mu, and their resentment was boiling. Even so, the master of Miluo Palace still had excessive trust in Qin Mu. He had never reprimanded him and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Could it be that what he said is right? My Miluo Palace has really been completely destroyed by him. Oh no! My heart has been attacked by him. Hall Master Chu Ji suddenly came to a realization. He hadn't been able to attack Qin Mu's heart and had instead been attacked by Qin Mu. When he cultivated to his level, the slight wavering in his Tao heart was enough for him to be caught by his opponent. At the instant his Tao heart wavered, all the Qin Mu in the mirrors attacked at the same time. In all the mirrors, countless Hall Masters of Chu Ji shouted in unison. They laughed loudly. "Seventh young master, it's useless to shake my Tao heart. My cultivation method and great Tao are extremely mysterious. If you were to fight with my true body, I would still need to think twice. However, if you were to fight with me in the mirror, young master will definitely lose." In the countless mirrors, countless divine abilities of Hall Masters of Chu Ji burst forth. In each mirror, the divine abilities of Hall Masters of Chu Gu were actually different, and none of them were duplicated. This was his ultimate skill. He could transform into countless incarnations, and countless of himself possessed different abilities and thoughts at the same time. He could fight against countless enemies at the same time. In order to achieve this step, not only did he need to have powerful strength and an incomparably powerful Dao heart, he also needed to have a powerful primordial spirit as well as an incomparably powerful great Dao insight. Not only that, his divine sense also needed to be incomparably powerful, and his computational ability also needed to reach the peak. The reason why he could become the master of a hall in the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, was because he had accomplished all of this. He could transform into countless incarnations, executing different techniques and grasping different great Dao divine arts. He could make a move with countless enemies at the same time, and it wouldn't be chaotic at all. He firmly believed that, even in the future 17th epoch, no one would be able to achieve his level. Heavenly Venerate usability? Qin Mu's astonished voice sounded out. Looks like not only are you very similar to my old friend's ability to escape, your ability is also somewhat similar to Heavenly Venerate Yu's. However, why do I need to dance with you and be led by you? In the countless mirrors, Hall Master Chu Ji's divine arts, paths, and skills were ever-changing and didn't have any repetition. However, there was only one move executed by countless Qin Mu. His vital qi transformed into Great Change vital qi, and he executed only one axe skill that Great Change had taught him, breaking the axe skills of the 6,400 Great Dao of Supreme Hall. When Great Change had taught him this axe skill, he couldn't tell the name of the move, so Qin Mu gave it a name that was the easiest to remember. Great Change felling the tree. He was like the Great Change who had transformed into a peerless giant at the beginning of the 17th epoch and raised his axe to chop down the world tree. No matter how Hall Master Chuge executed his divine arts, he would turn a blind eye and chop down with his axe. The light of the axe fell, and blood light appeared on all the mirrors. Countless Hall Masters of Chugu were killed by Qin Mu at the same time. Fresh blood flowed out of the mirror. Qin Mu dispersed his divine axe and walked out of the mirror. When he came out, all of Qin Mu in the mirror had transformed back into a person. Crash. The mirror shattered into dust. These mirrors were the shards of Carefree Village's divine swords. Even though every broken sword was extraordinary, how could they withstand his divine arts? In the powder, Hall Master Chugu was lying on the ground. His waist had been split into two and was sliced in half by Qin Mu's axe. The great Dao in his body had also been sliced in half by Qin Mu. You are also a disciple of Miluo Palace. Even though your paths, skills, and divine arts are unique, it's hard to escape the framework of Miluo Palace's paths, skills, and divine arts. Qin Mu stood in front of him and looked behind him. With a calm expression, he said, "And before I came here, I had already seen young master. The eldest young master's Hall of Supreme was also cut down by my axe. After I cut down his Hall of Supreme, I saw your Taoist skills and abhijnas, and they were as clear as fire." Behind the Hall Master of Chugu, a Taoist tree rose slowly. This Taoist tree was peculiar. Every leaf was like a clear mirror, like countless mirrors hanging on the tree, reflecting different colors of light. Hall Master Chuji propped himself up with both hands, and his upper body flew up and landed on the tree. His lower body moved as if it was flying, and he ran to stand under the tree. Hall Master Chuji's expression was solemn. The wounds on his upper and lower body had been left behind by Qin Mu's axe. The Dao wounds were constantly destroying the functions of his corporeal body, making it impossible for his wounds to heal and grow back together. He recovered as before. Back then, Great Change's axe was used to cut the world tree. Later on, he was captured by Great Young Master's Supreme Head and suppressed in the coffin. He modified this axe and used it to break Great Young Master's technique. Qin Mu walked forward with big strides, and the path of Great Change in his hand transformed into Great Change's divine axe. If it was too easy to escape and meet Great Young Master's Supreme Head again, I'm afraid I would also be cut down by his axe. Hall Master Chuji completely ignored his previous arrogance and carefree attitude. He quickly executed his Dao fruit in an attempt to resolve the Dao injury on his wound. All the Dao trees in the world are born from imitating the world tree. No matter how many Dao fruits you have, you will still end up the same way when facing my axe. When the axe falls, the tree will break, your body will die, and your Dao will disappear. Qin Mu came to the front of Hall Master Chuji's Dao tree and raised his head to look at him. Previously, you hid in the mirror and didn't use your full strength. Now that you have the Dao tree, your Dao tree has yet to fully descend. There were only 2 Dao fruits, and you were heavily injured due to carelessness. You are no longer my match. Qin Mu's gaze landed on the 2 Dao fruits behind him and said slowly, when you return to Miluo Palace, help me pass on a message. Just as he finished his words, Qin Mu made a bold move. The lower half of Hall Master Chuji's legs flew out, and he kicked at Qin Mu. At the same time, the Dao tree behind him released its might and thousands of branches danced in the air, executing different divine arts to attack Qin Mu from all directions. Every strike of his was perfect to the extreme. The leaves on his Dao tree were like mirrors, and every mirror was erected at the same time, reflecting Hall Master Chuji's figure. Hall Master Chuji's 2 Dao fruits floated on both sides of his head and revolved around him crazily. Dao markings, Dao chains, and Dao realm erupted at the same time, and the 236th heavenly Dao realm overlapped. The Dao markings, Dao chains, and Dao realm instantly transformed into countless great divine arts that attacked Qin Mu. Just as Qin Mu had said, Hall Master Chuji at his peak was definitely an incomparably powerful existence. If he had all 5 Dao fruits and 1 Dao flower, just one strike from the mirror leaves of the Dao tree could severely injure any Dao practitioner. Qin Mu's figure suddenly became incomparably tall. With a step, a huge sacrificial altar appeared under his feet. He swung his axe with all his might and slashed at all the divine arts. When the axe light fell, the remaining divine arts passed through the divine axe and struck Qin Mu's body almost at the same time. At the same time, Great Change Divine Axe sliced through Hall Master Chuji's forehead. The blade of the axe sliced through 2 Dao fruits and sliced through the Dao tree behind him. Bang bang! Hall Master Chuji's legs kicked Qin Mu's chest repeatedly, forcing him to take a few steps back. 7th Young Master, what message do you want me to bring back? Hall Master Chuji's upper body was standing on the tree, not moving at all. His expression was grim as he asked. Blood dripped from the corner of Qin Mu's mouth. He dispersed the huge axe and said indifferently, "You have already brought back my message." Hall Master Chuji nodded, and his body and the Dao tree slowly disappeared together. The 16th epoch had destroyed the Great Calamity. The ancestral court's jade capital was floating in the sky above the Great Calamity. Suddenly, Hall Master Chuji's Dao tree appeared, causing a wave of exclamations. Many Dao practitioners from the Miluo Palace hurried over. Hall Master Chugu, Hall Master Joy, and Hall Master Eternal Wind were on their way to the 17th epoch. They were about to enter the 17th epoch completely, but they had unexpectedly returned. They couldn't help but be shocked. 3rd Young Master, 4th Young Master. Hall Master Chuji's expression was solemn and expressionless. His upper body stood on the crown of the tree as he said in a deep voice, 7th Young Master asked me to come back to deliver a message to the Miluo Palace. 3rd Young Master Ling Xiao frowned slightly. What message? Pooh. Hall Master Chuji's head cracked open and the top of his head flew up. 2 Dao fruits cracked open and the great Dao broke apart. The crown of the Dao tree under him flew back with a whoosh. The canopy flew out of Miluo Palace and fell into the great calamity of destruction. Hall Master Chuji's body swayed and fell down. This was what Qin Mu wanted him to bring back. Those who trespassed into the 17th epoch would die. In the Miluo Palace, everyone was shocked. Hall Master Chugu was one of the top 10 existences in the 72 palaces, and he had achieved the Dao in an extremely ancient manner. Among the 3 Hall Masters sent by the Miluo Palace this time, he was the strongest. He was the leader of the 3 Hall Masters, and he was in charge of the great plan for the arrival of the Miluo Palace. Who would have thought that before he had completely arrived, he would already be killed by the 7th Young Master? The ancestral court's jade capital was silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the 3rd Young Master, Ling Xiao. No one dared to say anything. The The palace master of the Miluo Palace was one of the most outstanding cultivators who had achieved the Tao in the past. Hall Master Chugu was one of the most outstanding ones. Although he did not have the qualifications to become a young master, his abilities were extraordinary. His death in the 17th epoch made everyone lose their confidence. 3 of the Hall Masters of Miluo Palace had already died. Primordial Saint of Incense-wearing Hall, who was in charge of imparting skills, had made great contributions. He had spread the cultivation system of Jade Capital City and planted Jade Capital Trap, Lingxiao Trap, and imprinted Supreme Emperor and Absolute beginning on the wrong path in the 17th epoch. As a result, he had misled the founder of the cultivation system, Celestial Master Yu. Jade Capital Trap, Lingxiao Trap, had given Miluo Palace the possibility of controlling the upper echelons of the 17th epoch. The primordial saint of incense-wearing Hall had died at the hands of the 10th Heavenly Master. Spirit Official Hall's spirit saint had a heavy responsibility to descend to the 17th epoch. For the sake of the arrival of Miluo Palace, he didn't fear death and presided over the battle of the smugglers of the Great Black Mountain. In the end, he died at the hands of Su Shenghua and the 7th young master Qin Mu. However, under his supervision, the smugglers of the Great Black Mountain could finally enter the 17th epoch and pave the way for the arrival of Miluo Palace. Chu Sheng of Chu Ji Hall was in charge of the battle for the arrival. After entering the 17th epoch, he joined hands with Hall Master Happy and Hall Master Eternal Wind to push forward the blood sacrifice and let the young masters of Miluo Palace and other Tao practitioners descend. Even though Primordial Saint and Spirit Saint had died, their goals had already been achieved. Only Chu Xing had yet to completely arrive at the 17th epoch when he was killed by the 7th young master. The 3rd young master Ling Xiao walked forward and silently examined the wound that Qin Mu's strike had caused to Hall Master Chugo. Qin Mu wanted Hall Master Chugo to deliver a message to Miluo Palace, so there was no need to say anything. Hall Master Chuji's wound was the best language. 3rd young master had fought with Qin Mu before, and Qin Mu had used the red not to seal a portion of his strength and consciousness in Hall Master Ling Xiao. He had only untied the red knot not long ago. He knew Qin Mu's strength like the back of his hand. Now, 7 years had passed. From Hall Master Chuji's wounds, he could see Qin Mu's astonishing progress in just 7 short years. Not only had Qin Mu grasped the principles of Miluo Palace contained in the Tao wounds he had left behind for Qin Mu, he had even created new ones by combining the divine arts and paths of the blasphemers of Heaven's capital and had made astonishing progress. Qin Mu's understanding and comprehension of the paths of Miluo Palace had already approached young master's level, and his attainments could even be said to have surpassed most Hall Masters. More importantly, the path and skills of the blasphemer had already started to fuse with those of Miluo Palace. Furthermore, 3rd young master Ling Xiao could see that Qin Mu's path of becoming a Tao had already reached a critical stage. Qin Mu's Hall of Chaos had already been formed. Furthermore, his primordial spirit had already entered Hall of Chaos. On the path of becoming a Tao practitioner, he was only 1 step away. Becoming a young master of the Miluo Palace was not as simple as becoming a Tao practitioner. Instead, one had to have astonishing achievements. One had to reach the pinnacle in a certain field that others could not reach. Even the master of the Miluo Palace could not reach the pinnacle. One's Tao would condense and form the main hall that supported the Miluo Palace. It was the same for the 1st young master, the Grand Supreme, the 2nd young master, Wuji, and the other young masters. The 7 main halls of Miluo Palace, Grand Supreme, Wuji, Ling Xiao, Zi Xiao, No Sect, Zhang Ji, and Primal Chaos each represented an achievement that the master of Miluo Palace couldn't achieve. And Qin Mu wasn't far away from such an achievement. 3rd young master Ling Xiao examined all the wounds of Hall Master Chuji in detail. The best way to defeat the opponent was to understand the opponent as much as possible and understand everything about the opponent. That was how he was now. Even though Qin Mu's current abilities weren't enough in front of him, he was still very cautious and serious. Even though fellow Taoist Chu Xing is dead, the 3 Tao fruits and 1 Tao flower are still here. Third young master Ling Xiao raised his palm, and Chu Xing's 3 Tao fruits and 1 Tao flower flew over and floated in his palm. Young master Ling Zhao's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He said, "Fellow Taoist, although your body is dead and your soul is scattered, your consciousness and great Tao still exist. You only need to go to the 17th epoch to find a suitable body and primordial spirit, and then you can use your body and soul to be reborn." The other hall masters' faces were gloomy. Without a body and soul, if they used the consciousness in the Tao fruit Tao flower to live, would they still be the original Chu Xing? However, things had already come to this point, so they couldn't say anything more. Hao from the 17th epoch is already on his way. When he reaches the sky above the destruction tribulation of the 16th epoch, the 4th young master will go to see him and give him a zither string. The 3rd young master's expression was calm. He said, "The battle with the 7th has only just begun. There's no need to worry. The 7th young master wants to stop the Miluo Palace alone and prevent it from descending. He's destined to be crushed until his head is bleeding. If Miluo Palace is unable to descend to the 17th epoch, that's the only road to death." When everyone heard his last sentence, their expressions turned solemn. Even though Miluo Palace was incomparably stable, it had always remained in the great calamity of destruction. Sooner or later, it would crumble and disintegrate. If they didn't enter the 17th epoch, all of them who had attained Tao would probably be obliterated in the great calamity of destruction. After all, not everyone was the young master of Miluo Palace and had the means and abilities to avoid the great calamity. Qin Mu suppressed his injuries, but Hall Master Chu Ji was still tyrannical. The final strike had also injured him, leaving him with quite a number of Tao injuries. However, these Tao injuries weren't fatal to him. They would only cause him some trouble. He needed to analyze the divine arts, paths, and skills that remained in these Tao injuries in order to resolve them one by one and heal himself. In front of him, Hall Master Chu Ji's legs were still standing firmly on the ground. Hall Master Chu Gu had been sent back to the great calamity of the 16th epoch by Qin Mu, but these 2 legs were left behind. Qin Mu suppressed his injuries and walked forward to retract Hall Master Chu Ji's legs. He didn't have this habit, but Xing'an did. Hall Master Chu Gu is an ancient Tao practitioner after all, and his corporeal body has extraordinary aspects. I want to look for Xing'an to do something and have him crack Taiyi's coffin to save him. Hall Master Chu Ji's lower body is the most suitable. Qin Mu let out a long sigh. Xing'an's temperament was strange, and he had to pay a price for making him act. He liked to collect strange things, and Hall Master Chu Ji's lower body was enough to move him. Even though Xing'an was a person who was despised in many ways, he was a person of principles. If he acted within his principles, he wouldn't be in any danger. I wonder how the situation on Brother Yu's side is. As for Shang Jun's side, he wasn't worried at all. Even though the Hall Master of Miluo Palace was tyrannical, as long as he didn't completely descend, Shang Jun's ability was enough to deal with him. Furthermore, Shang Jun had no intentions and might not be a match for the Hall Master of Miluo Palace, but an assassination sneak attack, Shang Jun was definitely the fastest knife in the world. If Shang Jun came to assassinate Qin Mu, even Qin Mu wouldn't be able to contend against him. He would definitely fall for it and be heavily injured in an instant. Qin Mu walked out, and behind him, the forest of sword path that had been smashed into powder instantly began to recover. The powder reassembled and turned into broken swords that were stabbed into the original spot. When Qin Mu walked out of the forest of sword path, the tomb of the divine sword returned to its original state, as if nothing had changed. Not easy divine art. For Qin Mu, executing not easy divine art to restore this memorable battlefield was of great significance, so he was willing to waste a portion of his magic power. Suddenly, a knife light came and flew behind Qin Mu. Qin Mu raised his hand, and the knife light fell into his hand, turning into a book of knife path. Qin Mu opened the book of knife, and it was transformed from Shang Jun's divine art. When it was opened, it was as bright as a mirror, recording the process of the battle between Shang Jun and the other palace master of Ilua Palace. From Xiangjun to the painting, to the moment when the woman's legs were chopped off and escaped from Heavenly Feather 100 weaving picture, the process was clear at a glance. Xiangjun's knife skills and the paths, skills, and divine arts that the woman executed when she was attacked were incomparably clear. With Xiangjun's speed, he shouldn't be able to catch up to this person. Qin Mu rolled up the knife book, and it slowly dissipated, turning into specks of light. The abilities of this female palace master are extremely strong. If she were to completely descend and fight head-on, Xiangjun wouldn't be her match. If she wanted to leave, Xiangjun wouldn't be able to keep her, so he sent me a book to let me know of this woman's techniques and divine arts in advance. Furthermore, he executed the move that caused Dao injuries to this woman so that I could find her based on the killing path ripples that this kind of Dao injury gave off. He was very familiar with Xiangjun's killing path, and since the woman's Dao injury was so severe, the ultimate killing intent that gave off was undoubtedly a star in the night for Qin Mu. This woman should be Hall Master Happy of the 72 halls of Miluo Palace. It would be slightly troublesome if she escaped. I hope her abilities aren't enough to wipe out the Dao injuries in her wounds. Qin Mu's expression became more and more solemn as his speed became faster and faster. He went straight for Lan Yutian. The one I met was Hall Master Chugo, and the one Xiangjun met was Hall Master Happy. In that case, the one Lan Yutian will have to face is definitely the Hall Master of Miluo Palace. Brother Yu is in danger this time. The three of them attacked the 3 Dao practitioners of Miluo Palace at the same time, and the weakest link was Lan Yutian. Hall Master Joy was injured, and Hall Master Chu Ji's death would definitely alarm the Dao practitioner that was fighting Lan Yutian. If Lan Yutian wanted to keep that person alive, he would probably be killed instead. Qin Mu had originally thought that there would only be one Hall Master at most, and the other 2 would only be ordinary Dao practitioners. Never did he expect 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master to actually send 3 Hall Masters at once. Hall Master level existences weren't something Lan Yutian could deal with. When Qin Mu had escaped the trap of Jade Capital, he had been surrounded by the 72 Hall Masters. He had seen the Hall Master of Hall of Joy and Hall Master Chugo. I forgot to tell Brother Yu that if he can't win, he should run away. Qin Mu couldn't care about healing the Dao injuries on his body. His speed became faster and faster as he sprinted with all his might. Regardless of whether it was the Extreme Void, Teleportation Divine Arts, or Cripple's Path of Divine Travel, they were all executed to the extreme by him. He rushed straight for Flying Will Castle at the border of Origin World. His speed rose to the extreme, and he was getting closer and closer to Flying Will Castle. Suddenly, he sensed Xiangjun's ultimate killing intent coming from a place, and his heart moved slightly. Hall Master of Delight. After Hall Master of Delight was heavily injured by Xiangjun's sneak attack, he would definitely rush to Flying Will Castle at the first moment to meet up with the Hall Master who was dealing with Lan Yutian. Go! The vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows opened, and a beam of primordial chaos path light shot out. Hall Master Joy was flying at full speed, and she was only left with her upper body. Xiangjun had attacked her with the painting, causing her to be frustrated, and had no choice but to pick up her Dao Tree Dao fruit and flee. However, she was still severely injured by Xiangjun, and her legs were cut off by Xiangjun. She had originally planned to look for Hall Master Chuji nearby, but before she could reach the place where Hall Master Chugu had descended, Hall Master Chugu had already died. Thus, she made a prompt decision and immediately went to see Hall Master Eternal Wind. Suddenly, a primordial chaos Dao light flew over, and Hall Master Joy was astonished. She had been injured by Xiangjun and was like a startled bird. She hurriedly dodged, but the primordial chaos Dao light turned in midair and actually chased after her. 7th Young Master. Hall Master Joy's hair stood on end. The news of Qin Mu killing Hall Master Chugu had already reached her ears, and she hadn't completely descended to the 17th epoch. There was still a portion left in the ancestral court of the 16th epoch, Jade Capital City, hence, she knew that Hall Master Chugu had died at the hands of 7th Young Master Qin Mu. Qin Mu's primordial chaos Dao light didn't seem to have much power, but she didn't dare to take it head-on. She could only give up on the thought of meeting Hall Master Eternal Wind and immediately rushed to the ancestral court with all her strength. Eternal Wind should have also received news that 7th Young Master had killed Hall Master Chugo, so he shouldn't be stopping. I don't need to meet up with him and head straight to the ancestral court. Once I'm there, I'll be safe. Her speed was extremely fast, and her magic power circulated. Suddenly, layers of space folded and she tore through the sky. And Shinmu's primordial chaos Tao light actually disappeared with her. Hall Master Joy left the origin world and folded the starry sky, her speed getting faster and faster. The 72 Hall Masters each had their own divine arts. Hall Master Joy cultivated the path of space so she could easily reach the vast universe. However, the ancestral court was too far away, so even if her abilities were astonishing, she would still need a few days to reach it. However, to her surprise, that light was always following behind her. No matter how fast she could not shake it off. Hall Master Joy was secretly anxious. 7th Young Master's divine abilities are so fast. I'm afraid that before I reach the ancestral court, his divine abilities will catch up to me. More importantly, I don't know how many divine abilities he has released. If I stop to deal with his attack, but there are still 100 divine arts behind me, wouldn't I die? Her speed was unparalleled in the world, or else Shang Jun wouldn't have given up on chasing her. It was precisely because he saw her speed that he knew he would never be able to catch up to her, which was why Shang Jun had returned to the manufacturing factory to continue working to earn money. However, Shinmu's primordial chaos Tao light actually had speed that wasn't inferior to hers and even surpassed it, making Hall Master of Joy both terrified and puzzled. I've used the art of space to form my Tao, but if I want to leave, no one can stop me, and 7th Young Master's divine arts can't catch up to me either. Could it be? With a thought, the Tao tree appeared, and a leaf flew out from it. The leaf fluttered in the starry sky and suddenly transformed into Hall Master of Joy's form to meet the primordial chaos Tao light. Shua! The primordial chaos Tao light passed through the body of Hall Master of Joy, which was transformed from the leaf, as if it did not touch anything. Its divine sense. Hall Master of Joy was stunned and immediately stopped moving. She saw the primordial chaos Tao light arrive in front of her with a swoosh and pass through her body. Hall Master of Joy saw that she was smashed into pieces by this attack. Her primordial spirit was destroyed, the Tao tree was cut off, and everything was gone. However, she felt that she was still alive and well. This was the work of her divine consciousness. Actually, Shinmu's primordial chaos Tao light wasn't the primordial chaos divine art of Milieu Palace. It could also be said to be a primordial chaos divine art, but it was a divine consciousness divine art that was constructed by forming primordial chaos runes with divine consciousness. When Hall Master Joy saw the primordial chaos Tao light, she was already struck. However, this divine art wasn't to hurt or kill her. Instead, it was to create an incomparably terrifying illusion for her, forcing her to retreat and not be able to reunite with Hall Master Eternal Wind. 7th Young Master doesn't have enough confidence to deal with me and Eternal Wind at the same time, so he used his divine consciousness divine art to scare me away. Then he could use the smallest price to kill Eternal Wind. Divine consciousness divine art was just a small trick for an existence like her who was a Hall Master. She was incomparably ancient, and she had even seen the complete Great Tao of 5 Great Taos, let alone the Great Tao of Divine Consciousness. She shouldn't have fallen for it so easily, but after being heavily injured by Shang Jun and hearing that a powerful existence like Hall Master Chugu had also died at Shinmu's hands, she had assumed that she wouldn't be able to block Shinmu's attack. Hall Master Joy understood this point and immediately sensed her Great Tao. She then executed her magic power to break Shinmu's divine consciousness. Boom! A loud sound that could split the heavens and earth rang out in her mind. When her divine consciousness was broken, the abnormal images in front of her immediately disappeared. Her corporeal body, primordial spirit, and Tao tree and Tao fruit were all there, without the slightest injury. In that case, should I rush back to fight against 7th Young Master with Eternal Wind? Hall Master Joy couldn't help hesitating for a moment. She had already gone deep into the starry sky and was far away from the origin world. If she rushed back now, it would probably be too late. Even though she knew that there was a high chance that Eternal Wind Hall Master wasn't dead, and as long as she returned, she could still join forces with Eternal Wind to fight back Qin Mu. But what if? What if Eternal Wind Hall Master was already killed by Qin Mu? Wouldn't she be walking into a trap if she rushed back? Our 3 Hall Masters have been ordered to descend to the 17th epoch to let the 2 young Masters and the other Hall Masters of Miluo Palace descend. This goal is extremely important. Hall Master Joy flashed away and thought to himself, fellow Taoist Eternal Wind, it's not that I'm afraid of death and don't want to save you, it's just that saving you is too risky. For the great plan of Miluo Palace descending, I'll have to trouble you. Qin Mu came to Flying Will Castle and looked around. He saw the surroundings in a mess. The golden boat had smashed the ruins left behind by Yan Yunxi and by Yu Qiong, crushing the 3rd Hall Master and rushing out of the origin world to the starry sky outside. Qin Mu sensed the aura of the golden boat, and with a step, he followed the traces left behind by the golden boat and walked out of the sky. The ability of Hall Master of Joy just now is indeed extremely high. Her speed is peerless in the world, and she's even faster than me. She was the same as Heavenly Venerate You, cultivating Extreme Void and Tao of Space. However, in terms of foundation, she was much stronger than Heavenly Venerate You. Such an existence is extremely dangerous. In the starry sky, the world-crossing golden ship was tightly entangled by countless roots. They were like dragons that climbed onto the surface of the golden ship. Some of them even penetrated through the palaces on the ship, making it seem extremely strange and strange. The strength of the Long Wind Hall Master had completely erupted, turning into a gigantic giant. The roots under his feet danced in the air. A portion of the roots were entangled on the golden ship, while a portion of the roots were flying around in the starry sky, entangling the planets. Pulling his enormous body, he headed towards the ancestral court. The crossing world's golden ship was getting bigger and bigger, seriously slowing down his footsteps. However, he was unable to free his roots from the boat. The battle between him and Lan Yutian was a grievous one. That seemingly honest youth actually didn't hold back. He killed one of Lan Yutian. He realized that it was a human-shaped divine weapon made from a creator's divine weapon. If he killed another one, it would be a human-shaped divine weapon. By the time he killed all the dozens of Lan Yutian at the bow of the boat, he still couldn't find Lan Yutian's true body. At that time, he had just sensed the death of Hall Master Chugo and could not help but lose his mind. He immediately stopped fighting with this sly fellow and immediately left. Unexpectedly, the crossing world golden ship sped up again and crashed into him from behind, knocking him into a mess. The Long Wind Hall Master stopped fighting, but he could not find where Lan Yutian was hiding, so he could only abandon the golden ship and continue on his journey. However, the golden boat crashed into him again from behind, crushing him at the bottom of the boat. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but the crux of the matter was that the golden boat was relentless in its pursuit. Every collision was extremely heavy, and it infuriated him. Thus, countless roots flew out and pierced into the palace on the golden boat, searching for the whereabouts of the smiling little fatty. The smiling little fatty did not find him, but he was shocked to find that every time his roots entered a palace, the golden boat would grow larger, and there would be an additional golden palace on the deck. He continued to divide more roots into more golden palaces, but the number of golden palaces seemed to be endless, and the golden ship grew bigger and bigger. What was even more infuriating was that the smiling little fatty actually appeared in one palace after another, using strange seals to seal his roots in one palace after another, making it impossible for him to pull back his roots. When he had descended this time, there weren't many roots to begin with and only a portion had descended. A tree without roots would die, so he couldn't give up on these roots. Even though he knew he had fallen into a trap, he couldn't do anything about it and could only drag the world-crossing golden ship on its way. He hoped to reach the ancestral court before Qin Mu found it. However, dragging such a huge golden ship in the starry sky was really tiring, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart. As the palace master of the 72 palaces in Jade Capital, he had naturally seen such a divine object like the world-crossing golden ship. He had also heard of the rumors about the world-crossing golden ship from other Tao practitioners. However, the world-crossing golden ship was a treasure of the master of the Mycroft Palace, and it was in such a dilapidated state that no one dared to board the ship to investigate it. Therefore, he did not know much about the mysteries of the world-crossing golden ship, which was why he was trapped by Lan Yutian. Where did this little fellow come from? He's so sinister and vicious, using such an evil move to trap me. The Eternal Wind Hall Master suddenly had a thought. Previously, he called the 7th young master his elder brother. Could he be the 7th young master's younger brother? No wonder, they are from the same lineage. He tried his best to pull the golden boat, and the roots beneath his feet extended. The roots extended into a sun in front of him, while the other roots rooted themselves in the void, piercing through the 36 layers of void. They pulled their massive bodies closer to the sun. Tao cultivators had endless power. Even though the Long Wind Hall Master was a Tao cultivator from the Divine Tree, he was not in such a sorry state. However, Lan Yutian was too cunning. He was clearly not his opponent, but he had used such a strange method to trap him. You should break the roots of a strong warrior. Suddenly, a voice sounded clearly in the Long Wind Hall Master's ears. The Long Wind Hall Master was shocked and hurriedly looked up. He saw the 36 layers of void distort and form a ring. Even the sun in front of him flew up and fell into the ring. As the sun shone, the 36 void rings emitted various colors of light. They became smaller and smaller as they stood behind the head of a youth with white hair on his temples. If a hero breaks his roots, there is still a way for you to survive. 7th Young Master. Hall Master of Eternal Wind Hall came to a stop, and the golden boat also came to a stop. Hall Master of Eternal Wind Hall took in a long breath, and the Tao fruit on the small tree crown above his head began to shine. The great Tao in the Tao fruit revived, just like the veins in his brain. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. His roots were locked by the golden boat, and dragging it to fight with Qin Mu was clearly a huge inconvenience. If he were to fight with 7th Young Master, any negligence could be fatal, let alone dragging such a huge ship. More importantly, no one had been able to move this world-crossing golden ship, and Qin Mu had taken it away on his first visit to Miluo Palace. If this ship made any movements under 7th Young Master's control during the battle, he would really be doomed. Qin Mu's expression was indifferent as he said, "Hall Master Eternal Wind, help me pass a message to 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master." When Hall Master Eternal Wind heard that, his hair stood on end. When Hall Master Chugu had died in front of the people of Miro Palace, he had said that 7th Young Master had asked him to pass a message and then had his head opened in front of everyone. His Tao fruit had split apart, and he had died an unnatural death. Now that Qin Mu had asked him to pass a message to the 2 young masters, he could already see his ending. It was better to attack the heart than to attack the army. Qin Mu's attack on the heart was more formidable than any divine arts. Long Wind Hall Master was decisive as well. He immediately sensed the roots he had left behind in the great calamity of the 16th epoch and executed the roots to forcefully pull his body towards the 16th epoch. The main body of the tree was not the crown and branches of the tree, but the roots. His roots had yet to fully descend, and at that moment, countless roots were exerting their strength together to actually drag him back from the starry sky. His abilities were tyrannical, and the path of cultivation was extremely special. His Tao and body were one, and his abilities were outstanding. When the roots exerted their strength, even the phantom image of the river of chaos appeared in the starry sky, causing the waves to tremble. The golden ship was also dragged by him and sailed toward the river of chaos of the 16th epoch. He knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat Qin Mu in a head-on confrontation when his Tao heart was shaken, so he chose to give up on descending. Descending to the 17th epoch was very difficult and required blood sacrifices. He needed sufficient energy to sacrifice to the destruction of the 16th epoch, but it was much easier for him to give up on descending and return to the 16th epoch. In the destruction of the 16th epoch, there was no lack of energy. Furthermore, his roots were still floating in Jade Capital City in the River of Chaos. As long as he forcefully pulled back his body, the energy in the River of Chaos would surge in endlessly. He was going to undergo the exchange. His body disappeared into the River of Chaos of the 16th epoch, and the surging chi of chaos instantly poured out from the void. The power of a Tao practitioner was simply too strong, and the energy that was converted into was also enormous. When he underwent the exchange, it was actually like the River of Chaos bursting its banks. The chi of chaos surged out in all directions, soaking the galaxies. It crushed the stars in those galaxies to the point that they couldn't be any more broken. At that moment, Qin Mu raised his hand and used Tai Yi's axe skill. The path of Tai Yi transformed into a divine axe, slashing toward the void. When Long Wind Hall Master saw this axe skill, despair couldn't help rising in his heart. The strong practitioners of the 16th epoch, regardless of whether they had become Tao practitioners or not, had all seen the scene of Tai Yi cutting down the world tree. As the first stowaway, the first thing Tai Yi did after entering the 17th epoch was to raise his huge axe and directly chop down the medium world tree that the stowaway had to use and burn it to ashes. He had cut off everyone's path of survival. And now, the divine art that Qin Mu had used was surprisingly Tai Yi cutting down the world tree. It was this kind of divine art that had crushed the Tao hearts of countless strong practitioners. What was even more terrifying was that since ancient times, almost all the Tao practitioners had cultivated Tao trees, and Tao trees imitated world trees. This move could cut down world trees, so it could naturally cut down Tao trees of Tao practitioners. Hall Master Eternal Wind himself was a divine tree that had formed his Tao, so his Tao tree had already become one with his body. Since his body was the Tao, Tao flowers would bloom on his body, and Tao trees would form on his body. The suppression Qin Mu's move had on him could be imagined. Even though the speed of his substitution was fast, it couldn't be faster than Qin Mu's divine axe. Seventh young master, if you don't give me a way out, then I won't give you a way out either. Long Wind Hall Master knew that he wouldn't be able to escape this calamity, so he shouted out in grief and indignation, "Follow me back to the past." Suddenly, countless roots shot out from the phantom of the River of Chaos in the sky, dancing and entangling Qin Mu. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity, so he decided not to dodge. Instead, he tried his best to execute his great Tao divine art. Countless roots coiled around Qin Mu and locked him tightly, pulling him toward the River of Chaos in the 16th epoch. His roots were formed from the Great Tao and were the embodiment of his own Great Tao. Each root represented his achievements and could be said to be a branch of his Great Tao. It was tough and contained supreme power. What he cultivated wasn't just one kind of Great Tao. For a long time, he had experienced 3 great destruction tribulations, but they hadn't been able to wipe him out. Instead, his roots had taken root in the chaos and absorbed the power of the chaos. It made his corporeal body incomparably stable and allowed his Tao skills to mature more and more. Wang Wang. 2 Tao fruits flew out from the crown of the tree above his head, and the Tao might contained within them burst forth. The brand of the Great Tao shone on the dancing roots. This strike of his had locked down Qin Mu, so he would definitely be unable to break free. The two of them executed their own paths, skills, and divine arts to the extreme. Qin Mu's Great Change divine axe chopped off the feet of Hall Master of Long Wind Hall, and the roots that flew out from the River of Chaos also pierced through Qin Mu's primordial chaos corporeal body. They pierced through his body, bringing out flowers of blood. Whoosh! 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 Countless roots wrapped around Qin Mu and pulled him into the River of Chaos with all their might. In the battle between Qin Mu and Hall Master Chu Go, his corporeal body had been injured by Hall Master Chu Go. The roots of Hall Master Long Wind had broken through Qin Mu's Tao injuries and entered his body. Otherwise, with the strength of Qin Mu's primordial chaos corporeal body, it wasn't easy for him to break through Qin Mu's corporeal body. Suddenly, the golden boat became incomparably huge and blocked in front of Qin Mu to block the pulling force from the River of Chaos. After Hall Master Eternal Wind's feet were chopped off by Qin Mu's axe, his corporeal body immediately began to wither. The branches and leaves withered and his body began to wither. His hands and feet began to rapidly turn into wood. The light in his eyes also dimmed down. His originally lively eyes immediately turned into wood and couldn't move anymore. His 2 Dao fruits fell from the crown of the tree above his head. One of them smashed toward Qin Mu's back, while the other crashed into the golden ship. Boom! Boom! The Dao might contained in the Dao fruit completely exploded the moment it hit Qin Mu. Countless beautiful Dao markings spread out and interweaved into a net in an instant. It was like a heavens formed from countless tree roots. The Dao fruits then collided, and the second, third, and fourth heavens spread out. In the blink of an eye, 36 heavens burst forth from the Dao fruits. Countless roots spread out and even penetrated through Qin Mu's divine treasures. The roots went deep into all the domains of Qin Mu's divine treasures, and all the heavens, they went deep into the 33rd heavens. The power of his Dao fruits even penetrated Qin Mu's primordial spirit. Even if the Hall Master of Miluo Palace hadn't completely descended, the abilities he could display when he was putting his life on the line were enough to shock the world. At the same time, another Dao fruit crashed into the golden ship. The 36 levels of Dao realm contained in the Dao fruit burst forth and transformed into 36 heavens that locked the golden ship and flew towards the river of chaos. 7th Young Master, I am under the orders of 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master. The body of Hall Master of Eternal Wind quickly turned into wood, and the wood started to burn. However, joy appeared on his face. I'll send you back. Boom! 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 The surface of his body exploded in the flames. Qin Mu's axe had not only used the divine art of Great Change World Tree, but he had also used the wind of heat quietness to burn his body. Without the support of the roots, the wind of heat quietness had already started to devour his body. The two of them had used all the methods they could, and when they fought, it was an abnormally tragic sight. Qin Mu's body was dragged, and the great Dao and vital qi in his body were instantly locked by the roots. He couldn't help sliding into the river of chaos of the 16th epoch. The golden ship was also dragged, sliding into the great calamity of the 16th epoch. In terms of cultivation, Qin Mu couldn't compare to an existence like Hall Master Eternal Wind. He was locked by his roots, and it was difficult for him to resist the power coming from the great calamity of the 16th epoch. Suddenly, Great Change's coffin flew up from Qin Mu's divine treasure. Qin Mu used the last of his strength to execute Great Change's coffin and trigger 50 Slaughter Path Divine Nails. The power of the divine nails instantly erupted. Burial Path Divine Coffin was personally refined by Great Young Master and Grand Supreme to restrain Great Change, the mortal enemy of Miluo Palace. Qin Mu had long realized that if he forcefully pulled out the Slaughter Path Divine Nails, he would definitely trigger the power of Burial Path Divine Coffin. He couldn't help severely injuring those who tried to open the coffin. And he would also severely injure Great Change, who was suppressed in the coffin. If he touched the power of Path Burial God Coffin, he would hurt others and himself. Unless it was a critical moment, he wouldn't make such a move. His injuries had yet to recover from his battle with Hall Master Chugu, so he didn't have the confidence to win against Eternal Wind. The power of Path Burial God Coffin exploded, and with a wong sound, light expanded in all directions. Wherever it passed, the roots in Qin Mu's divine treasures and corporeal body were riddled with holes. Qin Mu grunted. His primordial spirit, heavenly palace, and all the heavens in his divine treasures seemed to have been pierced by countless nails, and wind leaked out in all directions. At the same time, the power of Path Burial God Coffin passed through his corporeal body and shot out. Blood splattered in all directions, and his corporeal body instantly turned into a broken sieve that shone everywhere. The power of Path Burial God Coffin was truly terrifying. When the power of Burial Path God Coffin subsided, blood spurted out from all over Qin Mu's body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed onto the roots that were about to shrink back into the river of chaos. If I let you bring the message back, wouldn't it let 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master see through me and know that I'm strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Qin Mu carried the roots with all his might and turned his back. He pulled them with all his might, and the river of chaos trembled violently. The chi of chaos that surged out quickly shrank back, and the incomparably huge roots of Long Wind Hall Master were actually pulled out by him. The roots suddenly shrank into a ball and exploded in all directions. Countless roots spread out into the starry sky in an attempt to take root in the stars in the distance. Qin shook his hand and threw Great Change Coffin to the center of the roots. He then flicked his fingers and tapped on the 100 divine nails of Great Change Coffin one after another. Eyes suddenly appeared on the roots, and the pupils of those eyes shrunk as they looked at Great Change Coffin that had flown in front of them. Light burst out from the divine coffin. When the light from Great Change Coffin faded away, broken roots could be seen everywhere in the starry sky. They were like the wriggling bodies of a huge snake that had been cut off. It was very difficult to kill Hall Master Eternal Wind, but even so, his roots were still wriggling, trying to gather together. However, when the two roots touched, they immediately triggered the Tao injuries left behind by Tao Burial God Coffin. The divine art of Tao Burial God Coffin burst forth, riddling the roots with holes. When Qin saw this, he let out a sigh of relief. He relaxed, and his entire body was in intense pain. After his battle with Hall Master Chugo, he had been in a wounded state. The correct decision should be to recuperate for a period of time and recover to his peak state before dealing with Hall Master Eternal Wind. However, time was of the essence. If Hall Master Eternal Wind and Hall Master Delight were to meet up, he wouldn't be their opponent. Furthermore, these two Hall Masters hadn't completely descended yet. If they had completely descended, Qin wouldn't be their opponent in a one-on-one fight. Thus, he could only come to fight with injuries. Luckily, Hall Master Happy had been scared away on the way. If Hall Master Happy had come to meet up with Hall Master Eternal Wind, he would probably have suffered a crushing defeat. Great Change definitely won't hate me, right? Qin suppressed his injuries. The Tao injuries left behind by Hall Master Eternal Wind weren't troublesome, but the Tao injuries caused by the Path Burial God Coffin were much more troublesome and couldn't be healed in a short period of time. He came to the front of Great Change's coffin, and the ripples from the Path Burial God Coffin calmed down. Even though the God Coffin had gone through 2 struggles, it was still undamaged and incomparably sturdy. It held a top-grade coffin. Qin gently stroked the coffin and dragged it with great effort toward the world-crossing golden ship. Great Change is so strong, a mere God Coffin of Path of Burial can't do anything to him. Qin was full of confidence in Great Change, and his voice was hoarse. "Brother Yu, come out quickly. I'm exhausted." Lan Yutian's voice came from somewhere in the world-crossing golden ship, and he called out, "Brother, wait a little longer." Qin was unable to drag Great Change Coffin onto the ship and could only stop to rest. After a moment, Lan Yutian was still nowhere to be seen. "Brother Yu, why aren't you coming out?" He was bewildered. "Wait for me a little longer. I feel like I'm almost out." Qin waited for a little longer and became anxious. He thought to himself, could Lan Yutian have lost his way again? Lan Yutian's comprehension of the path was extremely high, and he was a person who was born to be close to the path. However, there was a disadvantage to it, and that was that he was habitually lost. In the past, he had gotten lost and ran to West Earth to mingle with Su Shenghua for a period of time. After leaving Su Shenghua, he got lost all the way to Great Void and took in a group of disciples in a daze. Luckily, he had met Qin, so he had picked him up. There were many golden halls in the golden ship. In order to find Founding Emperor, Qin had gone through a huge and complicated calculation to calculate the number of golden halls, and he had obtained an astonishing number. Qin Foqing used Yudu's technique to transform into billions of people to search through these golden halls. If Lan Yutian wasn't a road idiot, he could have thought of a way to find them, but it was a pity that he was. He had borrowed the uniqueness of the golden ship to protect himself and trap Long Wind Hall Master, but he had never thought that he would lose himself. "Brother, you probably won't be able to find them even after tens of thousands of years, so I can't count on him." Qin used all his remaining strength to drag Great Change Coffin onto the ship. He lay on the deck and panted, exhausted. After that, he closed his eyes and slowly fell into a dream. Countless tiny Qin drilled into the wounds on his body. Maha gurgled and communicated with each other, observing the scars on his Dao wounds and deducing the divine arts and principles contained in them. Not long after, a deeper dream realm spread out, and many more tiny Qin Mu walked out with axes and chisels in their hands. What was different from the other Qin Mu was that these tiny Qin Mu had flesh and blood. They were shockingly formed from Qin Mu's great Dao and primordial chaos vital Qi. Each and every Qin Mu was like the most hardworking worker ants. They surrounded Qin Mu's wounds, knocking and beating, using their own paths, skills, and divine arts to refine and wipe away the Dao wounds. The other small Qin Mu sized up these new companions curiously and asked one after another, Maha, Guji? Those new companions had solemn expressions and ignored them. When they got impatient, they replied, Aba. The other small Qin Mu opened his eyes wide and looked as if he understood what they were saying, but he actually didn't understand anything. There were also some small Qin Mu who was dressed like an apothecary. They were either carrying a medicine chest, a basket, or holding a pill furnace in their hands. They were repairing the wounds on the path of refinement in a very serious manner. Those small Qin Mu swarmed over and asked a few questions, but they were all poisoned by these apothecary Qin Mu. Each and every one of them was foaming at the mouth and twitching nonstop. The other Qin Mu pointed at them and laughed loudly with a gloating look. Aba. When Qin Mu was about to wake up from his dream, these tiny Qin Mu immediately drilled into his brain and disappeared one after another. Qin Mu stretched his body and felt that he had woken up. He was in high spirits and the Dao injuries on his body had already disappeared. He stood up and examined Great Change Coffin once more, but he saw that Lan Yutian still couldn't walk out of the Golden Hall. Brother, you must have really gotten lost. During the time he had been in his dream to heal his injuries, the golden ship had already traveled for more than 10 days. It floated toward the ancestral court and was very close to it. Qin Mu frowned slightly. The golden ship had moved according to his will and was far away from the origin world, close to the ancestral court. He was in his dream, and the world in his dream was unique and magnificent. His thoughts couldn't be controlled, and he urged the horse to gallop. He believed in the reins of the horse, so the golden ship chose the thoughts that he had been thinking about the most. I wonder if the Long Wind Hall Master's roots will become a hidden danger. He felt a little uneasy. He should stay behind and wait for his injuries to recover before wiping out all of the Long Wind Hall Master's roots. Only then could he ensure that there would be no future trouble. However, the golden ship had already arrived here. It was too late for him to rush back. Indeed, just as the golden ship had expected, he was more worried about the ancestral court. The roots of Hall Master Eternal Wind have been heavily injured by the God Coffin of Path Burial, and every root has the Dao injuries left behind by it. He doesn't have my vision and knowledge, so he can't erase these Dao injuries. It shouldn't be a big problem. Qin Mu was still a little weak, but after fighting against Hall Master level existences twice, his cultivation had been greatly depleted. It wasn't something that could be recovered just by entering a dream. He rested for a moment, and with a slight thought, the golden halls on the golden ship automatically disappeared. The speed of the golden halls disappearing wasn't fast, so Qin Mu gave Lan Yutian enough time to rush from one golden hall to the other. After a long while, the ancestral court was in sight. From afar, they could see the Alliance Army of Eternal Peace and the myriad worlds, and there was only one golden hall left on the golden ship. Lan Yutian carefully pushed open the door of the hall and stretched his head out to take a look. When he saw that the golden ship had become only about 300 yards long, he let out a sigh of relief and walked out of the golden hall. Brother Yu, do you see it? Qin Mu stood at the bow of the ship and raised his hand to point at the ancestral court in the distance. Behind him was the coffin of Great Change. Lan Yutian walked forward and looked at the coffin of Great Change. He saw Great Change being placed on the ship with his head down and his feet down. He hurriedly picked up the coffin with all his strength and turned it upside down. He walked forward and looked in the direction Qin Mu pointed at. He saw the wind and clouds surging in the ancestral court, and the heaven was floating in the sky above the center of the ancestral court. Divine might surged, and divine light formed clouds as golden light shone brightly. It was even more spectacular than the heaven in the past. The crown of the world tree had already grown to the point where it could cover the sky. The great Tao was like the clouds as it poured out from the crown, making the heaven and earth of the ancestral court wider and wider. Under the cover of the world tree, magnificent divine cities floated in the air. Chains descended from the sky and pierced through the earth, connecting the mountains and rivers. It was as if they were locking down these divine cities to prevent them from flying out of the sky. In the past few decades, the ancestral court had undergone great changes. The strong practitioners of prehistoric times and those who had achieved Tao had sneaked over and changed the world, bringing an unusual beauty to the ancestral court that was soul-stirring. "Brother, what did you see?" Lan Yutian sized it up for a long time and didn't know what Qin Mu was talking about. The ancestral court was too big, so there were many places that were worth paying attention to. The world trees, the sacred grounds of the ancestral court, as well as the 5 Tao trees on the heavenly court were all very eye-catching. A string. The direction Qin Mu pointed at was the location of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, a string that came from the 16th epoch, he said solemnly. This string came from the River of Chaos in the 16th epoch. It was pulled out of the ancestral court by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. The third eye in the middle of his brows had astonishing eyesight. It could even see through time and space, into the chaos and into the past. What he saw was the string stretching out from the past universe. As Heavenly Emperor Hao walked out of the ancestral court, it grew longer and longer. After a long time, the 6 billion years of history of this universe had come to the present. It followed Heavenly Emperor Hao in the direction of the heavenly court. This string was almost undetectable, and only Qin Mu's eyes could see it. No one else could notice the existence of this string at all. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven no longer exists. Only the lackeys of the ancestral court, Yujing City, remain. Qin Mu let out a foul breath and said solemnly, "What Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven has to do is to bring this string to the heavenly court and subdue the 5 great Tao practitioners there, taking this force for his own use." In front of the golden ship, Heavenly Venerate You, Heavenly Venerate You, and the rest had already stabilized the army and didn't take the initiative to attack the ancestral court. Instead, they were in formation outside the ancestral court. These days, they had been building spirit energy mutual shift bridge outside to create a large-scale mutual shift bridge. It would be convenient for them to communicate with eternal peace. The situation of the ancestral court wasn't clear yet, so attacking it now would only be asking for trouble. The golden ship sailed over, and Jiang Baigui, Heavenly Venerate You, Heavenly Venerate You, Su Shenghua, Lang Bao, Dragon Qilin, Black Tortoise, and the rest welcomed them one after another. Qin Mu put away the coffin of great change and walked down from the golden ship. Immediately, someone came forward. He parked the golden ship properly. Heavenly Venerate Mu, the ancestral court has fallen into the hands of the strong practitioners of prehistoric times, and the remnant army of Heavenly Emperor Haotian has escaped into the ancestral court. With our strength, we aren't a match for both sides. Lang looked around with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Does Heavenly Venerate have any plans?" Qin Mu's gaze landed on her, and his heart wavered. He felt that Lang seemed to be slightly different today. She was no longer as cold and quiet as before, but he wasn't sure where the changes were. She naturally has plans. Qin Mu laughed loudly. "I'll head to the heavenly court to pay a visit to the 5 Tao practitioners there. I'll also meet Heavenly Venerate Hao, Hall Master Joy, and the string behind him." Lang Bao smiled. "I'll go with you." Not far away, Emperor Yefeng was slightly astonished. He stroked his beard and turned his head to Jiang Baigui. "Imperial Preceptor, there's a ghost in here. I feel that this creator wants to pry into the corner of my Ling family." 1. Jiang Baigui looked at him and said, "Your Majesty is thinking too much." Emperor Yanfeng was skeptical. Qin Mu directly rejected Langer. He said to the woman, "This trip is extremely dangerous. The other party has 5 Tao practitioners, and their abilities are formidable. There are also existences like Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Hall Master Happy. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven also brought a zither string of the fourth young master. It's still fine if we didn't fall out, but if we did, I wouldn't be able to protect you. Lang Yar's face was gloomy. When Emperor Yanfeng saw Lang Er's expression, he was even more certain. The creator wants to steal Ling family's wall. Imperial Preceptor was bribed by her. However, my son-in-law is a well-known hero, and he wasn't seduced by her. Lang Er had always been cold-hearted, and now that she was acting like a little daughter, she definitely had a motive. Emperor Yanfeng, who was an old-timer, naturally saw it clearly. Even though Lang Bao was the god king of the creator race and had seen a lot, he was still a blank in terms of emotions. It was easy to leave traces when he did things. Qin Mu didn't notice it at all and continued, this time, Heavenly Venerate you will follow me. Fourth young master's strings are extremely terrifying, and Hall Master of Joy seems to be walking the same path as Heavenly Venerate you. With Heavenly Venerate you around, there won't be much danger on this trip. Heavenly Venerate you replied, and Emperor Yanfeng became nervous again. He asked Jiang Baigui, Imperial Preceptor, do you think Heavenly Venerate you is trying to steal Ling family's wall? Jiang Baigui said indifferently, Your Majesty, there was once a person who lost his axe and suspected that his neighbor had stolen it. No matter how he observed, he felt that his neighbor was the one who had stolen the axe. Later on, he found the axe in his own house, and when he looked at his neighbor again, he didn't seem to be the one who had stolen the axe. Emperor Yanfeng laughed and turned his face away with a gloomy expression. Imperial Preceptor was indeed bribed. Heavenly Venerate you went to pack his luggage. Qin Mu asked Heavenly Venerate you, can you find Xing En's tracks? Heavenly Venerate you executed Life and Death Book and sneaked into Yudu. It illuminated the greater world, and after a long time, Heavenly Venerate you appeared once more. He shook his head and said, There's no trace of Xingen in all the worlds. Only the ancestral court is sealed by the prehistoric smugglers, so they can't enter to take a look. Qin Mu was astonished and looked at the ancestral court. Could Xingen have gone there? Heavenly Venerate you rushed over. She tied up her hair and changed into a set of clean clothes. She carried her guqin on her back and asked, That Hall Master of Joy, she cultivates ultimate void as well? Qin Mu boarded the world-crossing golden ship with her and chased Lan Yutian off the ship. The dragon Qilin also wanted to come up, but he was also chased off by Qin Mu. I'm not too sure about her techniques and divine arts, but when she dealt with my divine arts, she executed the path of space, he said. I used my divine consciousness to try to make her fall into the illusion, but it was also broken by her. I think she must have cultivated other paths and skills. Heavenly Venerate Moon thought about it. Divine consciousness divine art was indeed able to restrain the path of space. Back then, in order to deal with her, the 10th Heavenly Venerate had let Divine Emperor Lang Xian, who was proficient in the path of divine consciousness, make the first move. Qin Mu had used his divine consciousness divine art to deal with Hall Master Happy. It could be said that he had targeted her weakness, but it had been broken by her. This meant that Hall Master Happy didn't only have the path of space. Every Hall Master of Miluo Palace has their own unique secrets. Even though Hall Master Happy was heavily injured by Lord Zhang, she shouldn't be underestimated. Qin Mu reminded her again and again, Your goal is the zither string of fourth young master, not her. If you can avoid conflict with her, it's best to avoid it. Even though you have already attained Dao, you haven't branded the void, so you aren't her match for the time being. Heavenly Venerate you nodded solemnly. Ever since Lan Yutian preached the Dao, the path she had taken was no longer the path of the Dao realm in the past. Instead, she planned to use Lan Yutian's ancestral court Dao realm system to brand the 36 layers of void in her own universe. Although her Dao realm cultivation base had already reached it, she had yet to cultivate the ancestral court cultivation system, so there were still some deficiencies in her cultivation base. Only by cultivating the cultivation system of the ancestral court would her cultivation become incomparably dense and become a true Dao practitioner. Only then would she have the strength to fight Hall Master Happy. The golden ship slowly sailed towards the heavenly court in the sky above the ancestral court. The scale of the heavenly court was getting larger and larger, and there were many buildings with the style of foreign lands. They should be the characteristics of the civilization of the previous universe. Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate You looked from afar and saw that the runes and Dao patterns on those buildings were completely different from those of the present day. However, the divine arts of the Great Dao had the same goal, so if they were to carefully study them, they would be able to comprehend the indomitable principles of the Great Dao from them. When they cultivated to the level of Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate You and looked at all kinds of incredible Dao skills, they all had a feeling that they had seen through the surface and seen through the essence. There were many more secrets to speak of. Qin Mu looked in the direction of Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven and saw the zither string from the universe of the past once again. His expression was slightly solemn. The power of this string was enough to destroy a Dao practitioner like founding Emperor Qin Yi. If Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven brought this string to the Heavenly Court, the life and death authority of the entire Heavenly Court would probably fall into his hands. Facing the danger of death, these smugglers would probably submit to Miluo Palace because of this. Can you see that string? Qin Mu asked. Heavenly Venerate You looked around and could only see Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven walking towards the Heaven Court. However, he couldn't see the string and shook his head. I can't see it. Qin Mu's heart sank slightly. If Heavenly Venerate You couldn't see it, then no one else should be able to see it either. He was probably the only one who could see that string. It could be seen how marvelous the paths, skills, and divine arts of the fourth young master of Miluo Palace were. Qin Mu composed himself and looked in another direction. He saw Empress Dowager leading the remnant army of the Heavenly Court to occupy a remote place in the ancestral court. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven didn't have many soldiers left, and among them, only Empress Dowager was the only expert who could contend with eternal peace. When you weren't around, Empress Dowager had once sent people over to discuss surrender. Heavenly Venerate You and Qin Mu stood side by side at the bow of the ship while Heavenly Venerate You tidied up the ancient zither on his back. He said to Qin Mu, Empress had the heart to surrender and sent an envoy to discuss with Emperor Yanfeng. When Jiang Baigui barged in and refused to negotiate, Empress gave up. Junior brother Jiang has done well. Qin Mu smiled. I know all of Empress's plans. It's just that she still has some ability and wants to come over to protect her power. She still wants to be 10 Heavenly Venerate. However, times have changed. The era of the 10th Heavenly Venerate has come to an end. The 7th young master of Mycroft Palace has come to pay a visit. When the golden ship came to the outside of the Heavenly Court, Qin Mu's voice spread out and soon spread throughout the entire Heavenly Court. After a moment, the 5 Dao trees trembled and Dao fruits floated into the air. The Dao chains in the Dao fruits spilled out and shot out in all directions. The Dao chains connected with the Dao chains and turned into a huge net that intertwined and covered the entire Heavenly Court. It was impenetrable. When Heavenly Venerate You saw this, he said suspiciously, Mu, they are guarding against you as if you are a thief. Qin Mu's face was filled with confidence as he smiled slightly. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Don't worry, they know my identity, so they naturally have to prepare and welcome us with great fanfare. The Heavenly Court was in chaos. Most of the people guarding the Heavenly Court were existences of prehistorical Heavenly Venerate level, and their cultivation was quite extraordinary. The strong practitioners all had their primordial spirits out of their bodies and executed their various Dao realms in an incomparably dense manner. They guarded the Heavenly Court even more tightly. Heavenly Venerate You looked into the Heavenly Court and saw heavy weapons being pushed out from the halls or treasure vaults. They were newly refined heavy weapons after the strong practitioners of prehistorical times had sneaked over, and they were quite different from the heavy weapons of eternal peace. The power of the heavy weapons was stimulated, and they were surprisingly directed toward Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate You. Qin Mu was about to speak when he suddenly heard someone shouting from the celestial heavens, "The bad spawn of Miluo Palace is here. Everyone, be careful and get your spirits up. Fifth Elder, Fifth Elder." An old voice sounded out and shouted, "Don't panic. The bad spawn of Miluo Palace is just a brat and not 7th young master. We aren't afraid of him." Qin Mu's face instantly turned black, and Heavenly Venerate You covered his mouth and snickered. All of a sudden, a woman's voice came from the side. She said in a clear voice, The Miro Palace's Joy Palace, along with His Majesty the Celestial Emperor of the 17th century, has come under the orders of the 3rd and 4th young masters to pay a visit to the 5 elders of the peak. Qin Mu looked to the side and saw a woman with only her upper body standing on a path tree. Under the path tree, Heavenly Emperor walked over and smiled at him. Qin Mu directly ignored Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, and his gaze landed on Hall Master Happy. He smiled warmly and said, "Fellow Taoist Happy, we meet again." Hall Master Happy didn't dare to be negligent and bowed on the Tao tree. "Greetings, 7th Young Master." 7th Young Master ordered Lord Shang to kill me and even use divine arts to harm me on the way, but I still managed to escape and spread the news. I have a lot of face too. Qin Mu laughed loudly and said indifferently, "My target isn't you, but Chu Gu and Eternal Wind. Chu Gu and Eternal Wind are already dead and have been killed by me. It won't be long before you meet them." Hall Master Joy's heart turned cold and he sneered, "7th Young Master, we are all from the same sect and are both disciples of Teacher. Aren't you afraid of Teacher for harming your fellow disciples like this?" Qin Mu didn't mind. "I'm not Teacher's disciple yet, so I can't be considered harming my fellow disciples. Furthermore, Miluo Palace has harmed the 17th epoch, so as the strongest person in the 17th epoch, I naturally have to protect all living things and do justice for the heavens." Hall Master Joy snorted, and Great Heavenly Emperor smiled. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you are too stubborn." Qin Mu ignored him and turned his head around. He saw an old man leading numerous prehistoric, heavenly venerate existences rushing over from behind South Heaven Gate of the Heavenly Court. The old man stopped at South Heaven Gate and greeted, "What wind has brought the envoys of 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master and a Hall Master here today?" The old man's gaze landed on Qin Mu and revealed a look of unwillingness. However, that unwillingness soon disappeared and his face was filled with smiles. "7th Young Master has actually graced us with his presence, bringing glory to the 5 elders of our peak. 7th Young Master, envoys, Hall Master, please come in quickly." Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate You walked down the golden ship. Heavenly Venerate You's gaze landed on Hall Master Happy, then moved away from her to examine her Tao fruit of Tao tree. Hall Master Happy was also sizing her up. His gaze landed on the zither on her back, and his heart suddenly stirred. "You are the woman who played the zither and messed up the Tao hearts of the 4th Young Master?" Heavenly Venerate You smiled calmly. "That tune is very difficult." Hall Master Joy smiled and said, "It is indeed very difficult." That song was called Zizhao's Tao Attainment Song. It required the music to enter the Tao and reach the Tao realm before it could be played completely. Back then, the 4th Young Master Zishao could not reach the Tao, but the 4th Young Master's wife had already reached the Tao one step ahead of him. Therefore, she created this song, which contained supreme spirituality and helped him achieve the Tao. Throughout the 16 epochs, only one person managed to reach the Tao through music and cultivate to the Tao realm. The 4th Young Master's wife experienced the tribulations, and this tune became the final melody. "I see. Heavenly Venerate You came to a realization," he said. "No wonder when I play this tune, it is always difficult for me to play it completely. It turns out that I need to reach the Tao of music. Fortunately, I understood by analogy and used my ultimate killing intent to awaken Shang Jun at the same time. I reached the great accomplishment of the Zenith Void, and I can finally play this tune." "Elder sister, you also cultivate the Zenith Void, right? You can't play it." Killing intent flashed in Hall Master Happy's eyes, and he said with a smile, "I haven't made much progress in terms of music." "Good younger sister, you must play a tune later, let elder sister hear it." Heavenly Venerate Moon said with a smile, "That's easy to say. Shang Jun's ultimate killing intent was awakened by my song of the Tao of Slaughter. Elder sister's wound still has Shang Jun's Tao of Slaughter. I'm afraid that elder sister won't be able to endure my song and die." "That's easy to say," Hall Master Happy said coldly. The 2 girls turned their heads away and didn't speak anymore. Qin Mu asked the old man who was leading the way, "Could Tao brother be one of the 5 elders of Fengshu? Do we know each other?" The old man hurriedly said, "I don't dare." Seventh Young Master, the 5 elders of Feng Shui were just insignificant people in the past universe and didn't dare to enter Seventh Young Master's eyes. It's just that back then, the 5 of us old bones were beaten up by Seventh Young Master. It was probably because we were too lowly that Seventh Young Master couldn't remember. Qin Mu laughed loudly and muttered in his heart, I can meet my enemies here? How many people have I offended when I return to the past? Could my relationship with people be so bad that I don't have a single friend? Seventh Young Master, the 5 elders of Feng Shui are known as the undying monsters under the world tree. The eldest brother, Feng Hualian, the second brother, Huang Tang, the third brother, Zheng Yan Chui, and the fourth brother, Yan Xiuji. The youngest is called Li Shu, and he is the one in front of us. The voice of Palace Master Joy sounded. He said, These 5 monsters have been entrenched under the world tree, guarding it with all their might. They're afraid that they won't be able to take up a position in the future when the universe is destroyed, and they rarely take the initiative to leave the world tree. In the past few universe eras, no matter when you go to the edge of the world tree, you will be able to see a great wonder. Elder Li Shu smiled. Hall Master, you must be joking. Our abilities are low, so we definitely won't be able to compete with others. That's why we can only go and occupy the pit first. When the apocalypse of the universe comes, it will be convenient for us to sneak into the next era. Qin Mu was puzzled and asked, Then why did the 5 of you leave the world tree and settle down in the heavenly court in this epoch? He looked to the sides. The heavenly court imitates the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, which symbolizes supreme power, he said leisurely. I heard Hall Master Happy say that the 5 of you should be unworldly experts who are indifferent to fame and fortune, so why do you have the desire for power in this epoch? Li Shu quickly said, Seventh Young Master, you misunderstood. The 5 elders of the Peak Shu are just 5 cowardly rats. How would we dare to be interested in power? We shouldn't be concubines, we shouldn't be concubines. We only see that this place is empty, so we temporarily stay here and don't dare to be interested in occupying it. When the master of this place arrives, we will give it up. Although he had the attitude of a kind man, everyone present was a person who had walked through fire and wind. How could they not know what the 5 elders of the Peak Shu were thinking? Heavenly Emperor Haotian smiled and said, The 5 elders only saw that the Miluo Palace did not descend into this universe, and the master of the Miluo Palace was hiding from the world. They felt that they had the upper hand. Moreover, there are not many powerful people in this universe, so the 5 elders had the desire for power. They thought that they could control the universe and display their ambitions in this life. Everyone has this kind of mentality. Why not admit it? Li Shu laughed loudly. He shook his head and said, We 5 rats only know how to dig holes and hide under the world tree. We don't dare to have such rebellious thoughts. We just want a place to stay. If anyone can give us a meal, we will be grateful. Heavenly Emperor Haotian's eyes flashed. I can give you this place to stay. Li Shu glanced at him and laughed. Little brother, you must be joking. You can't make the decision. Heavenly Emperor Hao's expression sank as he snorted. Li Shu led them to the skyscraping hall of the heavenly court. At this moment, the skyscraping hall had already been razed to the ground. There was only a huge altar with 4 old men sitting on it. The surroundings were filled with prehistoric experts who had sneaked over from under the world tree. Li Shu smiled. Everyone, we, the 5 elders of Feng Shui, don't even have a decent palace. It can be seen that we are only living here temporarily and have no thoughts of fame or fortune. Qin Mu looked at the heavy divine weapons that were all around them and were aimed at them at all times. Wherever they went, these heavy weapons would be aimed at them. He praised them with an insincere tone. Everyone is noble and upright, as poor as washing. I admire you very much. His gaze landed on the sacrificial altar again. It was extremely strange and had a unique texture. It was different from the legacy of Miluo Palace and carried a bit of mystery. The divine materials and divine gold used in this sacrificial altar were all from the highest grade of the ancestral court, so Qin Mu couldn't see the use of this sacrificial altar in a short period of time. Qin Mu praised, The 5 of you are really strong and clean. The gold is like dirt, sitting directly under you. The leader, Feng Hualian, coughed and said, 7th Young Master is joking. Young Master, Hall Master of Joy, Envoy, please come up to the altar for a chat. There was clearly something fishy about this altar, but Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven wasn't afraid at all. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, taking the lead to walk up to the center of the altar to greet the 5 elders. I am here on the orders of 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master to pay a visit to the 5 fellow Taoists. Feng Hualien nodded and said, so you are the celestial emperor of this universe era. Please take a seat. The Tao tree of the Hall Master flew over and entered the altar. It greeted the 5 elders, who stood up to return the greeting. He said, the Hall Master is very famous. Although we mountain vagabonds have a small reputation in the Jianghu, compared to the Hall Master, who comes from an orthodox background, we are just children playing house. Hall Master has a crippled will and is actually able to obtain such a great reputation. Even the 5 of us old bones are filled with admiration. Hall Master Joy's expression changed slightly. He knew that these 5 old geezers were mocking him for having his legs broken after descending to the 17th epoch. Qinmu took a step forward and climbed onto the sacrificial altar. The 5 old geezers immediately greeted him and said, 7th Young Master has come from afar, and the 5 of us old geezers are afraid of being raided by Young Master, so we don't dare to stand up to welcome you. Please forgive us. No problem, no problem. Qinmu's face was full of smiles as he raised his hand. The 5 of you are all seniors with great virtue and prestige. There's no need to stand. Please take a seat. The 5 elders of Fengshu immediately thanked him and took their seats. Qinmu also took his seat. Even though I loved and respected the 5 elders in the past universe, it's a thing of the past for the 5 elders, but for me, it's a thing of the future that hasn't happened yet. Our encounter was so extraordinary that it made me sigh. Then he laughed loudly. The 5 elders of Fengshu looked at each other, but they couldn't laugh. Heavenly Emperor Hao coughed and said in a clear voice, the 5 seniors are all masters of the Tao. The Miluo Palace is about to descend. The 3rd and 4th Young Masters have ordered me to come here and join hands with the 5 of you to carry out the great plan of the Miluo Palace's descent. What do you think? He went straight to the point and directly stated the purpose of this trip. It gave people a feeling that he was taking advantage of the Miluo Palace's great power to pressure people and force the smugglers to surrender and submit to the Miluo Palace. Sang Yinsue was an old woman. When she heard this, she chuckled and said, the Miluo Palace has such a great style. They are just a lackey of their sect, yet they are already shouting at us. Do they really think that the 5 elders of the peak are made of mud? 3rd sister, don't lose your manners. Huang Tang smiled and said, this little friend has just been recognized by our master. Naturally, he wagged his tail and barked a few times before he could receive a reward. 3rd sister, you don't have to blame him. Heavenly Emperor Hao's expression turned cold and was about to flare up. Palace Master Huan 11 smiled and said, Heavenly Emperor Hao is a fellow Taoist that our Miluo Palace has supported for this era. In the future, he will enter the Miluo Palace. 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master are already able to address him as a fellow Taoist. If the Fengshu 5 elders were to humiliate him like this, wouldn't that be an insult to the Miluo Palace and our teacher? Yan Xiuji's expression changed. He said solemnly, I don't dare. The master of the Miluo Palace is indeed an unparalleled expert. The 5 of us old bones also admire him very much. However, the master of the Miluo Palace no longer controls the Miluo Palace. His authority has fallen to the side. As for the young masters of the Miluo Palace, she sneered, they are just people who live like flies, not necessarily better than us. 4th sister, don't be impudent. Feng Hualian's expression sank, and he berated her. Hall Master Huan, there's no need to blame us, she said apologetically. You also know that the 5 of us have strange temperaments, so it's inevitable that our words are a little overboard. 7th Young Master, we already know the purpose of the envoys and hall masters. May I ask what is the purpose of 7th Young Master's visit? Qinmu smiled and said leisurely, Please return to the world tree and return to this world the way you came. The expressions of Fengshu and the other 5 elders changed. The purpose of Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven bringing the decree of Third Young Master and Fourth Young Master was already very excessive. They didn't expect Qinmu's purpose to be even more excessive. He actually wanted them to return to where they came from. Yan Xiuji sneered, Seventh Young Master, in the past, your abilities were unfathomable and we respected you a little. Now, your abilities are only SOSO. Who knows, it was us 5 elders who sent you back and let you become 7th Young Master. Qinmu smiled and didn't say a word. Feng Hualian chuckled, 7th Young Master is the landlord, 4th sister cannot be impudent. 7th Young Master, your request is too excessive. Aren't you afraid that we will submit to 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master? Will the 5 of you? Qinmu asked. Ha ha ha. Feng Hualian stood up. His body was tall and sturdy like a mountain, and his white hair was like snow on a snowy mountain. His voice was like rolling thunder, it shook the heaven, of course not. The 5 elders of my Pikshu were also famous figures in the heaven and earth. They had become existences of the great Tao and had lived for billions of years. They had experienced the changes of the universe and were destroyed. In the past, we were willing to go into hiding when the Ilua Palace was still around. But now that the Ilua Palace is trapped in destruction, we naturally don't have to be afraid anymore. Although he looked old, he was full of heroic spirit. His voice spread throughout the heavenly court. The Ilua Palace has suppressed the universe for many centuries. How many geniuses have been unable to fulfill their ambitions? How many heroes have been turned into smoke? Making so many heroes and heroes have no choice but to bend their knees, unwilling to submit? Now, the opportunity has come. Qinmu smiled and listened quietly. In the celestial heavens, the prehistoric stowaways cheered in waves, deafening to the ears. Peak Lotus was in high spirits, he said loudly. Under the pressure of Miluo Palace, the universes quickly withered and withered, causing the number of Tao practitioners in the world to become fewer and fewer. If we let Miluo Palace continue to be tyrannical, no one will be able to attain Tao. When the destruction of the 17th epoch comes, we will all die. It's absolutely impossible for us to submit to Miluo Palace. Absolutely impossible. The thunderous shouts of the prehistoric stowaways came from the heavenly court. Feng Hualian took a step forward and looked down at Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven and Hallmaster Joy. He said coldly, the 2 of you, please return. Tell 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master that with the 5 elders of Feng Shu around, Miluo Palace can forget about submitting. Suddenly, a faint zither sound rang out. Qinmu held Heavenly Venerate Yu's hand and motioned her not to move. When the zither sound rang out, the vast and boundless heavenly court instantly trembled slightly. It was so subtle that it was almost unnoticeable. Heavenly Venerate Yu cultivated extreme void and was extremely sensitive to the changes in space, so she immediately noticed the slight tremor. Hall Master Happy also noticed the tremor, but the others didn't have such profound attainments. The last word of the Peak Lotus was spat out. Descend. As soon as the word descend was spat out, the South Heaven Gate suddenly tilted slightly, and a slanted crack silently appeared. The upper half of the South Heaven Gate seemed to have landed on an incomparably smooth slide, and without making any sound, it slid downwards. After the Peak Lotus spat out these impassioned words, he also noticed the strange state of the South Heaven Gate. He hurriedly turned his head and looked over, revealing a puzzled expression. The South Heaven Gate was not the only one that had split open. There were other palaces as well. The great halls and divine palaces of the heavenly court had been sliced into 2 by something. The upper half of the 1,000 palaces and tens of thousands of palaces were sliding down silently. He looked at the other heavenly gates and saw that the West Heaven Gate, the North Heaven Gate, and the East Heaven Gate of the heavenly court had also been sliced open and were sliding down. Boom! Suddenly, the upper part of a heavy weapon beside the altar slid down and fell to the ground. Then, there was another boom. The heavy weapon that the prehistoric stowaway had painstakingly built had been split into 2. Next to him, a prehistoric stowaway raised his hand and touched his neck. There was actually a bloody mark on his neck. He blinked his eyes, and his gaze was blank. Then, he saw the heads of his comrades around him fall off their necks one by one. The broken faces were extremely neat, and even their primordial spirits had been cut off in an extremely neat manner. My head, he saw his eyes slanted, and the skulls slowly fell off his neck. Feng Hualian's body stiffened. He stood on the altar, not daring to move at all. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Heavenly Emperor Hao exhaled, and a bloody line appeared on Feng Hualian's chest. His upper body flew backward, and he died an unnatural death. Who else? Heavenly Emperor Hao glanced around and suddenly laughed out loud. He said sternly, "Who else dares to disobey me? You or you?" His finger pointed at Yellow Hall, Green Cliff Jade, Yan Xiu Pavilion, and Li Shu. The other 4 old men felt their hairs stand on end and didn't dare to look at him. Just as Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's finger was about to point at Qin Mu, Hall Master Happy coughed. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven immediately retracted his finger and said with a cold smile, "Why don't you guys continue? Why don't you guys continue? You guys aren't worthy to say that I'm a dog." In the heavenly court, palaces were collapsing one after another. The upper bodies of the prehistoric experts who had sneaked into the heavenly court kept sliding down and dying. The collapse of the heavenly court was even more shocking. The arrangements of the 5 elders of Feng Shu were almost useless in front of the zither string of the 4th young master. A string and a zither sound could cut the heavenly court flat and even kill Feng Hualian, the leader of the 5 elders. Such ability was unheard of. There were still many prehistoric experts in the heavenly court who were lucky enough to survive and were not injured by the 4th young master's zither string. However, the shock caused by this zither string instantly destroyed all their ambitions and crushed their Dao hearts. Cold sweat broke out on the 4 elders' foreheads. Their Dao hearts were also on the verge of collapse. They believed that they had the upper hand and would definitely be able to stop the arrival of the Miluo Palace. In the past, the Miluo Palace only had the upper hand, and with the master of the Miluo Palace around, they suppressed the universe for many universe epochs, so they were willing to go into hiding. Now that they had the upper hand, the young master of the Miluo Palace was nothing more than a corpse on a platter. In terms of ability, he wasn't necessarily better than them. That was why they had the thought of stopping the 17th era of the palace. However, when they really made a move, they realized how great the gap between them and the young master of Miluo Palace was. The 4 elders of Feng Shu are still not going to submit? If I pluck the zither strings again, I'll make all of you cultivate bitterly for billions of years and turn them into nothingness. Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven stood up and took a step forward. Qin Mu frowned slightly. He had long expected Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven's Dao heart to collapse, but he hadn't expected it to be like this, so unbearable. In the Battle of Primordial World, Heavenly Emperor Yun had killed 2nd Young Master's clone and also destroyed his Dao heart, causing a flaw to appear in it. In Eternal Peace's counterattack, Qin Mu had held him back until Jiang Baigui had pacified Xuandu and came to support him. He had held him back until the situation was over. Ever since then, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's Dao heart had completely collapsed. Qin Mu had also encountered a similar situation. After Great Heavenly Emperor seized Yudu, his Dao heart had also completely collapsed, and he had to go to heaven to beg for forgiveness and surrender. The difference was that Yuchunzi had brought the news of Dao Ancestor and Great Brahma Heavenly King and Buddha back then, bringing a hint of hope. Eternal Peace's current situation had relied on this insignificant hope to turn the tables and defeat the heaven that seemed impossible to defeat. Great Heavenly Emperor also had hope. This hope came from his ancestral court, Jade Capital City, but he couldn't revive his Dao heart and allow himself to go further. This was because Qin Mu and Great Heavenly Emperor had different goals. Qin Mu wanted to realize his ideals, to obtain the right to live, to have equal rights, to let the gods be used by people, to push forward the idea that the people's daily use was the path of a saint. After he had lost all hope, any hope would bring him closer and closer to his ideals and ambitions, thus his Dao heart became stronger and stronger. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was doing it for his desire for power, and his Dao heart was also built on the foundation of his desire for power. Even if he obtained the support of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, his Dao heart wouldn't be able to return to the past. Jade Capital City would firmly control him and become his ruler, and he would only be a marionette. He was getting further and further away from monopolizing power. Feng Shu, 4 old men, kneel and worship me, kneel and worship me. Heavenly Emperor, vast heaven's gaze landed on the 4 old men and said with a dense voice, I want to use your power. I order you to immediately pass down the order to capture 7th Young Master Qin Mu and eliminate the Eternal Peace Bandits. Feng Shu, 4 old men hesitated for a moment and looked at each other. They looked at the corpse of Feng Hua Lotus lying on the sacrificial altar and were somewhat hesitant. The blood of the peak lotus flowed out of the corpse and dyed the altar red. However, the blood sacrifice in the ancestral court was still there. The blood sacrifice was devouring the essence energy and replacing it with energy at a steady pace. The 4 elders of Feng Shu stood up one by one. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian smiled. Heavenly Emperor Yu's heart tightened. He released the zither strap on his body. The Hall Master of Joy smiled when he saw this. Little sister, I really want to hear your zither melody. A Dao fruit suddenly floated up from her Dao tree and spun. With a buzz, Heavenly Venerate Moon instantly saw Hall Master happy everywhere. This was the performance of using the Dao of space to the extreme. Qin Mu had once told her that Hall Master Happy cultivated ultimate void as well, but it was different from her performance. From the looks of it now, that was indeed the case. Hall Master Happy's Dao of space walked the external aspect, placing the ultimate void into the Dao while the great Dao was placed outside. When her Dao of space was executed, the surrounding space was folded into countless portions, and there were countless Hall Master Happy. When they fought, Hall Master Happy could attack from countless directions. And every leaf of her Dao tree could be said to be the incarnation of Hall Master Happy. When her divine art was executed, countless incarnations of Hall Master Happy would attack at the same time, winning with numbers. At the same time, it would make it hard for people to distinguish their true bodies. Heavenly Venerate Moon played the zither with her slender fingers. The zither sound rang out. Sister wants to hear it, so I will make a fool of myself. The Hall Master of Joy let out a soft exclamation. The moment the zither sound rang out, the Heavenly Venerate Moon in her eyes changed. She folded the space into countless pieces. It looked as if there were countless of her. She could see all aspects of her opponent, including his internal organs, the structure of his divine treasure, the structure of his primordial spirit, and the structure of the great Tao. She could see everything clearly. This was the manifestation of the extreme elevation of the Tao of space. However, from her point of view, she could only see the front of Heavenly Venerate Moon. No matter which angle she looked from, she could only see the front of Heavenly Venerate Moon. She could not see anything else. This was the inner aspect of the Zenith Void, the manifestation of the Tao of space. Even though she and Heavenly Venerate You cultivated the Tao of space, they had walked on 2 completely different paths to attain Tao. Even if Hall Master Happy was knowledgeable, he couldn't help clicking his tongue in wonder. Beside Heavenly Venerate You, Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. Heavenly Venerate Yu's GG Void actually had some similarities to his divine treasure domain, which made him feel astonished. However, he didn't think too much about it. Qin Mu's techniques, skills, and divine arts had already been thrown to eternal pieces when Tao College to be studied by others. Heavenly Venerate You had most likely studied it before, so he had gained something from it. The 2 women were in a standoff. Heavenly Venerate You had a smile on his face as he lightly plucked the zither strings. The zither music was scattered into 2 or 3 pieces, but Hall Master Joy could feel a faint pain in her wound. Even though Heavenly Venerate You didn't play the zither, plucking the zither strings had stirred the ultimate killing intent in the wound that Sheng Jun had left on her, making it possible for the ultimate killing intent to erupt at any moment. To her, although the Tao wound left by Shang Jun could not kill her, it was definitely not a small threat. If they were to fight, the ultimate killing intent would explode and her strength would be greatly reduced. In a battle between Tao practitioners, the slightest mistake would probably result in her death and her Tao vanishing. She could not afford to be careless. Huang Tang, one of the 4 elders of Feng Shu, threw his head back and laughed loudly. There were tears of blood flowing down from his eyes, and his old voice was very thick and majestic. Huang Tang, The wind has turned green and opened. Zhang Yan said tearfully, blame Shi Zhangyan for the shadow of Chuixia. Li Shu of the Four Seas, Yi Tianju. Yan Pavilion's new fragrance, Sanxiu. The four of them chanted in unison, above the tower, 1,000 mountains are green. Guantu's peak has turned into a lotus. Big brother, if we don't take revenge, what can we do when we attain the Tao? We can't protect our Tao hearts. The five of us once swore that we would not wish to be born in the same year, the same month, the same day. We only wish to die in the same year, the same month, the same day. Big brother, wait for us to take revenge for you. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven knew something was wrong and immediately bowed. The four old men of Fengshu are stubborn. Fourth young master, please kill the enemy. Blood sacrifice this place. The four old men of Fengshu shouted in unison, and the sacrificial altar suddenly activated. In an instant, the sacrificial altar was like a sea of blood. The Tao patterns and Tao chains buried under the entire sacrificial altar were activated and pierced through the bodies of everyone on the sacrificial altar. Qin Mu sat there motionlessly. The Hall of Chaos suddenly appeared behind him, and the Tao chains in the sacrificial altar penetrated his body. They were shattered by the Hall of Chaos and turned into Qi of Chaos. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate You plucked the zither strings, and the sound of the zither rang out. Countless spaces in the surroundings cracked open to resist the power of the sacrificial altar. Her body swayed in space, and the small sacrificial altar seemed to have a greater world. She was allowed to shuttle back and forth. On the other side, Hall Master Joy activated her Tao tree and shouted, Fengshu and the other three elders, are you planning to die here? You've been digging holes and hiding under the world tree for countless universe eras. Why do you have to sacrifice your lives for a moment of anger? Her Tao tree spun, and branches of all sizes danced in the air. The branches of the Tao tree lashed out at the Tao chains, and the roots wrapped around the Tao chains, reducing the power of the altar. Suddenly, the sound of the zither entered her ears, and her heart jumped. Zixiao's Tao attainment. That girl is disturbing the fourth young master. She did not have the time to persuade the four elders of Fengshu. She immediately attacked Heavenly Venerate You and interfered with his playing. It was the first time the two girls had clashed. Hall Master Joy immediately noticed that Heavenly Venerate You's cultivation base was not enough, and he was delighted. Her Tao attainment is not perfect, and she is far inferior to me in terms of mana. Heavenly Venerate You's Song of Tao attainment was played, but the fourth young master's zither string that Heavenly Monarch was pulling over did not move at all. It was as if the fourth young master, Zixiao, had forgotten to activate his abhijna while listening to the song during the 16th epic's destruction. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Heavenly Monarch immediately suffered a disaster. His body was pierced through by many chains and hung in the air. The four old men of Fengshu came to attack. They each activated the Tao tree Tao fruit and took out their Tao attainment treasures. Huang Tang waved the treasure canopy, and the treasure canopy spun. With a whoosh, it pierced through the defense of Hall Master Happy's Tao tree. With a forceful stir, the Tao tree of Hall Master Happy shattered into pieces. The abilities of this old man were extremely tyrannical, and he actually had battle prowess that wasn't inferior to Hall Master. Of course, this was also the reason why Hall Master Happy was heavily injured by Shang Jun the moment he descended. He was also frightened by Qin Mu and didn't have time to entrust his Tao to the void. The five elders of Fengshu had already descended and entrusted their Tao to the void once more. They had already completed their Tao in the 17th epic, so their abilities even surpassed Hall Master of Joy. The three old men, Green Rock Jade, executed a stretch of green mist to envelop Qin Mu and executed Tao tree Tao fruit to hit the heart of Qin Mu's brows. The other two old men also executed their Tao treasure at the same time, and the power of Tao tree Tao fruit burst forth at the same time to kill Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Moon. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Moon's Purple Heaven Tao proving tune was interrupted by Hall Master Happy, and the zither tune was instantly cut off. The zither string behind Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's head trembled, and the divine arts of the fourth young master burst forth with the help of the zither string. The instant the power of the zither string burst forth, Qin Mu raised his hand, and a great abyss of returning ruins appeared. He placed the green cliff jade into the great abyss, and his body flashed to the back of Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's head. He pinched the zither string with his 2 fingers. Boom! The sacrificial altar shattered into pieces. At this moment, the sacrificial altar could be said to be in chaos. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was fixed in the air, and Hall Master Happy attacked Heavenly Venerate Moon. Heavenly Venerate Moon plucked his zither strings to disturb the 4th Young Master in the destruction of the 16th epic, and Qin Mu made a move on the zither strings of the 4th Young Master. The 4 old men killed everyone. The sacrificial altar broke, and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was immediately freed from his sacrificial state. Before he landed on the ground, he met the 3 old men, Green Rock Jade, and was smacked to the ground. At the same time, Qin Mu's finger landed on the zither string, and his 2 fingers swept forward along the zither string. Heaven Opening Chapter. A ray of light whizzed past the zither string and disappeared into the past space and time. The history of the 17th epoch was already 6 billion years old. Qin Mu's divine art followed the string that connected the past space and time and instantly went back 6 billion years of history. In a short instant, Qin Mu used the divine art and the zither string of the 4th Young Master to see his divine art follow the zither string back to the beginning of the ancestral court when it was sealed. It went through the battlefield between the Creator and the ancient god and went back in time. It allowed him to see the era where huge beasts filled the ancestral court and witness the rise of the Creator and the birth of the ancient gods. In the next instant, his divine art brought his gaze to an even more ancient era. 5 beginnings had been formed, and it was too easy to cut down the world tree and set fire to the prairie. Following which, his divine art brought his gaze through life creation tribulation and entered destruction tribulation. In the chaos of destruction tribulation, the incomparably magnificent ancestral court, Jade Capital City, stood erect in the chaos. It had gone through the baptism of destruction tribulation for a long time and was never broken. Qin Mu's divine art quickly passed through the zither strings and rushed into Jade Capital City. In Jade Capital City, under the Dao Tree, the 4th Young Master Zishao was dressed in embroidered clothes. He was sitting under his Dao Tree and playing the zither while pressing his index finger on a zither string. Boom! The power of heaven-opening writings came from the zither string. With a chi sound, a small section of the 4th Young Master Zishao's index finger was broken, and he couldn't help revealing an astonished expression. Breaking this finger wasn't a serious injury to him. He was also proficient in the technique of creation and could recover very quickly. However, this divine art was actually able to invade through his zither string. It was inconceivable that he had only noticed it when it was right in front of him. Old 7, you have some ability. 4th Young Master Zizhao's severed finger regenerated and sighed in admiration. He then stroked the zither gently and leisurely. On the other side, Qin Mu had just executed heaven-opening writings to plot against 4th Young Master when 2 fingers immediately exploded. 4th Young Master's divine art followed the zither sound and was immediately transmitted to his fingers. Even Hongmeng's corporeal body was unable to contend against his divine art. The 2 fingers that Qin Mu had exploded immediately turned into Qi of Chaos and turned back into 2 fingers. His path of great change trembled and transformed into great change divine axe. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had just crawled up when he saw Qin Mu raising an incomparably huge axe to chop at the back of his head. The divine axe divine art was incomparably exquisite, and even he couldn't understand Qin Mu's axe skill, let alone know how to dodge it. Heavenly Emperor Mu hates me to the bone, so he must kill me. I'll rest my life. Just as he thought of this, he saw that Qin Mu's axe had an extremely poor accuracy, and it struck the void. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was stunned. He saw that Qin Mu's axe had clearly missed, but it seemed to have hit something. The Great Change Divine Axe transformed from Great Change Path in his hand exploded from the impact, and even Qin Mu's palm was shaken until it was dripping with blood. The Great Change Divine Axe shattered, and a new path of Great Change formed. It still transformed into the Great Change Divine Axe, and Qin Mu spun around Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven rapidly, hacking at the back of his head with the Great Divine Art of Great Change Tree Cutting. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven didn't dare to move, and he stood there sweating profusely. He's fighting with Fourth Young Master across space. In the past, Hall Master Spirit Official had told him that he would die in less than 10 moves from Qin Mu, but that was more than 10 years ago. Now, he felt that if Qin Mu wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't be able to survive even one move. He would die if he made a move. Fortunately, Qin Mu was focused on dealing with the divine art that the Fourth Young Master had released from his zither string. The two of them had crossed swords 6 billion years ago, and the battlefield was now. The Fourth Young Master Zishao had suffered the loss of not being able to see Qin Mu's divine art. In addition to the effects of the Great Calamity of Destruction, he was inferior to Qin Mu in terms of changes and responses. He had torn apart the celestial heavens with a single strike and killed countless heavy weapons and prehistoric strong practitioners. Even existences like Peak Lotus, who had attained Tao of the older generation, had died under his zither strings. However, that strike had been accumulated for a long time, so Qin Mu wouldn't give him the time to accumulate his power when he fought with Qin Mu. Qin Mu's Great Change Divine Axe struck the zither strings, wanting to cut them off to prevent him from interfering with the 17th epoch. He also had to protect the zither string and use his divine art to protect it so that it wouldn't be cut off by Qin Mu. If Qin Mu cut off the zither string and severed his connection with the 17th epoch, he would be able to kill Great Heavenly Emperor with an axe in the next moment, killing the agent he had groomed. The arrival of Miluo Palace would be a distant future. Furthermore, he also had to stop Qin Mu's divine art from passing through the zither string to Jade Capital City. Qin Mu's strike that had injured his finger had exceeded his expectations, and he had already lost face. If Qin Mu were to succeed again, he would have lost a lot of face. The two of them fought quickly, and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven stood there, his hair standing on end. Qin Mu's axe followed suit and gathered around his head, making him unable to move. If I sneak attack Heavenly Emperor Mu now, can I heavily injure him and let Fourth Young Master get his hands on him? A bold thought suddenly appeared in Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's heart, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. At that moment, the 4 old men of Yen Xiao Pavilion arrived and attacked Qin Mu. Qin Mu frowned. He had used all his strength to deal with the divine arts from the zither strings of the 4th Young Master Zishao, so he had no time to deal with the divine arts of Yen Xiao Pavilion and the treasure of path accomplishment. The cultivation of Yen Xiao Pavilion was profound. In terms of paths, skills, and divine arts, even though they were inferior to him, their cultivation was far above his. If they were to fight head-on, Qin Mu could rely on his own paths, skills, and divine arts to defeat her. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to defeat her. At that moment, Qin Mu didn't have any extra strength to deal with Yen Xiaoji's attack. Suddenly, zither music sounded out, and Heavenly Venerate Yu's Purple Heaven Tao Proving Tune sounded out once more. The zither strings of the 4th Young Master instantly didn't have any divine arts coming over. Qin Mu let out a long sigh, and Great Change Divine Axe in his hand turned to slash at Yen Xiaoji. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven saw the advantage and immediately executed 10,000 heavenly wheels. The vital qi in his hands burst forth, turning into 10,000 heavenly wheels that ruthlessly imprinted on Qin Mu's back. Boom! 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 In his 10,000 heavenly wheels, the Tao realm had reached 32 heavens, and 64 loud bangs burst forth in succession. The power of the 10,000 heavenly wheels seals burst forth. Qin Mu's back suddenly swelled up, and the muscles on his back were like huge dragons squirming under his skin. They shook 64 times, and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven staggered back. At the same time, Qin Mu's tree-felling axe chopped down, colliding with the 3 Fragrance Pavilion of Graceful Swallow Pavilion. The 3 Fragrance Pavilion was the treasure of becoming the Tao of Graceful Swallow Pavilion. There was a hole in the pavilion, and the swallow flew out and pounced on Qin Mu's face. Its 2 sharp claws clawed at Qin Mu's eyes, and its beak pecked at the vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows. This swallow was one of the incense in 3 Fragrance Pavilion. It was the divine swallow that she had raised since she was young, and it had accompanied her through the great calamity of destruction. However, just as the divine swallow pounced on Qin Mu's face, the light in his 3 eyes shone brightly. He directly refined the divine swallow into ashes. Qi. Qin Mu's huge axe descended and split 3 incense exquisite pavilion apart. The second incense in exquisite pavilion was a mirror. When it split apart, the mirror was facing Qin Mu and kept him into the mirror with a swoosh. Swallow exquisite pavilion lifted up the third incense, but it was a powder pancake. It blew at the mirror and dust filled the air as it cried out sternly, "Die." Qin Mu's corporeal body that had fallen into the mirror immediately collapsed and shattered into countless pieces of dust, just like powder pancake that had turned into dust. Yan Xiuji had succeeded in one strike and was about to kill Great Heavenly Emperor when a layer of chaotic mist suddenly appeared in the mirror. With a cracking sound, the bright mirror cracked open. Yan Xiuji turned back and saw Qin Mu walking over from the chaotic mist. He raised his axe and hacked down. Yan Xiuji hurriedly executed his Dao tree to defend, and the Dao tree was broken by the axe. Yan Xiuji was astonished and called out sternly, "Second brother." Huang Tang was killing Hall Master of Joy when he heard that. He immediately gave up on Hall Master of Joy and took a step forward to kill. His treasure stronghold was powerful, so he raised his treasure stronghold and smashed it over. The treasure stronghold spun, and all kinds of paths, skills, and divine arts whizzed out. They spun together with the treasure stronghold. Great Change divine axe in Qin Mu's hand dispersed, and he used his hand as a sword. He slashed out horizontally, and the rain flew in all directions. Huang Tang's treasure stronghold was only left with a bare pole. The light pole of the treasure canopy of Yellow Hall came smashing over and hit Qin Mu's chest with a thud. Qin Mu shot backward and crashed into South Heaven Gate from the center of the Heaven Court, smashing the half of South Heaven Gate into pieces. Clang, clang, clang. The zither music burst forth, and the space of the Heaven Court suddenly folded and distorted. In Heavenly Venerate Yu's zither music, South Heaven Gate had just collapsed when it appeared beside the sacrificial altar. Qin Mu was sent back by her divine art. Be careful. Qin Mu had just landed when his expression changed drastically. He moved his body to block in front of Heavenly Venerate Yu. In order to save Qin Mu, the zither music was messed up, and the fourth young master came back to his senses. He sent a divine art through the zither strings to kill her. Qin Mu was also severely injured and had yet to recover from his injuries. He could only give a loud shout and stand Supreme Changing Coffin up to block in front of the two of them. Qi. An invisible power sliced through, and the coffin board of Supreme Changing Coffin instantly became a large piece thinner. Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Yu lowered their heads. The invisible divine art flew over their heads, and even though it was blocked by Supreme Changing Coffin, it still shaved off a strand of their hair. Hall Master Joy came charging over, and her figure could be seen from all directions. This woman was incomparably tyrannical, and she had actually blocked Li Shu while also killing them. Heavenly Venerate Yu immediately sat down and raised his head to look at Qin Mu. He understood and stood beside her, pointing at her. The power of primordial chaos finger burst forth, and it was like a strange phenomenon that had appeared at the beginning of the universe. The universe at the tip of his finger took the shape of a bell and spread out. Bang! The great bell trembled endlessly, pressing down on Heavenly Venerate Yu's zither music. Heavenly Venerate Yu entered the realm, and entered the Dao realm of Killing Path Tune. Shang Jun's Killing Path Tune instantly flowed out from her fingertip. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill, and instantly rose to the 37th kill. Before Hall Master Joy could reach her, her Dao injury suddenly burst out, and blood gushed out from her waist. She screamed and was covered by Li Shu's yellow field and pressed on the broken altar. Heavenly Venerate Yu felt a warmth in her heart. She heard the ringing of the bell and thought, if I can play a song with him, it will be worth it. At the same time, Huang Tang and Yan Xiu Pavilion were fighting around Heavenly Emperor Haotian. The fourth young master's zither music was vibrating non-stop, blocking the divine abilities of the two successful Dao practitioners. Their hands were bleeding from the shock, but they were like mad demons, fighting to the death. Qi. The zither string suddenly pierced through Huang Tang's head and sliced through his Dao tree. His head split open and the Dao tree fell. Qin Mu frowned and his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw a chest. He whispered, we have found the person we are looking for. Retreat quickly. Heavenly Venerate you glanced at the chest, and her heart stirred slightly. What is the purpose of this trip? She had originally thought that Qin Mu's goal was to convince the 5 elders of Feng Shu, but he had no intention of convincing them. Instead, he insisted on letting them return to where they came from. Later, she thought that Qin Mu wanted to kill the 5 elders of Feng Shu in one go, but he seemed to have little interest in them. Instead of killing them, he fought to the death with the zither strings of 4th young master. Now, Qin Mu had seen the chest and said that he had already achieved his goal. What was his goal then? She didn't know that Qin Mu's goal wasn't simple. One of his goals was to stir up trouble. If she and Qin Mu hadn't come, perhaps Heavenly Emperor would have been able to subdue the 5 elders of Feng Shu, and eternal peace would have been in danger. The reason Qin Mu had brought her here was to ensure that there was no chance for both sides to join hands. Even though Qin Mu didn't sow discord or use any underhanded moves, his arrival would give the 5 elders of Feng Shu the illusion that they were standing on 3 legs, causing them to make a wrong judgment. The triangular structure was the most stable structure, so the best move to maintain this stable structure was to maintain the 3 legs standing on 3 legs. The 5 elders of Feng Shu wouldn't join any side and would establish their own sect. Therefore, Feng Huayan had made bold words to stop the descent of Miluo Palace and not join hands with Qin Mu at the same time. However, his judgment was wrong. Miluo Palace was too powerful, so it was impossible for them to be 3-legged tripod. That was why Feng Huayan died. This was chaos. If Qin Mu hadn't come, he wouldn't have been able to form this seemingly stable chaos state. As the 7th young master's chaos, everything Qin Mu passed through was naturally chaos. It was extremely chaotic. Heavenly Venerate you stroked the strings of his zither and played the Tao-proving tune of Purple Heaven. The divine art that came from the zither music of the 4th young master stopped. When the divine art of the 4th young master stopped, Yan Xiu Pavilion immediately rushed over and Hall Master Happy broke free from Li Shu's yellow field. When he saw the situation, he immediately swept up the Heavenly Venerate and left in a flash. Huang Tang wasn't dead yet. The strike of the 4th young master had broken his Dao tree and severed his head. However, because the 4th young master wanted to stop them from killing Heavenly Venerate, he had managed to escape. His technique was unique, and it was just enough to restrain Hall Master Happy's Dao of space and knock the 2 of them down. Another round of battle ensued. Li Shu and Zhang Yanshui came to kill Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate you. Heavenly Venerate you sat down and played the zither while Qin Mu stood beside her and walked around her, blocking Li Shu and Zhang Yanshui's attacks. The 4 elders of Feng Shu's group were red-eyed from the killing. They didn't care about right and wrong, nor did they care about right and wrong, killing them mercilessly. Qin Mu frowned and saw the chest leaving into the distance. He said solemnly, it's done. Heavenly Venerate you put away the ancient zither, and a peach blossom bloomed on his fingertip. More and more petals fluttered, and by the time Li Shu and Zhang Yanshui dispersed the peach blossom, Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate you had already disappeared without a trace. The 4 elders of Feng Shu are really valiant. Heavenly Venerate you brought Qin Mu to the outside of the heavenly court. When he turned his head back, he saw the 4 elders of Feng Shu surrounding Hall Master of Delight and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven in a fierce battle. They had almost turned the heavenly court into a wasteland. The abilities of these 4 elders are outstanding, but they are still no match for 4th young master's zither string. Qin Mu looked into the distance and said with a worried expression, "What I'm worried about is that 4th young master slaughtering everyone in all directions will make Miluo Palace descend even faster." When the 4th young master plucked the zither string for the first time, he was truly incomparably stunning. With a single strike, even Dao practitioners were reduced to ashes. Of course, it was done by accumulating power and wasn't a normal method. But even so, the 4 old men of Feng Shu were definitely not the 4th young master's match, let alone the Hall Master of Joy by his side. At that moment, tapping sounds could be heard. The chest quickly ran out of the celestial heavens and came to Qin Mu's side, rubbing against his calf intimately. Qin Mu smiled slightly and took out the lower half of Hall Master Chuji's body. "Do you want it?" The chest jumped around in a hurry, trying to keep the treasure into its own body. However, it was still close. Qin laughed loudly and took a glance at the unfamiliar man who was walking over. The man's face was full of beard and he was very majestic. He didn't look like a human and had lizard scales on his face. There were also a few lizard bone plates on top of his head. Qin said with a smile. The man sized up the lower half of Hall Master Chu Ji's body and had a strange gaze. His eyes were vertical as he asked, "The body of a Dao practitioner?" Hall Master Chu Go, one of the 72 Hall Masters of Miluo Palace, might be the Hall Master with the strongest abilities. Qin said, "In order to deal with him, I went through a lot of trouble." Xing'an nodded and said, "I want it." "What do you want me to do?" Qin put down Great Change Coffin. "Open this divine coffin and release the people inside safely." Xing'an went forward to take a look and said, "This coffin is much more perfect than the one I refined for you. If it was in the past, I wouldn't be able to open it." Qin frowned, and Xing'an continued, "However, a layer of the coffin has been sliced off by 4th Young Master's zither strings, so there's a flaw. Give me half a year, and I'll open the coffin." Qin frowned. "Half a year is too long. How about 3 months?" Xing'an said indifferently, 3 months, I can only guarantee you a crippled one." Qin head was huge, and he gritted his teeth. "Then half a year. No matter what, we have to rescue him in one piece." He handed Hall Master Chu Ji's corporeal body to him and said, "Take the coffin away. In half a year, I want to see the person in the coffin. If I can't see him, you know my methods." Xing'an didn't take his threat to heart at all, and his gaze became strange. "This coffin is of high quality. Even if you search in the ancestral court and give you a few thousand years, you won't be able to find the materials needed to refine it. Are you really willing to give this coffin to me? Aren't you afraid that I'll take it for myself?" Qin couldn't help laughing. "Fellow Taoist, you can still occupy this coffin and lie in it yourself?" Xing'an thought for a moment and nodded. He stared at the coffin and said, "I really want to give it a try. The quality of this coffin is very good." Heavenly Venerate You had a strange expression as she sized up Xing'an. Xing'an's body shouldn't be his real body, right? What does he look like? She became even more curious. Heavenly Venerate Mu, Su Xinghua, Jiang Baigui, Xing'an, Hua Xuanxiu, Ciyu, Qin Fo Qing. In this era, there are really quite a number of heavenly venerates that have been born, and they aren't inferior to the early years of Dragon Han. These people were all people who had made their own achievements in their respective domains. If they were to be divided by their contributions to the cultivation system, Su Xinghua would be ranked ahead of Qin Mu. And Xing'an's contributions were due to the astonishing contributions he had made in Daowen Courtyard. Xing'an put away the god burial coffin and the lower half of Hall Master Chu Ji's body and left with the chest. Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate You watched him disappear into the vast mountains of the ancestral court. What an extraordinary person, Heavenly Venerate You praised. The way Xing'an looked at you just now wasn't right. When he looked at you, he was always staring at your neck and sometimes at your skull. His gaze never looked straight into your eyes. He wants my head. Qin didn't mind and smiled. It's just that he doesn't have the ability. He took a step forward and walked in the direction of the world tree. Since we're here, let's go and take a look under the world tree. The 5 elders of Feng Shu leaving the world tree always made me feel uneasy. According to Hall Master Happy, the 5 elders had always been hiding under the world tree. This time, they didn't seem to have left of their own accord when they left the world tree and occupied the celestial heavens. Instead, they seemed to have been forced away by someone. Heavenly Venerate You frowned and followed his footsteps. Even though their footsteps weren't fast, their speed was astonishing. At that moment, a zither sound suddenly came from the depths of space and time. Qin was horrified and hurriedly pulled Heavenly Venerate You down. The celestial heavens suddenly split into 2 and was cut open by the zither sound. Following that, the zither sound suddenly became noisy and urgent. The beads fell onto the jade plate and the celestial heavens instantly shattered into pieces. Qin turned back to look and saw the vast heaven being split apart by invisible blades and disintegrated. In the sound of the zither, the 4 old men of Feng Shu flew around in an attempt to dodge the invisible blades. However, there were still people who couldn't dodge, and their heads were cut off by the sound of the zither. He didn't know which one of the 4 old men was the one. Fourth young master is angry. Just as Qin thought of this, a ray of light flew out from under the world tree like the tail of a swallow. It flew to the crumbling heaven, and with a crack, the sound of the zither was suddenly cut off. Qin looked over with his vertical eye at the heart of his brows and saw the 2 broken zither strings dancing in space and time. They swirled and suddenly swept toward the world tree. The 2 strings couldn't be seen with the naked eye. When they moved silently. When they swept toward the world tree, they passed through 6 or 7 divine cities built by strong prehistoric experts. When they passed by, the divine cities didn't have any abnormalities. However, when the zither strings flew far away, the divine cities actually split apart soundlessly. The prehistoric gods in the cities were all heavenly venerate-level existences with tyrannical abilities. However, they didn't know what had happened and died. Under the world tree, 2 leaves flew over. The leaves grew bigger and bigger, and when they met the 2 zither strings, they swirled and entangled the zither strings. Suddenly, the leaves burned, and the zither strings burned as well. The 2 flames disappeared into the depths of time and space along the zither strings, and they should soon reach the apocalypse of the 16th epoch. Qin heart trembled violently, and he stopped walking. He said solemnly, You go back. I'll go to the world tree alone. Heavenly Venerate You hesitated for a moment. She didn't see the clash between the zither strings and the leaves of the world tree. She only saw the divine cities suddenly split open, and the 2 leaves flew over. They suddenly curled up and burned. She didn't see the battle that was as light as lifting heavy weights. How strong are the people under the world tree? She asked. Qin expression was solemn, and he said solemnly, not inferior to the young master of Miluo Palace. Take care. Heavenly Venerate You carried the zither on her back and left, her figure disappearing. Qin composed himself and walked toward the world tree. Behind him, the heaven collapsed, and the 3 old men who had survived were covered in blood. They attacked Hall Master Happy and Great Heavenly Emperor in a frenzy, and Hall Master Happy brought Great Heavenly Emperor to escape. They went straight for the army of the Heavenly Court led by the Empress. Qin came to the Great Black Mountain and saw the world tree growing taller and taller. It lifted the sky of the ancestral court, making it even taller than before. When he stood there and looked up, it seemed like all the worlds in the heavens were much closer. However, Qin knew that this was just an illusion. In fact, all the worlds in the heavens were always far away from the ancestral court. The world tree grew, and the ultimate void also expanded continuously, pushing the tens of thousands of worlds away from each other. According to the deduction of the master of Miluo Palace, in 800 billion years, the entire universe would turn into a void membrane. There was a vast expanse of chaos behind Qin, and the Hall of Chaos sat on the Chi of Chaos. He walked into the Great Black Mountain and asked in a clear voice, "Which Dao brother is staying in my territory?" "Your territory?" "Seventh young Master Chaos, when did you become the lord of this place?" "Under the world tree," an old voice said. "I've been staying here for more than 10 chaos years." "Back then, when you came to visit me under the world tree, you didn't say that." In the 16th epoch, in the long river of chaos, in Jade Capital City, 2 streaks of fire suddenly burned along the strings of the zither. Fourth young Master Zixiao's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly shook his hand. The flames had already burned his fingers. The 4th young master blew out a breath in an attempt to extinguish the flames on his fingers. However, the flames suddenly became incomparably fierce. He opened his mouth and blew, actually burning his skin and flesh open. The flesh and blood on his 2 fingers were instantly burned away. White bones were revealed. Papa. The white bones were also burned to ashes, and the flames followed his 2 fingers to light up the other fingers. 4th young master raised his hand to chop off his right hand. With a wave of his sleeve, the severed hand flew into the river of chaos. His right hand burned fiercely in the river of chaos, and soon, it turned into a pile of ashes that no longer existed. 4th young master Zixiao's expression sank, and he flicked his sleeve. The old thing under the world tree actually escaped. In the Great Black Mountain, Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly. Looks like this person is an old friend of mine from the past universe. Of course, I haven't returned to the past universe yet, so he's an old friend of mine in the future. To him, getting acquainted with the existence under the world tree that could contend against fourth young master was something that would happen in the future, but to that person, it was something that had already happened. However, I wasn't that bad in the past universe. At any rate, I still have friends. Qin Mu revealed a smile and walked toward the world tree. Along the way, he saw many black mountains that were like bug pupae that had already been broken open. The prehistoric strong practitioners that were parasitic on the Black Mountains were breaking out of the pupae. The power of the Great Black Mountains was much bigger than the 5 elders of Feng Shu who were entrenched in the heaven. The prehistoric strong practitioners that had come out of the Black Mountains were still very weak. They were drawing the spirit qi and spirit energy of the heaven and earth. In a breath's time, the stars in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. The starlight also became much dimmer. When Qin Mu walked over, he saw 2 to 3 stars that had been extinguished due to the plundering of these prehistoric strong practitioners, turning into death stars. Maybe they aren't friends. His face gradually sank. Along the way, he had felt a deep enmity. The vast majority of the prehistoric strong practitioners entrenched in the Great Black Mountain were showing strong enmity towards him. If I was a good friend of the existence under the world tree, how could these smugglers reveal such intense hostility towards me? Qin Mu's face was as heavy as water, and the back of his neck was drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, this might not be a visit to an old friend, but it might also be a suicide mission. The original Great Black Mountain had long become lush and green with the revival of the world tree, becoming a sacred ground that made people envious. Now that these prehistoric strong practitioners had sneaked over, they devoured the spirit qi and spirit energy of heaven and earth to replenish the consumption in the destruction tribulation. This caused this place to become incomparably barren. Qin Mu frowned slightly. The world tree in front of him, on the other hand, became even more lush and strong, displaying the upright and majestic bearing that could support all the worlds in the world. The ancestral home tree, 1 year old, one wither and flourish. Chaos cannot be burnt out. After the tribulation, it will be reborn again. Under the world tree, the old voice was singing. The voice suddenly carried resentment, and it suddenly went on a killing spree. It's too easy to cut down my tree, and even the heavens burn my roots. Fortunately, spring has come to take care of me, returning my brocade city. Qin Mu ignored the enmity of others and walked up to the song. He saw a pond under the tree in front of him. The pond wasn't big, and a white-haired old man was bathing in the pond. His hands were tugging at the white towel behind his back. Qin Mu was stunned. The spiritual qi in the pond was overbearing. It was actually the Dao Du and primordial chaos primordial liquid that dripped from Tuizi's Dao tree. It was mixed together by the old man and turned into his bath. Taiyi's Dao tree would most likely appear at night and drip down the Dao Du that was used to repair Black Mountain. After Su Shenghua left, the remaining Dao Du should not be enough to create such a large bath. However, there was quite a number of it. Such a treasure was actually used by the old man to bathe. Not only was he soaking in the Dao Du and primordial chaos essence, he was actually bathing inside. It was truly a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure. The white-haired old man was in high spirits in the pond. When he saw Qin Mu coming, he smiled and said, "Seventh brother of Miluo Palace, come down and take a bath together." Qin Mu shook his head and said, "I have the body of primordial chaos, so there's no need for me to borrow such a treasure." Is the body of primordial chaos very powerful? Not necessarily. The white-haired old man laughed loudly and stood up from the pond. Qin Mu moved his gaze away to look at the world tree while the old man walked to the side of the pond and picked up his clothes, putting them on neatly. "Fourth brother of Miro Palace has been chased away by me, so even Zishao would be at a disadvantage with that divine art of mine. Seventh brother of Miro Palace, you owe me a favor." Qin Mu retracted his gaze and looked at the elder's face. He smiled and said, "Dao brother had severed fourth young master's zither string just to save Feng Shu and the other 2 elders. This favor isn't for me, it's for Feng Shu and the other 2 elders." The white-haired elder shook his head. What kind of people are Feng Shu and the other two elders? Do you think they are worthy of me giving them a favor? These 5 old geezers didn't know how to do other things. They only knew how to dig holes under the trees every day, afraid that they wouldn't have the chance to live to the next era. They were really annoying. In this era, they still plan to stay here. I'm really annoyed with them, that's why I chased them out. Qin Mu greeted him and said, "May I ask how I should address you, Dao brother? Where did you come from?" The white-haired old man gave a faint smile. "7th brother of Miro Palace, you still don't know where I came from? When you came to see me back then, you could see where I came from with a single glance. You were very respectful and said you owed me a lot of favors, even writing me an IOU." Qin Mu opened the vertical eye in the heart of his brows to look, but he couldn't see the old man's roots. He could only see a divine light enveloping his true body, but the vertical eye in the heart of his brows couldn't see through it. Back then, the master of Miluo Palace worshipped me, but later on, it was too easy to cut me down. Fortunately, in order to prevent those little fellows from sneaking in from the roots, he had no choice but to take Daodu every day to water my roots and breathe a sigh of relief for me. I took advantage of the unsealing of Miluo Palace and resurrected from death. It wasn't easy for me to plant my roots, but you used Tai's axe to cut me down again. The white-haired old man took a glance at Qin Mu and said, "After you chopped off my roots, you planted them in your own divine treasure. I didn't expect you to actually plant them alive. What a strange thing." Qin Mu stared at him with wide eyes, unable to speak. "It was only then that I suddenly understood why you said you owed me a lot of face, and even gave me an IOU." The white-haired old man shook his head and sighed. "I originally thought that I had taken advantage of 7th young master, who was slippery and merciless, but I didn't expect that it wasn't an IOU, but a huge pit." Qin Mu's mind went blank. He looked at him, then at the world tree beside him, then turned his head back to look at him again and again. "So, what if you cut me? I'll just regenerate. Who asked me to take your IOU?" The white-haired old man frowned, but his spirit was immediately roused. He smiled. "Tai also wanted to cut me. Fortunately, it was you who spoke up, so he didn't kill me. I finally have a chance to catch my breath. The earthquakes here every day aren't from Miluo Palace, but my roots are stealing the energy of destruction to allow me to grow." Qin Mu suddenly remembered that when the saplings of the world tree grew, earthquakes often happened on the Great Black Mountain. After every earthquake, a large portion of the saplings of the world tree would suddenly spring out, and their growth speed was astonishing. At that time, he had guessed that the rapid growth of the world tree was caused by the mischief of Miluo Palace. They had intentionally allowed the world tree to grow so that it would be convenient for the prehistoric strong practitioners to sneak over. He hadn't expected that the earthquakes weren't caused by Miluo Palace, but by the roots of the world tree, stealing the chi of chaos to allow it to grow rapidly. I've always been on tenterhooks, afraid that Tai would go crazy and slash me again. Luckily, he left. The white-haired elder smiled. Tai left you to repair Black Mountain, but you also left, leaving Su Shenghua behind. He didn't even have a smile on his face every day, which was truly boring. Later, Su Shenghua also left, so I came out to walk around. The little fellows hidden in my roots were also exposed by me. Now, you know my background, right? Qin Mu finally calmed down and bowed before asking again, "May I ask how to address you, Dao brother?" The white-haired old man said leisurely, "The name was given by someone else. I was originally a perfectly fine tree, so how could I have a name? However, the master of Miluo Palace called me Old Man Wuya." Qin Mu nodded silently. He suddenly said, "There's no limit to life, and there's no limit to Dao. Fellow Daoist is indeed worthy of the title of Old Man Wuya. However, I don't think that fellow Daoist is a person who does nothing. If fellow Daoist releases so many strong practitioners from the prehistoric era, it will only endanger the 17th epoch and make it quickly disappear. Since fellow Daoist has come back to life, why not let the 17th epoch last longer?" Old Man Wuya glanced at him and asked, "Whether the 17th epoch lasts longer has nothing to do with me." Qin Mu was slightly stunned. If the 17th epoch lasts longer, the great calamity of destruction will arrive later. Perhaps the living beings of the 17th epoch can even solve the great calamity of destruction. What does it have to do with me? Old man Wuya chuckled. I absorb energy from the chaos, and every time I destroy the great calamity, it's the time for me to grow. Not only do I not wish for the 17th epoch to last for a long time, I even wish for it to end even faster. Old Seven of Miluo Palace, you have found the wrong person. The corners of Chinmu's eyes twitched, and he suddenly smiled. Different paths lead to different strategies. Looks like I've come to the wrong place. Farewell. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Old man Wuya flapped his sleeves, and the branches and leaves of the world tree fluttered in the wind. He smiled and said, It's rare for us to meet again, so how can we leave without catching up? Chinmu laughed loudly. For Dao brother, it's catching up, but for me, it's not. I still have some important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you anymore. Farewell. He turned around to leave, and old man Wuya's voice suddenly came from behind him. He said leisurely, Miluo Palace's 7th brother, who sent you back to the past to let us meet. I asked you this question before, but you didn't answer. Now I understand. In front of Chinmu, the sky suddenly dimmed. Beyond the area covered by the world tree was a scene of the chaotic apocalypse. Chinmu stopped in his tracks. Old man Wuya's laughter came from behind him. So it's me, I sent you back to the past. No wonder you didn't tell me. Chinmu had a smile on his face as he looked down at his palm. The path of great change flowed in his palm and faintly transformed into a great change divine axe. He smiled. Dao brother, why did great change want to chop you? This matter isn't big, but it's not small. Old man Wuya stroked his white beard and said with a smile, I let the master of Miluo Palace chop him to death, so he naturally wants to take revenge. Why, do you want to chop me too? The treasure light flowed in Chinmu's hand, and great change divine axe slowly took form. This time, he felt danger, an unprecedented danger. It was even more dangerous than the time when he faced 3rd and 4th young masters of Mycroft Palace. Old man Wuya's abilities were unfathomable. He was also involved in the grudges between Mycroft Palace and Heaven Capital City, and it could be said to be a crucial link. Chinmu had once met the land where Tiandu had split open the heavens in the filthy fields of the ultimate void. There, he had seen Tiandu Palace Master leading the Dao practitioners of Tiandu City to open up primordial chaos and evolve the universe. At that time, Miluo Palace didn't interfere and just watched everything in silence. However, later on, the master of Miluo Palace had killed Tiandu Palace Master and said, What you are doing is wrong. From what old man Wuya had said, the inside story of the master of Miluo Palace attacking the master of Tiandu wasn't that simple. Ever since then, the battle between Tiandu City and Miluo Palace had continued without end and hadn't stopped until now. Chinmu lowered his head and looked at the treasure light in his hand. The master of Miluo Palace is the teacher of all cultivators. From the 1st epoch to the 17th epoch, the origin of all paths, skills, and divine arts can be said to be closely related to him. Why would he listen to you and attack Tiandu? Old man Wuya walked toward him, and Chinmu's hair stood on end. His back was facing old man Wuya. When he walked toward him, he felt like the huge tree that held up the sky of the ancestral court was pressing down on him. The entire universe seemed to have become the pressure of the world tree. It forced him to desperately want to get rid of this pressure. To get rid of this pressure, he had to walk forward, but in front of him was the scene of the great apocalypse outside the world tree. If he stepped inside, he would enter prehistoric times. He had once mistakenly entered one of them, which was why he had allowed Taisu to come into the world ahead of time and formed a grudge with goddess Taisu. The current Chinmu wasn't in any danger when he entered prehistoric times. The great apocalypse couldn't kill him, but once he entered, it would be difficult for him to come back. The time he had mistakenly entered the prehistoric era was when he had sneaked back with Taisu to catch the roots of the world tree. This time, old man Wuya wouldn't give him the chance. He closed his eyes, and the treasure light in his hand slowly dimmed. It turned into the starting form of Heaven Opening Heaven chapter, ready to pull out his sword at any moment. Heaven Opening Heaven chapter was a sword that had opened up primordial chaos, and it was also the deepest Tao realm that Qin Mu had comprehended. Primordial chaos finger, red rope knotted together, and it was too easy to cut down trees. They were all paths, skills, and divine arts that he had learned, so they couldn't be classified into Tao realm. Heaven Opening Heaven chapter was a divine art of Tao realm that he had comprehended when he saw many strong practitioners opening up heaven and earth. His comprehension of Heaven Opening Heaven chapter was even deeper than the other divine arts. His sword was ready to be unleashed, but his target wasn't Old Man Wuya, but the great calamity of destruction outside the world tree. There was only one way to avoid falling into the apocalypse. That was to split the apocalypse in half from the middle before he was forced to leave the world tree and step into the apocalypse. There was no need to split the apocalypse in half. He only needed to carve out a path and break out. As long as he did not fall into the apocalypse, he would not return to the past. This was the best strategy he could think of to deal with the current situation. However, this action had completely exposed his back to Old Man Wuya. No matter how perfect his body skills were, it wouldn't be difficult for Old Man Wuya to heavily injure him with his abilities. However, Qin Mu had no choice but to do so. Why did your teacher listen to me and have no choice but to attack Tiandu? Old Man Wuya's footsteps were very slow. He said leisurely, "He has the hearts of all living beings in the world and is an unimaginable warm-hearted person. He is also an unimaginable naivety. Only with such a warm-hearted heart and such a pure Tao heart could he have such high achievements. I didn't bewitch him nor did I cater to his interests. I only helped him confirm one of his judgments." Qin Mu's pressure became heavier and heavier, and his voice became a little hoarse. "Teacher, what judgment do you have?" The master of Miluo Palace that Old Man Wuya had mentioned reminded him of Lan Yutian. He had the same pure Tao heart, warm-hearted and kind-hearted. Probably, the master of Miluo Palace and Lan Yutian were the same kind of people, which was why so many geniuses were loyal to him. The heavens capital opened up heaven and earth and evolved into a new universe. The seventh era universe's innate Tao was actually determined by the Tao practitioners of the heavens capital city. The Tao practitioners of the heavens capital city's great Tao became the seventh era universe's innate Tao. Old Man Wuya continued to walk over, recalling the past. This restricted the development of Tao techniques and divine arts, and it also brought other problems. The practitioners of Tiandu had become ancient gods, so it was very difficult for an existence to have a deeper comprehension than them on the Tao of innate in the seventh epoch. This was an invisible shackle. Apart from that, Tiandu had grasped the greatest power in the seventh epoch and had begun to change the rules of this universe. Tiandu City had treated the seventh epoch as a testing ground to test their ideas. Qin Mu's muscles twitched, and under the pressure, he couldn't help moving forward. He was getting closer and closer to the apocalypse outside the world tree. "It's good to change the rules, but there will definitely be failures, right?" he said with a hoarse voice. He only needed to take one more step, and he would have no choice but to unleash Heaven Opening chapter to enter the apocalypse and try to split open a path. And whether this move would succeed or not was still unknown. Suddenly, Old Man Wuya stopped, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. "What you said is right. The Tao practitioners of Heaven Capital City have made many innovations, but they have mostly failed. They used the seventh epoch as a testing ground and caused many great disturbances, causing people to be plunged into misery and suffering. They had a conflict with the ideals of Miluo Palace." Old Man Wuya maintained this immense pressure, but he didn't raise it to the point that he had no choice but to give up his life. The conflict of ideals is more terrifying than right, wrong, good, and evil, he said unhurriedly. Right, wrong, good, and evil. There are right and wrong. If you are wrong, just correct it. However, the conflict of ideals was different. If ideals clashed, life and death would be separated. "I'm only telling Palace Master Miluo that heaven is a bunch of blasphemers. Their ideals are wrong, and there's no way to correct them." The corners of Qin Mu's eyes twitched. He wanted to open his eyes, but he didn't. Instead, he continued to accumulate energy. When he opened his three divine eyes, the energy he had accumulated for a long time would burst forth. However, Old Man Wuya didn't give him the chance at all. I still have my own selfish motives. Old Man Wuya smiled. The people of Tiandu are too ridiculous. Everyone is a lawless person with many thoughts. They caused chaos in the 7th epoch and even researched my secrets, starting to walk the path of not cultivating the Tao tree. He sighed. They even wanted to control the world tree and me, which made me very unhappy. The Tao realm of Miluo Palace became the path. Cultivating the Tao tree and imitating me also made me. And I also protected the Tao practitioners so that they could survive the destruction tribulation. Isn't that good? Why should I change? He shook his head. Tiandu can only die. Qin Mu smiled and the muscles on his right arm bulged. He became several times thicker than usual. Tao brother, your selfishness is more important than anyone else. The 3rd young master of Miluo Palace had left behind Jade Capital traps and Lingxiao traps for the cultivators of the 17th epoch, while you had left behind Tao tree traps for them. Such ability makes me admire you. Old Man Wuya sighed. To you, a year is a year. To me, a universe epoch is a year. At that time, I was only 7 years old, so it was normal for me to have some thoughts of my own. Old 7 of Miluo Palace, are you waiting for the sun to rise? He smiled. Wait until the sun rises and the destruction tribulation outside the world tree disperses, then you can escape. Qin Mu was silent. You won't be able to wait. Old Man Wuya said leisurely, the world tree runs through universe after universe, which is the eternal and unchanging material in this world. There's a blasphemer in the capital of heaven, and her divine arts aren't easy and are very marvelous. And I'm naturally not easy. I can make the world tree stay in the darkness forever, and the outside world will always be a calamity of destruction. The corners of Qin Mu's eyes twitched. I can send you to the calamity of destruction in any universe epoch. Old Man Wuya said, 7th young master, Chaos, you've answered your Tao name. It's too unfortunate. The world tree had always relied on devouring chaos to grow. Every destruction tribulation was a chance for growth. You have comprehended your own path from chaos and cultivated your own Tao. No matter how much you grow, you will be restrained by me. Perfect restraint. Qin Mu tried his best to keep a smile on his face. The veins on his right arm twitched as he looked for a chance to strike. I thought we were friends. Old Man Wuya smiled. We will be friends. Didn't I tell you to cut off my seedlings and plant them in your divine treasure? When you returned to the past to meet me, you and I were also polite and called each other friends. You even gave me an IOU. Qin Mu's body tensed up, and every muscle in his body was beating crazily. Old Man Wuya raised his foot, and the instant he did so, the pressure he felt suddenly increased explosively. Thud! Old Man Wuya stepped forward, and the unparalleled pressure forced Qin Mu to unleash all his strength to resist it. You aren't my match, and I don't want to hurt you either. You can't escape from my control either. The pressure Old Man Wuya gave him reached its peak, causing the black mountain under Qin Mu's feet to begin to float. It was soft, and huge black rocks floated in the air, disintegrating under the violent tremor of vital qi. You can't split open a path. If you split open the first layer of chaos, you will see the second layer and the third layer. In front of you, there will be 15 layers of chaos waiting for you, which will make you exhausted. The power contained in Qin Mu's muscles had finally reached its limit, and he had no choice but to take a step forward. When he took this step forward, he twisted his waist, turned around, and made his move. Boom! His heaven-opening writings didn't slash at destruction behind him, but at Old Man Wuya. This strike had been accumulated for a long time, and it contained almost all of his power. At the same time, the short distance between his back and destruction suddenly split open, and a returning ruin's lotus flower appeared. It took root in the chaotic chi of destruction and absorbed the power of destruction. This helped increase the power of his attack. In this world, not only could the move too easy cut down the world tree, but so could his divine ability. He was determined to obtain this attack. Behind Qin Mu, the lotus flower of ultimate became incomparably huge in an instant. It was thousands of times larger than Qin Mu's body, and the lotus flower used destruction tribulation as a sea of chaos to absorb the power of destruction tribulation. The chi of chaos and destruction tribulation condensed into a sea and stood erect behind Qin Mu. The lotus leaves floated on the surface of the sea. Kacha. Violent tremors came, and with Qin Mu as the center, the space distorted like a great abyss of ultimate. From the outside, it was boundless darkness. From Qin Mu's point of view, the space shattered, and the wind of heat desolation made the place incomparably bright. He stood in the great abyss and swung his sword in anger. The power that surged out from the sea of chaos rushed into his body and flowed through it, turning into the power of heaven-opening writings. Under his feet, vital chi took form and imitated the sacrificial altar where heaven-opening writings was located. The sacrificial altar rose, and all kinds of beautiful markings were incomparably bright, strengthening the power of his strike. Behind him, Hall of Chaos appeared in destruction. The chi of chaos and destruction surged crazily, making his cultivation rise step by step. He had never erupted with such terrifying power before. The great abyss trembled, and the power of heaven-opening heavens chapter burst forth to the extreme. It turned into a snow-white ray of light that slashed out from sinkhole. Old man Wuxia had never expected this change. Qin Mu's reaction was beyond his expectations. According to his speculation, Qin Mu's best choice was to throw himself into destruction tribulation under his pressure and use heaven-opening heavens chapter to open a path, cleaving apart the calamity of the 16th epoch. At that time, Qin Mu would enter the calamity of the 15th epoch. If Qin Mu still had the strength left to break through the calamity of the 15th epoch, he would enter the calamity of the 14th epoch. The stronger he was, the older the era of exile would be. If Qin Mu's strength reached young master's level, he would probably be exhausted in the calamity of the first epoch and fall to the first epoch. At that time, Qin Mu wouldn't be able to return to the present. If Qin Mu wanted to return, he would need to borrow third young master's blood sacrifice to exchange quality and energy in the 17th epoch. And with Qin Mu's personality, he definitely wouldn't do that. Third young master and fourth young master would definitely not help him to exchange, so Qin Mu could only stay in the past forever. However, not only did Qin Mu not take the initiative to enter the calamity, he even attacked him. The power of this sword was majestic. The moment the sword light slashed out from the distorted and shattered space of great abyss of returning ruins, the light pierced through the vast space under the world tree, wanting to cut him and the world tree in half. Old man Wuxia's white hair fluttered in the sword light, but before it could come into contact with the sword light, it broke into pieces in the air. Pa pa pa. His broken white hair actually turned into a tiny universe that had been opened up in the air. In an instant, it went through the 5 supreme transformations, and stars were born rapidly, moving far away from each other. They formed beautiful heavens that hung in the sky under the canopy of the world tree. Behind him, the surface of the world tree also exploded, and sword marks appeared on its body. If it was slashed by Qin Mu's sword, the world tree might really be cut in half. Chaos, you are still obstinate. Old man Wuxia's figure blocked the path that the sword would have to pass through to slash at the world tree. He had to block the sword. The world tree was his true body, so if it was cut in half by Qin Mu, his power would disappear once more and be sealed in his roots. He didn't know when he would be able to recover. He would never allow such a thing to happen. His footsteps moved forward, and mysterious Dao charms exploded out from his body. All sorts of unimaginable divine abilities and Dao techniques were unleashed from his hands. Every single one of them was so mysterious and mystical, and every single one of them contained the supreme profoundness of the great Dao. From ancient times until now, there had been many universe eras, and geniuses were as numerous as the stars in the sky. They had spent their entire lives cultivating a great Dao, and were able to raise this great Dao to the 36th heavenly layer. Branding the void into a Dao tree that bore Dao fruits were also very few. Even the palace master of the Miluo Palace was only able to cultivate one great Dao to the extreme within a single universe epoch. Sometimes, he might not even be able to produce a Dao fruit. However, this restriction did not seem to exist on Old Man Wuxia. In this short period of time, he had already unleashed hundreds of great Dao, and each great Tao had reached the extreme of the Tao realm. The divine abilities evolved from these great Tao were all divine abilities evolved from the ultimate Tao realm. In his hands, he could even display the great Tao divine abilities of the Milieu Palace, the great Tao divine abilities of the capital of heaven. He even displayed the primordial chaos divine ability with incomparable fluidity. It was as if he had also achieved the 36th heaven of the primordial chaos, stepping into the Tao. One had to know that even the 7 young masters of the Milieu Palace had not been able to learn all of the abilities of the Milieu Palace master. None of them had achieved the primordial chaos, stepping into the Tao. Even Grand Supreme Young Master had only achieved Supreme Hall and not Milieu Palace. However, Old Man Wuxia could actually execute the ultimate profoundness of the path of primordial chaos. This was the trap of Tao tree that Qin Mu had mentioned. As long as one walked the path of Tao realm path, imprinting the path of ultimate void, one would walk into the trap of Tao realm. The trap of Tao realm might not be as overbearing as the trap of Jade Capital or the trap of Soaring Heavens, but as long as one cultivated Tao realm Tao tree, it was equivalent to helping Old Man Wuxia comprehend and cultivate. Old Man Wuxia could also grasp the great Tao of those who had achieved Tao, and this included the primordial chaos Tao of the master of Milieu Palace. In the great abyss, Qin Mu's arm trembled violently. The huge tendons on his thick arm broke and pierced through his skin, exposing it. The tendons were like red dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws, but the red dragon's body was already broken. His skin exploded, and his flesh broke. Soon, his arm turned into piles of white bones. Old Man Wuxia's divine arts were vast, and he was proficient in too many paths and skills. Every one of them was so powerful that even Shang Jun's killing path was executed in his hands. Heaven Opening Heaven Chapter was the most powerful divine art that Qin Mu had created, and it was also the most marvelous divine art. It could be said that everything he had learned and comprehended had been integrated into a single strike that could split open the heaven and earth. However, in terms of foundation, he was still far inferior to Old Man Wuxia. In terms of cultivation, even though he had relied on the great calamity of destruction and used the lotus flowers of Sinkhole and Hall of Chaos to absorb energy, his cultivation was still inferior to the world tree that could similarly take root in chaos. Puh! Qin Mu's right arm exploded, and with a crack under his feet, the sacrificial altar split open. Old Man Wuxia's divine art entered the great abyss, and the path of great change in Qin Mu's left hand circulated. When he raised his left hand, Great Change Felling Tree was already executed, and his axe hacked at Old Man Wuxia. Great Change Divine Axe exploded along with Qin Mu's left arm, and blood mist flew everywhere. Blood trickled out from the corner of Qin Mu's mouth, and the flesh under his armpit squirmed. Another arm drilled out, and the red rope was knotted. His 5 fingers cracked and exploded, and the explosion spread to his wrists, elbows, and shoulders. Qin Mu twisted his waist and turned around. The flesh on his neck squirmed, and heads grew out. The vertical eye at the center of his brows opened, and primordial chaos path light shot out from it, piercing through the entrance of Great Abyss and Sinkhole. At the entrance of Great Abyss, Old Man Wuxia's white hair fluttered in the wind as he walked in leisurely. All kinds of incomparably profound great Tao divine arts were unleashed, easily breaking Qin Mu's divine arts. He chuckled. "Hundun, you still don't want to give up. Looks like you still have to suffer before you return to the past." Gotcha! Qin Mu's head broke, and the vertical eye exploded. A bloody hole appeared in the center of his brows. His neck twisted, and a new head grew out. At the same time, arms drilled out from under his armpit, and all kinds of divine arts, paths, and skills attacked forward frantically. However, all of them were easily broken by Old Man Wuxia. Despair filled his heart. All of his paths, skills, and divine arts were completely ineffective. Even Heaven Opening Heaven Chapter would be broken by Old Man Wuxia. Even the most exquisite red rope knot he had learned wouldn't be able to seal Old Man Wuxia. That's right, the path of returning ruins. Qin Mu's spirit light flashed, and he suddenly gathered all of his vital qi to execute the lotus flower of returning ruins to mobilize the great path of returning ruins. The destruction tribulation of the 16th epoch shook violently, and the lotus flower of returning ruin swayed. Every time it shook, it would become bigger. The surging sea of chaos became wider and wider, and the towering lotus leaves covered the sky. In just a short moment, the chaos sea that had been erected expanded by several times. It lay outside the world tree, and it was incomparably astonishing. At the same time, the lotus flower spun and bloomed, and another layer of petals grew out. It turned into 2 layers of petals, and a lotus seed-shaped picture appeared in the lotus flower, making it look like a lotus platform. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly, and he took a step back to land on the lotus platform. Old man Wuya hesitated for a moment and stood at the entrance of the Great Abyss. He didn't enter the Great Abyss directly. Qin Mu finally had a chance to catch his breath. In the short exchange just now, almost all of his divine arts had been broken, and none of them had worked. Old man Wuya's counterattacks had caused him to suffer heavy injuries time and time again, and it wasn't easy for him to persist until this moment. You have also learned Wuji's paths and skills perfectly. Old man Wuya stared at the Great Abyss, where Qin Mu stood on the second layer of lotus platform. The path of ultimate twisted everything and turned into nutrients for it. Wuji's paths, skills, and divine arts are almost on the path of the blasphemer, which is why she was sealed by her teacher. Old man Wuya sighed and revealed a regretful expression. Chaos, you are also going down the wrong path. Qin Mu laughed loudly, and a mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out from his throat, blocking his windpipe and causing him to cough non-stop. Blasphemer. He spat out blood and took a deep breath. Who is blasphemer? Wasn't it you who conferred the title, Dao Brother? He mocked. Whoever you say is. Dao Brother, the world tree and the lotus flower of Sinkhole are born from opposites. As long as I stand on the lotus platform, you can't do anything to me. This battle is of no benefit to either of us. If you let me go, I'll still acknowledge that I owe you. Old man Wuya gave a faint smile. 7th brother of the Miluo Palace, you're really naive. The 2nd brother of the Miluo Palace, Wuji, has a 16th grade lotus throne. Wasn't he suppressed by your teacher until he became obedient? You've only cultivated to the 2nd grade, so your mastery is far from enough. The divine ability you used just now already has the divine ability to suppress Wuji. This kind of divine ability isn't difficult for me. What's more, he said indifferently, the world tree and the returning ruins lotus counter each other. Since they counter each other, it doesn't seem impossible for me to counter and refine your returning ruins lotus. Qin Mu's heart became heavier and heavier. Half a year, I have to persevere for half a year. He took a long breath and thought to himself, Xing'an, the victory or defeat of this battle will depend on whether you can save me in half a year. Too easy, quickly come and save me. In the ancestral court, Xing'an brought the chest and wandered around. After more than a month, he found a place with beautiful mountains and rivers to live in seclusion. Pata. The chest opened and closed as if it was asking him. Of course, we have to find a place with beautiful mountains and rivers. Xing'an explained, when you're in a good mood, you'll feel relaxed and happy, and you'll be able to do things faster. Finding such a place will be twice the result with half the effort. He wasn't in a hurry to study how to untie the burial path divine coffin, but he took out Hall Master Chu Ji's lower body to study it in detail. The chest was rather puzzled, and it walked around him. Sharpening a knife doesn't delay chopping wood. Xing'an explained, it's faster to improve yourself first and untie the burial path divine coffin. Besides, I've asked Cult Master Qin for half a year, so there's plenty of time. In the ancestral court, the heavenly court had completely collapsed. Huang Tang, Li Shu, and Yan Xiuge fought until their eyes were red, and they had no choice but to flee to the heavenly court's army where the Empress Dowager was. The heavenly court's army was made up of experts, and the Empress Dowager personally led the army to come to their aid, setting up a formation to block the 3 old men. As a sinkhole goddess, the Empress's strength was naturally extraordinary. She personally fought against Li Shu and planted the sinkhole in his body. She nearly devoured the elders Yuan Qi and Great Dao. Huang Tang and Yan Xiuge worked together to neutralize the sinkhole divine ability before they managed to save Li Shu. They could not help but fly into a rage as they mobilized thousands of prehistoric experts to kill the 700,000 gods of the heavenly court. The Empress could not save the heavenly courts from their decline and had no choice but to retreat to the ancestral court's jade capital. The three Fengshu elders led the prehistoric experts to slaughter their way through. The heavenly court's army suffered countless casualties. When they arrived at the ancestral court's jade capital, there were only 200,000 of them left. Even the Empress and Heavenly Emperor could feel the despair brought by the desperate situation. The ancestral court's jade capital only seemed to be located in the ancestral court, but in reality, it spanned across many universe epochs of destruction. In fact, there were no practitioners of the Miluo Palace who had truly descended to the 17th epoch. They had to undergo a blood sacrifice and exchange quality and energy before they could descend to the 17th epoch. Palace Master Joy could be said to be the only Dao practitioner who had descended to the 17th epoch. However, he was heavily injured by Lord Sheng the moment he entered. The ancestral court of the Jade Capital was just a pile of ruins. The city seemed to have thousands of palaces and tens of thousands of palaces. It seemed like a forest of Dao trees, and it seemed strange and unpredictable. In reality, no Dao practitioner could walk out of the city. They were still in the midst of destruction. The Empress and the Heavenly Emperor led the remaining troops into the city to hide. The three elders of Fengshu were bloodthirsty and led the prehistoric experts into the city. However, when they entered the city, they suffered heavy casualties and all kinds of strange events happened frequently. The prehistoric experts who had intruded into the city died without knowing how. The three elders of Fengshu had no choice but to leave Jade Capital. Heavenly Emperor was able to catch his breath when he saw the three elders of Fengshu set up a ceiling formation outside the city and set up an altar, preparing to refine Jade Capital. The three elders of Fengshu really don't know death. Hall Master Joy could not help but shake his head. He said, "Heavenly Emperor, follow me to cross the river and seek an audience with the young master. I was heavily injured by Shang Jun and was hit by that heavenly venerate you's song of slaughter. I need the young master's help to heal my Dao injuries. Young master, your divine powers are extremely profound. Killing the three elders of Fengshu is as easy as flipping your hand." Heavenly Emperor Haotian agreed and said, "I was cut down by Heavenly Venerate Yun from the Great Luo Heaven. Without the Dao Tree Dao Flower and the Great Luo Heaven, can Hall Master say a few words of praise in front of Third Young Master to help me recover my cultivation?" Hall Master Huan glanced at him. He said with a faint smile, "Heavenly Emperor, who in the Miluo Palace isn't fighting with the threat of death. Everyone in the Miluo Palace has experienced more than one defeat in their lives. Some of them even suffered more than you. If they can return to the Great Luo Heaven and cultivate the Dao Flower Dao Fruit, then you can't?" Heavenly Emperor Haotian said in a hoarse voice, "They have never experienced a defeat like mine. I have experienced 2 great ups and downs in my life. Each time, I will be stronger than before. However, the third defeat is different. Before this defeat, I reached the peak of my power and had a good situation. However, Celestial Master Yun and Celestial Master Mu disintegrated me and everything turned into nothingness. My heavenly court, my power, and even my cultivation realm were not preserved. In the eyes of everyone, I am a joke, a laughingstock." The Hall Master of Joy could not help but shake his head when he saw his dispirited and somewhat crazy look. He said, "This is the drawback of cultivating the Dao without cultivating the heart. Heavenly Emperor, you only have strength in your heart, but you don't have such great attainments in the Dao heart. If you cultivate the Dao heart, even if you experience a defeat that is 100 times fiercer than now, you can still make a comeback. In this world, the person who has suffered the greatest defeat is actually Teacher, the master of the Miluo Palace." Heavenly Emperor was slightly startled and shook his head. The master of the Miluo Palace is the strongest person in the 17 universe epochs. What kind of defeat can he suffer? Teacher cares about the world and wants to save everyone. In terms of martial strength, no one is his match. However, every apocalypse is a great defeat for Teacher. The Palace Master of Joy earnestly taught, every great calamity, he wants to save the world. However, every time he fails, he has boundless strength. However, he can only watch the world die in front of him, making his strength useless. That pain is beyond your imagination. But after every failure, Teacher's Dao heart was reborn and his fighting spirit was rekindled. This is what a Dao heart expert does. Heavenly Emperor Haotian asked, "Where is the master of the Miluo Palace now?" Palace Master Joy fell silent. After 16 failures, the master of the Miluo Palace finally could not recover and his Dao heart died. If Teacher was here, so much would not have happened in the 17th epoch and the Miluo Palace would not have been blocked until now and still be unable to descend to the 17th epoch. She sighed and came to the River of Chaos with Heavenly Emperor Hao. In the river, the chi of chaos was turbulent and turbulent. It was even more intense than before. Palace Master Joy was surprised. She urged her Dao tree to stabilize the heat-stilled wind and the turbulent chi of chaos. At this moment, she saw the third and fourth young masters of the Miluo Palace and the other palace masters of the Miluo Palace. These masters of the Miluo Palace were in the midst of destruction and were looking in one direction. Hall Master Joy brought Heavenly Emperor forward and greeted him. "Joy is useless. I failed to fulfill your request." The third young master raised his hand. "There's no need to be so polite. The defeat of this battle is not up to you. There are 3 people from the Miluo Palace who have descended to the 17th epoch. Only if you survive will you be able to do the rest. This time, there are other variables. Even if you can host the grand ceremony, it will be in vain." Palace Master Joy was puzzled. Third young master Ling Zhao's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Even Zixiao and I did not expect this variable. The old thing under the world tree has come back to life." Palace Master Joy's heart trembled slightly, and she did not dare to say anything more. She had once heard that the old man under the world tree, the master of the Miluo Palace, had once sought advice from him. It was extremely mysterious. Later on, the master of the Ilua Palace seemed to have sensed something and gradually distanced himself from the old man under the tree. She followed everyone's gaze and looked over. Her heart pounded violently as she cried out involuntarily, "Second young master." Heavenly Emperor Haotian also hurriedly looked over. He saw that in the long river of chaos, there was a river that was erected. It was as steep as a cliff. There, 2 lotus leaves and a lotus flower floated on the cliff-like surface of the river. The lotus leaf and lotus flower were extremely huge. One could vaguely see the roots of the lotus flower sticking into the long river of primal chaos to absorb energy. The roots were very thin, and there were thousands of them. The lotus roots were very long, but there were only 2 of them. It was like a monster lurking in the river. That is not second young master Wuji, but 7th young master Primal Chaos. 4th young master Zixiao said indifferently, if it was second young master, his strength would be much more terrifying than this. The other hall masters' expressions changed slightly, but they remained silent. It was obvious that they had all recalled how terrifying the second young master, Wuji, was. 7th young master, Primal Chaos? Heavenly Emperor Haotian shuddered. Heavenly Emperor Mu. Has his strength reached such a level? Other than the sinkhole lotus, they also saw the strange phenomenon of the world tree. The world tree was not as huge as they had imagined, but it was no small matter. It was much bigger than the sinkhole lotus, and it was attacking the sinkhole lotus. It put the lotus in a precarious position. The one who is competing with 7th brother is that old monster under the world tree, Old Man Boundless. 3rd young master said, he is the world tree's incarnation. He is extremely powerful and has the most profound knowledge. Back then, teacher respected him very much, but they parted ways later. This time, our blood sacrifice was disrupted because of him. He turned around and wiped away the ultimate killing intent from the wounds of Hall Master Joy and the remnants of Shang Jun's killing path. He said indifferently, he died, but did not become stiff. He stole the energy of the blood sacrifice for his own use. As a result, more than half of the 6 billion years of blood sacrifice in the 17th epoch was stopped by him. This was the reason why it was so difficult for the Dao practitioners of the Miluo Palace to descend. Now he is already resurrected and the world tree has been reborn. As the number of Tao practitioners in the 17th epoch increases, his strength will also slowly recover. Heavenly Emperor Vast Expanse instantly came to a realization. The main reason why Old Man Boundless had released so many prehistoric experts under the World Tree was to let them achieve Tao in the 17th epoch. Old Man Boundless was the incarnation of the World Tree, while the Tao Tree of the Tao Achievers imitated the World Tree. The more Tao Achievers there were, the faster Old Man Boundless' strength would recover. In the 17th epoch, after Eternal Peace's reform, the changes to the paths, skills, and divine abilities had already undergone a qualitative change. Especially after Lan Yutian, Su Shenghua, and the other new generations of heavenly venerates had created and perfected the ancestral quartz Tao realm system, achieving Tao was no longer an external matter. There was no need to entrust one's Tao to the void, but to achieve it on the inside, to analyze the roots of the World Tree, and to cultivate the World Tree in one's body. If Eternal Peace had the upper hand and pushed this kind of Tao to the world, there would be no Tao practitioners who could cultivate the Tao tree to entrust their Tao to the void in the future, and Old Man Boundless cultivation would probably end here. The strength of Miluo Palace was too powerful, and Young Master was the top existence of all the universe eras. Old Man Boundless was unable to control this power, so if Miluo Palace descended to the 17th epoch, he would only become a vassal of Miluo Palace. That was why he had intercepted the energy of third young Master Ling Zhao's blood sacrifice and protected a group of prehistoric experts from sneaking into the 17th era. These prehistoric experts usually had the battle strength of a heavenly venerate and were only one step away from attaining Tao. When they attained Tao in the 17th era, Old Man Boundless' strength would continue to rise and eventually dominate the 17th era. There are three sides in this game. Fourth young Master Zi Shao said unhurriedly, Old Man Boundless side, Miluo Palace's side, and Eternal Peace led by Old Seven. Among the three sides, Eternal Peace is the weakest and Miluo Palace's strength is the strongest. However, because Miluo Palace is in the calamity of destruction, they are unable to descend to the 17th epoch, so the power they can unleash is the smallest. Third young Master said, the power that Old Man Boundless can unleash is the greatest. After he defeats Old Seven and sends Old Seven to the past, he will be able to dominate the 17th epoch and make it impossible for Miluo Palace to descend. Heavenly Emperor Haotian's heart thumped wildly. In a three-way battle, Heavenly Emperor Mu definitely has no chance of winning. No matter what, he won't be able to defeat the other two families. As the saying goes, rare goods are worth hoarding. This old man Wuya seems to have a brighter future than the Miluo Palace. If I join Old Man Wuya and get his support. Suddenly, his mind went blank. He remembered something. Was he really the rare goods that Old Man Wuya needed? Old Man Boundless had the support of so many prehistoric experts. He did not need him at all. Right now, he had nothing but 200,000 remnants of the Heavenly Court. Old Man Boundless would not even look at him like this. The only thing he could rely on was the Miluo Palace. Cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He was already completely tied to the benefits of the Miluo Palace and could not escape. However, Seventh Brother's power cannot be underestimated. Third young Master Ling Xiao said calmly, the remnant of the celestial capital, Tai, once cut down the World Tree and suppressed Old Man Wuya. He blocked the illegal immigrants alone and blocked the arrival of the Miluo Palace for 6 billion years. After Seventh Brother grew up, he left the World Tree and went to provoke his teacher. He was beaten down to the 4th epoch by his teacher. In the 16th epoch, he was suppressed by his Grand Supreme Senior Brother. Grand Supreme Senior Brother was elusive. After suppressing Tai, he disappeared without a trace. Not long ago, Grand Supreme Senior Brother came back. The faces of the other Hall Masters changed drastically. They looked at each other with faint worry in their hearts. Grand Supreme Senior Brother's return means that Tai has escaped. The 4th young Master, Zi Shao, continued, Old Seven and Old Man Boundless are fighting, so he will definitely not be a match for Old Man Boundless. After Tai escaped, he will definitely not sit idly by. In history, Old Seven's attitude towards Tai has always been ambiguous. He is also hooked up with blasphemers. Their relationship is suspicious. Tai will definitely save him. The moment Tai makes his move, he and the third young master, Ling Xiao, looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The moment when we heavily injure Old Man Boundless, heavily injure Tai, and send Old Seven back to the past. The people of Mycroft Palace looked at the Sea of Chaos and saw that the Lotus Flower of Ultimate was fluctuating in size. The changes were unpredictable, and the lotus leaves were constantly swaying, changing their direction. It was clear that Qin Mu was fighting against Old Man Wuya, and the battle was extremely fierce. However, as time passed, everyone could gradually see Qin Mu's decline. Even if Qin Mu used the Lotus of Ultimate to connect destruction and steal the energy of destruction, it would still be difficult for him to resist. Returning Ruin's Lotus became smaller and smaller, and the chaos it could cause also became much smaller. Why isn't Tai making a move? Everyone couldn't help being bewildered. Could he be waiting for Seventh Young Master to be beaten back into the past by Old Man Wuya? At this moment, 2 months had passed since Xing'an had agreed to unseal Burial Path God Coffin. On this day, Xing'an made proper preparations and put half of Hall Master Chu Ji's body into the chest. Only then did he study Burial Path God Coffin in detail. What a good coffin! He couldn't help praising. It's a pity that a piece of it was sliced off by the young master of Miluo Palace. It's also fortunate that a piece was sliced off. Otherwise, it would really take half a year to crack it. He wasn't flustered. He knew how to refine the Burial Path Divine Coffin, and he knew all the mysteries of the Divine Coffin. However, even so, he still needed to find a flaw in this sealing technique before he could open the Divine Coffin. Burial Path God Coffin could be seen as an incomparably complicated lock. It had many interlocking mechanisms, and not only that, it also had a powerful force that could injure the person who had forced it open. Xing'an didn't have Qin Mu's powerful abilities, so he couldn't withstand the backlash from Burial Path God Coffin and not die. However, as long as he found the first mechanism to unlock it, the other mechanisms would be solved easily. His countless brains worked frantically, searching for the first mechanism. Time passed day by day, and soon, another 2 months had passed. Xing'an still hadn't found the first mechanism. There were countless runes hidden in the Burial Path Divine Coffin. The runes in the Divine Coffin were linked to the runes in Slaughter Path Divine Nails, and they were constantly changing. This change was equivalent to tenon and mortis. Each rune on the Divine Nail was equivalent to a mortis. Each rune on the coffin was equivalent to a mortis. The mortis was inserted into the mortis, and it was held by the mortis, forming a mechanism. After forming the mechanism, the mortis and mortis would exchange a part of the rune information. The mortis and mortis on the Divine Nail were constantly moving, exchanging information with the mortis and changing its own structure. The mortis and mortis in the Divine Coffin were also constantly moving, exchanging information with the mortis and mortis, changing its own structure. When the first mortis and tenon fell out of the mortis and tenon, it would change its own form and come to the second mortis and combine with the second mortis. After the two exchanged information, the form would change once more, and each mortis and tenon would combine with the third mortis and tenon. 1. The sun mortis and information exchange that happened in the Burial Path Divine Coffin reached trillions of times in every instant, forming an incomparably complicated lock. It was indeed extremely difficult for Xing'an to find the most primitive mortis and tenon structure in the trillions of changes that occurred in every instant. However, it was possible. He was originally Eternal Peace's strongest calculation monster, and he had long calculated that the primitive mortis and tenon structure would appear once every 2 months. At that time, it would be the best time to crack it. Cracking the original mortis and tenon structure would cause the information of the other mortis and tenon structures to deviate. The slightest deviation would be thousands of miles, and this slight change could cause the entire sealing system of God Burial Path Coffin to fall into disorder and collapse. The reason why he had promised Qin Mu that he would be able to perfectly crack God Burial Path Coffin in 6 months was because he needed time to calculate the changes of the mortis and tenon structure and calculate the shape of the original mortis and Tenon structure, he also needed time to observe and record the time when the original mortise and tenon structure appeared. Time passed by in a hurry. The chest walked around Xing'an and the coffin, stopping from time to time to observe its own shadow. It was already very close to half a year's time, and the sun was gradually rising. When it reached the top of its head, it was the time that it had agreed with Qin Mu. Xing'an had always been punctual and kept his word, and the chest had also formed such a habit. However, Xing'an still stared at the Path Burial God coffin, not moving at all. Around the Path Burial God coffin, divine eyes of all sizes floated in the air, staring at it. He had long stopped calculating. For the past 2 months, he had been staring at the Path Burial God coffin, observing the changes in the runes. Xing'an's eyes widened. He hadn't blinked for the past 2 months, and his eyes were bloodshot. The sun rose higher and higher. The chest took out a straight thigh bone and stabbed it into the ground. He stared at the shadow of the thigh bone. The shadow of the thigh bone moved slowly, and the sun was about to reach the top of his head. At that moment, Xing'an suddenly circulated his vital qi and turned into an extremely tiny rune. With a flick of his finger, the rune was imprinted on a slaughter path god nail in the burial path god coffin. He let out a sigh of relief and stood up. He started to pack up his things and put the divine eyes into the chest. The lid of the chest was opened, but it was still staring at the shadow of the thigh bone. It was very serious. The shadow was still moving bit by bit. Finally, after Xing'an had finished packing, the sun had also arrived at noon. Puh. The chest closed the lid and looked toward the burial path divine coffin. There wasn't the slightest movement in it. The box was suspicious and was about to step forward when it heard a creaking sound coming from the divine coffin. The slaughter path divine nails were spinning on their own and falling out bit by bit. The spinning speed of the slaughter path divine nails gradually increased and became more and more urgent. This was because the original mortise and tenon structure had been destroyed. After that, when every mortise and tenon structure's runic information was exchanged, the information exchanged was wrong. This also caused every mortise and tenon to be unable to be perfectly linked together. This was like an infectious disease that would quickly spread to all mortise and tenon structures. In the end, slaughter path divine nails wouldn't be able to combine with burial path divine coffin. On the contrary, the two would repel each other, causing slaughter path divine nails to spin rapidly, exit burial path divine coffin. Dang, dang, dang. One after another, the slaughter path divine nails fell to the ground. Xing'an raised his eyebrows, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He had researched for several months, and if he succeeded, he would only need an incomparably small rune to crack the burial path divine coffin that suppressed Tai. This was also a great achievement for him. Suddenly, the burial path divine coffin was opened with a bang, and the fog of chaos in it dispersed. A youth sat up straight from the coffin and twisted his neck to face Xing'an. This was a youth named Tai. Xing'an sized him up and bent down to pick up the nail. The youth, Tai, lay down on his back. When he stood up again, a giant walked out from the coffin and asked in a muffled voice, "Where is Celestial Master Mu?" Xing'an shook his head. "I don't know." The giant, Tai, reached out to grab the divine coffin. Xing'an's expression changed slightly, and he said seriously, "It's mine." Tai was astonished. "This is the coffin that the eldest young master of Miluo Palace, Grand Supreme, refined for me," he said. "Heavenly Venerate Mu followed the map to save me, but he used my coffin to face the enemy. As a result, I was tortured to death in the coffin. I have to lock him in there for a few days to let him have a taste. When I catch Grand Supreme, I'll lock him in as well to avenge my previous humiliation." Xing'an shook his head. "Cult Master Qin asked me to crack the coffin, and one of the conditions is to give this divine coffin to me." Giant Tai lowered his head to look at the burial path divine coffin, then at Xing'an. Xing'an's abilities were naturally far inferior to his. If he were to snatch it by force, Xing'an would naturally be helpless. However, he put down the burial path divine coffin and said, "Seventh young master is indeed cunning. I won't take away someone's favor by giving the coffin to you." He raised his head and looked in the direction of the world tree. His expression changed slightly. Dao brother, you said that you wanted to lock Cult Master Qin in the coffin for a few days? Xing'an asked. Giant Tai nodded. Xing'an smiled. In that case, when you capture him, I can lend him a few days. I can even personally help you nail the coffin nails. Giant Tai laughed loudly. His voice was majestic and heroic as he walked away. All right. Wait for me for a few days, I'll capture him. Xing'an had a smile on his face as he sat down. He placed the 100 slaughter Dao divine nails that he had just put away one by one and waited quietly. Cult Master Qin, even though I can't get your brain, locking you in the burial Dao divine coffin can be considered to end one of my wishes and bring my Dao heart one step closer to perfection. 1. The sun hung high in the sky, and the sun was blazing. However, there was darkness under the world tree. In the darkness, there were faint flashes of lightning and thunder, and the collision of divine arts gave off dull sounds. It was like a drum beating on one's heart, causing one's qi and blood to become chaotic. It was very uncomfortable. The giant Tai walked towards the world tree. Suddenly, a stream of light shone down from the sky, dispersing the darkness under the world tree into a path. The source of that light was a great overarching heaven. Taiyi's great overarching heaven. There was an ancient Dao tree in the great overarching heaven. Taiyi's Dao tree. An axe light flew up from under the Dao tree and whistled over. The giant Tai raised his hand, and the axe light landed in his hand and transformed into Taiyi's divine axe. The giant carried the axe and strode under the world tree, following the path illuminated by the light. In front of him, there was suddenly a vast expanse of chaos. A long river of chaos was surging and blocking in front of him. On the other side of the river of chaos, 2 lotus leaves could be vaguely seen floating on the sea of chaos. A lotus flower rose above the sea surface. At this moment, the lotus flower was trembling violently. Red ropes were dancing around the lotus flower. Over there, the cold wind and the hot wind were colliding violently. It was very dangerous. Tai chuckled. He used his left hand to block in front of him. His right hand raised his axe and swung it around. Whooshing sounds could be heard. Suddenly, the axe was raised and his hand fell. Taiyi's axe split the river of chaos. The river was divided into 2 parts. He walked forward along the river. The huge shadow reflected on the river of chaos that was erected on both sides of the river valley. When Giant Tai reached the other side, he saw another river of chaos. Wuxia, you have too many tricks up your sleeve. Giant Tai didn't pay any attention to him. He kept slashing forward with his axe, splitting open the river of chaos. He cut open 15 rivers in a row. He gasped for breath and looked forward with a serious expression on his face. In the 3-way competition, everyone except Celestial Mu seems to be waiting for an opportunity to plot against me. Tai saw the situation clearly and was deep in thought. At this moment, with a crack, the lotus flower broke. Tai did not hesitate any longer and swung his axe again, splitting open the last river of primal chaos in front of him and charging towards the opposite bank. At the same time, the 3rd young master Ling Xiao, the 4th young master Zi Xiao, and the other hall masters and Dao practitioners looked up and saw a giant walking on the surface of the river. It's here. Everyone was excited and thought to themselves, this half a year was torture for Qin Mu, and it was also a rare self-improvement. Old man Wuxia, I knew too many paths, skills, and divine arts. He knew all of the paths and skills of Miluo Palace and part of the paths and divine arts of Tiandu, like the back of his hand. The only thing he didn't understand was the great path divine arts that he had slandered as blasphemers of Tiandu, as well as the path of Sinkhole. He couldn't use the trap of the Dao tree to spy on the paths, skills, and divine arts of those who had achieved Dao without cultivating the Dao tree. Even so, the knowledge he had grasped could be said to be the number 1 person in the 17 universe eras. It was naturally extremely strenuous for Qin Mu to fight against such an existence, but fortunately, he also knew the red rope knot seals that were created by the master of Miluo Palace to counter the path of Sinkhole. Old man Wuxia used the red rope knot seals to deal with him, but they were countered by him time and time again, making this move completely useless against the strongest divine art of the path of returning ruins. In order to deal with him, Old Man Wuya could only use the World Tree to use a battle technique that could kill 1,000 enemies while losing 800. It countered each other with his Path of Returning Ruins, trying to destroy Qin Mu's Returning Ruins Lotus. However, Qin Mu had his back against the River of Chaos, and the Lotus of Returning Ruins was rooted in the chaos, continuously absorbing energy. This became his capital to persevere. If he didn't have his back against the River of Chaos, with Qin Mu's abilities, he would have long been defeated by Old Man Wuya. Old Man Wuya indeed had a way to make the River of Chaos disappear, but if he did that, Qin Mu could immediately retreat out of the range of the World Tree, and Old Man Wuya wouldn't be able to throw him back. The two of them were in a stalemate for half a year. Under the pressure of Old Man Wuya, Qin Mu's comprehension of the Path of Returning Ruins became stronger and deeper. His original comprehension of the Path of Returning Ruins was only inferior to Empress Dowager. Even though he hadn't succeeded in becoming a Dao in Returning Ruins like Empress Dowager, he had received Second Young Master Wuji's funding to plant lotus seeds and grow lotus leaves and lotuses. The power that the Path of Returning Ruins could unleash was actually a little better than Empress Dowager's. Now that his lotus flower had become a platform, his comprehension of the Path of Returning Ruins had already surpassed Empress Dowager by a lot. It could be said that in the past 17 universe centuries, he was only second to Second Young Master. After experiencing the tempering of Old Man Wuya, his comprehension became deeper and deeper, and he was also getting closer and closer to the path of third grade lotus. However, the greatest improvement wasn't in the Path of Returning Ruins, but Qin Mu's World Tree. The World Tree and the Lotus of Returning Ruins restrained each other. When Old Man Wuya executed the World Tree to refine Qin Mu's Lotus of Returning Ruins, he would definitely be able to bring out all sorts of mysteries and wonders of the World Tree. Qin Mu also cultivated the World Tree. His World Tree was also a real World Tree. It wasn't born from visualization, nor was it derived from Lan Yutian Su Xinghua's analysis of Dao skills. Instead, it came from Old Man Wuya's funding. Qin Mu had always had a vague understanding of the usage of the World Tree. After all, it was planted directly, and not many people had comprehended it. When Old Man Wuya tried to refine him, it was equivalent to using his own body as a demonstration. He taught him how to execute the World Tree and how to comprehend the paths and skills contained in it, which would naturally bring him a qualitative leap. This was also one of the reasons why Qin Mu could last for half a year in Old Man Wuya's hands. However, the stupidest method was the most effective. Old Man Wuya forcefully refined Qin Mu and spent half a year before finally breaking Qin Mu's ultimate lotus. Success was just around the corner. When the ultimate lotus broke, Qin Mu suffered heavy injuries and fell from the lotus. Old Man Wuya flicked his finger, and a leaf of the World Tree flew out and landed at Qin Mu's feet. The leaf rapidly grew bigger, and the veins on the leaf were like the mountains and rivers of the continent. When Qin Mu landed on the leaf of the World Tree, the veins on the leaf also grew bigger and bigger. Before he even landed on the leaf had already become a majestic continent that carried him and was about to rush into the River of Chaos. Old Man Wuya's expression was solemn, as if he was facing a great enemy. The World Tree behind him suddenly shone brightly, and he had already sensed it when Giant Tai stepped into the River of Chaos. The reason why Giant Tai had split open the first River of Chaos and another river appeared in front of him was because he was obstructing it. There weren't many existences in this world that could make him feel danger. Second Young Master Wuji was one of them, and Tai was one of them. As for the other young masters of Mycroft Palace and the other blasphemers of Celestial Capital, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Giant Tai's actions could be said to be incomparably ostentatious. The moment he stepped into the River of Chaos, the rays of light from his great overarching heaven had already shone down from the sky and shone on Old Man Wuya's body with a swoosh. This was also the reason why Old Man Wuya had no choice but to forcefully interrupt the Returning Ruins Lotus and deal with Qin Mu first. Suddenly, the River of Chaos shook violently. Old Man Wuya stood under the tree and raised his head to look, only to see the River of Chaos suddenly split open. An axe light cleaved apart the chaotic chaos, and on both sides of the axe light were the great calamity of chaos destruction that had been split into two. The axe light was incomparably sharp and terrifying. This divine art actually penetrated the great calamity of chaos destruction and came whistling to the world tree to meet Old Man Wuxia's head. Within the apocalypse, chaos energy surged violently. One could vaguely see behind the vast chaos energy an incomparably towering giant figure stepping through the long river towards him. The chaos energy in the long river pounced on his boulder-like body, not causing him any trouble. The apocalypse did not seem to be able to harm him in the slightest. At the same time, Taiyi's great overarching heaven also appeared above Old Man Boundless' head. A Dao fruit appeared on the Dao tree, and the great Dao contained within the Dao fruit exploded. The current Taiyi replayed the destruction tribulation that spanned across the 16th epoch and went straight for the first epoch of the Ilua Palace. He fought with the master of the Ilua Palace with the heroic bearing. The master of the Ilua Palace was able to defeat Taiyi and knock him into the fourth epoch's destruction tribulation, but Old Man Boundless was not the master of the Ilua Palace. Even though he knew more than the master of the Ilua Palace, even though he was blessed with the world tree to achieve the Dao, he did not cultivate all of his Dao techniques. As the saying went, know it, don't know why was Old Man Wuxia's state. 2. Facing Taiyi's axe, Old Man Wuxia's white hair fluttered in the wind, and he used all of his strength. Boom! In the great apocalypse of the 16th epoch, countless dark and thick roots rushed towards Taiyi's true body, like a black dragon in the great apocalypse. That scene was like 10,000 dragons rushing through the chaos. The world tree was a natural material that was not easy to obtain. Its roots could appear in any era or in any great apocalypse. It was even sturdier and more indestructible than the Ilua Palace. Its roots quickly climbed up Taiyi's legs and twined around them, trying to drag Taiyi into the apocalypse of the 16th epoch. At the same time, the world tree's true body Dao light evaporated behind him. The Dao light on the world tree gathered and condensed into the form of Dao fruits. 36,000 Dao fruits each emitted different rays of light. These weren't real Dao fruits. They were the Dao fruit projections of all the Dao cultivators who had cultivated the world tree for the past 16 cosmic centuries. Even so, this power could be said to be peerless. Under the illumination of the Dao fruits, the world tree's branches and leaves seemed to be crawling with the great Dao. They meandered through the branches and leaves, making the entire world tree seem like a fusion of all the great Dao from the first epoch to the 16th epoch. He had to block this strike. Not only did he have to block it, he also had to heavily injure and even kill Taiyi. The degree of danger of Taiyi was even higher than Qin Mu's. In the past, Qin Mu had only been a seventh young master who liked to stir up trouble, but Taiyi was a solid blasphemer. Blasphemer of the great Dao. The divine axe and the world tree were about to collide. At the same time, the third and fourth young masters of Miluo Palace, the palace masters of Miluo Palace, and those who had attained Dao all executed their paths, skills, and divine arts to the extreme. This was a golden opportunity given by the heavens. It was a golden opportunity to finish off the two opponents of the Ilua Palace in one fell swoop. If they did not take it, the heavens would not allow it. In the ancestral court of Yujing City, above the first epoch's destruction, the Ilua Palace was floating with 7 palaces on its back. In the Hall of Supreme, the eldest young master, the Grand Supreme, also opened his eyes. His gaze was dark as he looked at the battle of the 17th epoch. The Hall of Supreme was no longer as magnificent as it used to be. Instead, it was a straw hut. The door of the straw hut was opened. The Grand Supreme in the straw hut watched the scene from afar and could not help but shake his head. He said in a low voice, "Ling Xiao, Zi Xiao, you have underestimated these two." His gaze landed on the tightly shut door of the Miluo Palace. Within the door was his teacher, the master of the Miluo Palace, whose Dao heart had already died and his physical body had already been destroyed. Teacher sent the capital of heaven to the 4th epoch. There is a deep meaning behind it. The capital of heaven arose in the 4th epoch. Teacher destroyed him in the 7th epoch and sent him to the 4th epoch. It should be to make up for his own mistakes. Grand Supreme Young Master said in a low voice, "Now, I understand teacher's good intentions. Yet all of you are still obstinate." He didn't leave Hall of Supreme Upper to stop Third Young Master and Fourth Young Master. He had always been indifferent to fame and fortune. The Tao heart of the Master of Miluo Palace had died, and Second Young Master Wuji had been suppressed. If he were to take charge of Miluo Palace, Third Young Master and Fourth Young Master wouldn't be able to compete with him. But he had no intention of doing so. At that moment, his gaze landed on Hall of Chaos not far away. Hall of Chaos was 7th Young Master Qin Mu's great Tao achievement. At that moment, the door of Hall of Chaos had actually opened, and chaos was boundless inside. 7th Young Master Qin Mu pushed open the door and was stretching his back, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The two of them looked at each other. 7th Young Master Qin Mu smiled at him and nodded. Bang! First Young Master Grand Supreme closed the hall door and ignored him. "You despise me." 7th Young Master Qin Mu looked at the battle in the 17th epoch with interest. Suddenly, his gaze moved away and saw a lump of material in the river of chaos. His heart stirred slightly. Ling! He turned around and returned to Hall of Chaos to close the hall door. The moment the hall door of Hall of Chaos closed, a Tao fruit rose from the material object in the great calamity of the 5th epoch. It shone brilliantly and broke through the layers of chaos on the surface of the river as it whizzed toward the 17th epoch. At the same time, a Tao fruit also rose up from the surface of the river within the great tribulation of the 6th epoch, flying alongside the Tao fruit from before. This Tao fruit was also hidden within a lump of unyielding material. From the 8th epoch, the 9th epoch, the 10th epoch, all the way to the 16th epoch, a Tao fruit rose up from the unyielding material within the Great Tribulation. Only the 7th epoch did not have such a phenomenon. During the Great Tribulation of the 16th epoch, a total of 11 Tao fruits whistled through the air and arrived behind Tai. In the sky above the World Tree in the 17th epoch, Tai's Tao fruit shone brightly and intersected with the 11 Tao fruits. This was the compensation for the misdeeds of the Master of the Mycroft Palace. He had given Tai, also known as the capital of heaven, a second chance. It was too late. When Tai's 11 Tao fruits flew over, it was also the time for Old Man Wuya to increase his strength and fight Tai head-on. It was also the time when the 3rd and 4th young masters of the Miluo Palace led the Miluo Palace. It was the time for them to plot against Tai and Old Man Wuya at the same time. The three forces unleashed their full power at the same time. Tai's divine axe was the first to clash head-on with Old Man Wuya. The divine axe was like a hot knife through butter as it slashed into Old Man Wuya's neck. At this moment, the blade of the axe cut into the world tree at the same time. Tai, back then, you took advantage of my weakness when I was going through the life tribulation to be able to cut me down. But now, things are different from before. The great Tao flowed around Old Man Wuya's body. The 36,000 Tao fruits on the world tree rotated, and rays of light gathered to form a wooden staff. The wooden staff blocked in front of his neck as it collided with the divine axe. Old Man Boundless' figure was instantly pushed by the enormous force to move tens of thousands of miles horizontally. Behind him, the world tree was also pushed by the enormous force to move horizontally along with him. What moved horizontally was not the world tree and Old Man Boundless, but the entire ancestral court. The ancestral court was pushed to move horizontally by tens of thousands of miles by the collision of these two great experts. However, although the distance of the horizontal movement seemed to be far, it was only the tiniest bit of movement for an enormous world like the ancestral court. Giant Tai and Old Man Wuya might be powerful, but in the universe, they could only shake Zhu Ting. Even so, the consequences were extremely terrifying. Zhu Ting was the center of the universe, the first place of origin. This world was still growing and expanding. Zhu Ting moved tens of thousands of miles, causing a cosmic tsunami. Like ripples, it spread rapidly to all the worlds in the universe. The range of its influence was getting wider and wider. When hundreds of thousands of years passed, the ripples of time and space caused by the clash between the two strong practitioners would spread to the four extreme heavens. It could be said that it was a ripple that swept through the entire universe. Of course, the ripple of such a scale didn't have much of an impact on the entire universe. Ordinary people might even be stunned at a certain moment, and nothing else would happen. The only thing that caused trouble was that Qinmu had landed on Old Man Boundless Leaf and was falling into the river of chaos. When Tai came, he was jumping out of the land formed by the leaf and trying to escape. He could have jumped safely under the world tree, but the strike of the two powerful practitioners had caused the ancestral court to move tens of thousands of miles. The place where he landed instantly became the river of chaos. Qinmu's mind went blank. At that moment, Supreme Yi's divine axe was pushed away by Old Man Wuxia, and it landed under his feet. Supreme Yi raised his divine axe, and Qinmu was also lifted high into the air. He raised his head and saw Supreme Yi's great overarching heaven in sight, getting closer and closer to him. Supreme Yi still cares about me. Qinmu's mind relaxed, and joy appeared on his face. In great overarching heaven, a branch of Supreme Yi Dao tree was rapidly hanging down, growing longer and longer. It was clear that it was preparing to save him in great overarching heaven and get rid of the current danger. At that moment, Old Man Wuxia raised his wooden staff and sent Great Change Divine Axe flying. His feet suddenly turned into incomparably thick roots, and countless roots rolled under his body like black pythons, lifting him up. A portion of Old Man Wuxia's roots were rooted in the ancestral court, and a portion of them supported his body as he waved his wooden staff to kill Great Change in the river of chaos. He wanted to take revenge for being cut down, and at the same time, he wanted to kill Tai, this blasphemer. Qinmu was about to grab the branch that was hanging down from Great Change Path Tree when a world tree's roots suddenly swept over and locked his legs, pulling him toward the river of chaos. Oh no! Qinmu stretched out his hand to grab the branch of Great Change Path Tree, but in the next moment, he was pulled down with a whistle. In the river, Tai was tightly entangled by countless roots. Old Man Wuxia's roots had already reached his chest and were about to lock his arms and strangle his neck. This was the best time to kill Tai. The tip of the wooden staff was sharp and gathered 36,000 great Dao to stab at the heart of Tai's brows. At the same time, Tai pulled back his arms and raised his divine axe to block the heart of his brows. Ding! The wooden staff stabbed the surface of the axe, and the power of both of them burst forth. The river of chaos shook violently, and the land of the ancestral court once again moved tens of thousands of miles. Qinmu was about to fall into the river of chaos, and with the violent shaking of the river, he was tens of thousands of miles away from the river and didn't fall into it. He looked over in a hurry and saw that Great Change's axe had been pierced through by the wooden staff. Old Man Wuxia's face revealed a look of joy. When he saw that the tip of the staff was about to pierce through Great Change's head, a force came from Great Change's arms and pressed down on the wooden staff toward the river of chaos below. In the long river, the ancestral court's jade capital appeared. It was a spectacular sight. The divine abilities of the third and fourth young masters, as well as the various palace masters and Dao practitioners of the Miluo Palace, attacked the two of them at this very moment. The combined power of the Miluo Palace landed on the wooden staff and Tai's divine axe at this very moment. At this moment, everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Even the great calamity of destruction had stopped operating at this moment. The calamity seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. The Dao cultivators who were struggling to survive the great calamity of destruction suddenly felt the pressure lighten. They could not help but feel ecstatic. They did everything they could to land on the ancestral court. They were not the Dao cultivators of the Mycroft Palace, nor were they under the protection of the World Tree. They could only rely on their own power to overcome the calamity. However, with their own power, they were unable to overcome the great calamity of destruction. Most of them were Dao practitioners like Supreme Lingyu. They had great powers and did not want to be attached to anyone. However, they were unable to land on the 17th epoch. They were unable to overcome the catastrophe and the life and death catastrophe. They could only struggle for their lives in the catastrophe. Supreme Lingyu entered the 17th epoch with the help of the great Luo Heaven Fragment and his Dao Fruit. He had almost given up everything about himself. He only retained the remnant consciousness in his Tao fruit. He tried to assimilate with Divine Emperor Langxian to gain a new life. However, the others did not have such a good opportunity as he did. They could only struggle bitterly in the calamity. At this moment, the clash between the three major forces had actually caused the destruction tribulation to pause temporarily. It had given them hope of landing. The ancestral court was their other shore. As long as they landed on the other shore, they would be able to escape the endless torment of the destruction tribulation. Just as they were trying to break out of the destruction tribulation, an extremely terrifying thing happened. Just as they were about to break out of the destruction tribulation and land on the ancestral court, another calamity suddenly erupted. The great calamity of creation. The power that erupted from the creation of life in the universe was far more terrifying than the great calamity of destruction. One could not see the great calamity of creation in the destruction tribulation. One could only see the future ancestral court. However, the moment one crossed the destruction tribulation and landed in the ancestral court, one would enter the great calamity of creation. This was the reason why even the Ilua Palace did not dare to directly pass through the destruction tribulation and descend into the 17th epoch. This was because the master of the Ilua Palace had already attempted the great calamity of creation during the great calamity of destruction in the first epoch. In the end, everyone died, leaving only the master of the Ilua Palace and the world-crossing golden ship. At this moment, almost all the Tao practitioners who tried to land exploded and turned into the purest primordial energy. It expanded rapidly in this psionic field that was like a valley of soup, experiencing the 5 great evolutions. In the end, it turned into the original form of the ancestral court. They wanted to land on the other side of the ancestral court that could let them escape from the calamity, but they had become a part of it. The great calamity of destruction revolved once more. At the instant the three forces clashed, Great Change and Old Man Wuxia were both severely injured by the people of Ilua Palace and were bleeding on the river of chaos. Countless tendons in the river were broken, and Great Change's divine axe was also smashed into pieces. The roots of the world tree that were wrapped around Qin Mu's legs were also broken. Qin Mu tumbled and crashed into the world tree, and he immediately leaped up and rushed straight for the world tree. When the three forces clashed, Qin Mu became the least eye-catching one. As he sprinted, he gathered his remaining vital qi and transformed into a Great Change divine axe. He raised it and chopped down at the world tree. On the surface of the river, Old Man Wuxia sensed Qin Mu's location and knew that something was wrong. However, when he saw that Great Change's injuries were even more serious, he immediately gathered all his strength and gathered it in his wooden staff to stab at Great Change. At the same time, the world tree rumbled and shook. Branches waved and all sorts of exquisite great divine arts of Tao realm burst forth from the tree to strike at Qin Mu. In Miluo Palace, the third and fourth young masters executed their divine arts at the same time and the second wave of attacks arrived. At this moment, 11 Tao fruits flew over from the river of chaos and leaped over Great Change's head. Wang 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 wang, 11 consecutive sounds rang out, hanging on the Tao tree of Great Change, great overarching heaven. On the Tao tree, rays of light were like sharp swords descending from the sky, slashing in all directions and stopping the destruction calamity. Boom! The collision of the three forces was even more terrifying than before. The power of the clash on the river even broke through the destruction calamity and passed through the creation calamity to the ancestral court. Qin Mu had been dodging the divine arts from the world tree all the way. If he couldn't dodge them, he would forcefully split them apart. However, the power of the divine arts on the river directly rushed over and surged behind him, giving him an incomparably dangerous feeling. Qin Mu's hair stood on end. He had already rushed to the bottom of the world tree, and his divine axe was about to hit it. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and immediately went behind the tree to slash it. With 2 or 3 strikes, he split a huge hole in the world tree and dodged into it. The terrifying ripples formed from the collision of the 3 sides came attacking, and the intense throbbing shattered time and space. It exploded in the Black Mountain, and everything that it passed by turned into dust. Qin Mu hid in the tree hole, and his skin began to crack. He could only use profound creation technique with all his might. The ripples quickly whizzed past, turning the world tree into a pile of scorched earth. After a moment, Qin Mu walked out from the tree hole and extinguished the path fire on his body. He looked over and saw the world tree being lit up, burning the heat of silence everywhere. However, the heat of silence was gradually extinguished. Old man wuxia isn't dead. He was astonished. At that moment, Great Change walked over in big strides. His entire body was covered in blood, and he didn't say a word. Qin Mu went forward to welcome him. The light holes in the sky shone down and shone on the two of them. The path light of Great Change, great overarching heaven, took them away. Just as they left, invisible strings trembled under the world tree and shattered the space. In Miluo Palace, the fourth young master vomited blood and shook his head. He got away. When he said that, he vomited blood again. It was clear that his injuries were extremely serious. Beside him, the third young master Ling Xiao held his chest, and a huge hole appeared. He raised his head and looked up, but there was no one on the surface of the river. Beside the two young masters, the palace masters and the Dao practitioners of the Miluo Palace fell to the ground. They were all heavily injured. Crack! The world tree of the ancestral court suddenly split open from the center and almost collapsed. The thousands of fruit shadows on the tree were extinguished, and the light stopped flowing. The leaves fell off, and the branches were broken. The vast crown of the tree suddenly became bald, as if it had a head full of scabies. Old Man Boundless climbed up from the river covered in blood. He dragged his heavy feet to the edge of the world tree and fell to the ground with a thud. A root rolled him up and sent him into the body of the world tree that had split open. The body of the tree slowly closed up. Just as it closed up, it suddenly split open with a crack, and Old Man Boundless rolled out from within. This happened again and again. The world tree that had split open finally closed up and hid Old Man Boundless inside the tree to heal himself. The branches and leaves of the world tree withered, and its roots shrank rapidly. The area covered by the world tree also became smaller and smaller. This time, Old Man wuxia had suffered too much, so he had no choice but to hide and recuperate. In the ancestral court, the prehistoric stowaways received the call and flew toward the world tree. Even the three elders of Feng Shu retreated from the outskirts of Jade Capital and returned to the world tree. Tens of thousands of strong practitioners were guarding the periphery of the world tree, ready for battle. The world tree was their hope of surviving to the next epoch, and they couldn't afford to lose it. On the other side, in Miluo Palace, third young master and fourth young master struggled to get up and said in a deep voice, "March into the 17th epoch." Do. A loud and clear horn sounded out in Yu Capital City. As Old Man Boundless and Tai Yi were heavily injured, Miluo Palace finally cleared the obstacles of the blood sacrifice. Even though they couldn't send Qin Mu back to the past this time, the strategic goal of Miluo Palace had already been achieved. In the past, Old Man Boundless had been secretly stealing the energy of the blood sacrifice to let the smugglers descend, causing the great plan of Miluo Palace to be unable to execute. Now that Old Man Boundless was unable to protect himself, he could no longer steal the energy of the blood sacrifice. Tai Yi was another person who had stopped the descent of Miluo Palace. He had been guarding Great Black Mountain for 6 billion years and had always obstructed the blood sacrifice. This time, he had also been heavily injured, so the two great enemies of Miluo Palace wouldn't be able to stop Miluo Palace in a short period of time. In this battle, even though all the Dao practitioners of the Miluo Palace were injured, their injuries varied. The ones with the most serious injuries were the palace master and the third and fourth young masters. They would not be able to descend before their injuries had healed. However, the Dao practitioners with less serious injuries could descend. Outside Jade Capital, rays of light lit up. The energy of the blood sacrifice was being exchanged from here, and the bodies of the Dao practitioners began to slowly appear. The two powerful enemies have suffered heavy injuries this time, and the Dao practitioners of Mycroft Palace have descended. If the Great Tao rests in the void, it will allow Old Man Wuya's injuries to heal quickly and strengthen his abilities. Fourth young master Zi Shao suppressed his injuries and gave the order, when we reach the 17th epoch, don't rest in the void. On great overarching heaven, Qin Mu had just landed when the giant Tai Yi beside him suddenly gave a muffled grunt and collapsed on his back. Bang! The giant transformed into a ball of Qi of Supreme Yi and scattered in great overarching heaven. Dao brother. Qin Mu's injuries weren't too serious and hurriedly asked. However, he saw the ball of Qi of Supreme Yi gather together. After a moment, a woman, Supreme Yi, walked out from the Qi of Supreme Yi. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Dao brother's paths, skills, and divine arts are really strange. Before he could finish his sentence, bloody holes suddenly burst out from all over the body of woman Tai Yi. Blood flowed out like water, and she fell down on her back. Her body collapsed and turned back into a messy ball of Qi of Tai Yi. Qin Mu was astonished, and after a moment, he saw the Qi of Tai Yi condensing again and turning back into an old man Tai Yi. His corporeal body was also riddled with holes and bleeding everywhere. Old Man Great Change's body also found it difficult to maintain and collapsed on its own. That ball of Qi of Great Change transformed into a young girl, Great Change, and it also found it difficult to maintain. Qin Mu looked at Great Change changing his form continuously, but he still couldn't maintain his form. In this battle, Great Change's Dao injuries had been imprinted in his origin, and his injuries were extremely serious. If it was in the past, when Great Change changed his form, karma would have been cut off, and the injuries on his body would no longer exist. And in this battle, Tai Yi was facing off against Old Man Wuya and Miluo Palace. Needless to say, Old Man Wuya's abilities were even more terrifying. The third and fourth young masters of Miluo Palace were even more terrifying. In addition, there were 60 to 70 hall masters who had several Dao fruits, as well as countless Dao practitioners of Miluo Palace. This force couldn't find another one even after 17 universe epochs. His Dao injuries had injured his origin and could no longer be healed by changing his form. Suddenly, the Qi of Great Change transformed back into young Tai Yi, and Qin Mu immediately checked his injuries. Dao brother, your injuries have the Dao injury of Miluo Palace, so it's the most serious. The Dao injury that Old Man Wuya left on you isn't that scary. It's not that troublesome to solve the Dao injury of Miluo Palace. Wait a moment. Young Tai Yi couldn't wait any longer, and his corporeal body collapsed once more, transforming into Qi of Great Change. Qin Mu muttered to himself for a moment, and the vertical eye in the heart of his brows opened up. It shone on the ancestral court and searched carefully. After a long while, he let out a sigh of relief. In this short period of time, Too Easy had already changed more than 10 times, and each time, it was difficult for him to maintain his form due to his heavy injuries. He had just transformed into a giant, and Qin Mu immediately said, Dao brother, maintain your current body condition, and there's no need for you to change anymore. I have a way to heal your injuries. Giant Tai Yi's wounds kept bleeding, and he immediately sat down in the lotus position to suppress his injuries. The golden boat flew over, and the two of them boarded it. Giant Tai Yi sat at the bow of the boat and continued to suppress the Dao injuries on his body to prevent them from worsening. In this battle between the three parties, it wasn't that the stronger he was, the lighter his injuries would be. On the contrary, after he had fused with the Dao fruits of 11 universe epochs, his strength had greatly increased. Instead, he had been taken care of by Miluo Palace and Old Man Wuya and suffered the heaviest injuries. The three sides would definitely destroy the side with the greatest advantage. The golden ship changed direction and sailed out of Great overarching heaven. Xing'an sat quietly in front of the burial path god coffin. He stared straight ahead and waited quietly. With Great Easy taking action, it was naturally a piece of cake. He was already looking forward to Qin Mu being tied up and sent here. When he nailed Slaughter Path God onto his body, Qin Mu's expression was one of astonishment. The corner of Xing'an's mouth couldn't help revealing a hint of a smile. He raised his head and saw the world-crossing golden ship coming over, slowing down slowly. Xing'an had a smile on his face as he stood up. He saw Qin Mu carrying Tai, who was covered in wounds, and he jumped down from the golden ship without saying a word. Plop! Tai was thrown to the ground by him. Xing'an was stunned. Qin Mu grabbed Slaughter Path Divine Nails and said without raising his head, "Fellow Taoist Xing'an, why aren't you here to help?" Xing'an still hadn't come back to his senses when he saw Qin Mu inserting one after another Slaughter Path Divine Nails into Tai's wound. Qin Mu urged him again, and only then did Xing'an come back to his senses. He hurriedly went forward, and the two of them worked together. They filled Tai's entire body with 100 divine nails. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and lifted Tai up, placing him in the burial path divine coffin. His injuries are too severe, so I'll use the coffin to suppress them first. When my injuries are fully healed, I'll think of a way to resolve them before treating his injuries. Xing'an watched him lift the coffin board and cover it, unable to speak. The chest stood at his feet and curiously moved to the side to examine his expression. Xing'an's expression was as heavy as water. He wanted to push Qin Mu into the coffin to suppress him, but he held it back. Even though Qin Mu's injuries were very serious, his abilities were still above his. After a moment, Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and carefully examined the Dao injuries on his body. "Fellow Taoist Xing'an, you have predicted everything like a god. I didn't expect you to prepare the coffin and the divine nails so early. You know that it's extremely dangerous for Tai to go there, so he will definitely be injured, right?" Xing'an opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He had originally thought that after Tai returned, he would put Qin Mu into the coffin. He hadn't expected that the one to be put into the coffin would actually be Tai. Fortunately, Qin Mu didn't ask any more questions. He examined his Dao injuries in peace and tried to undo the divine arts left behind in his Dao injuries. Xing'an waited quietly. No matter who he was in front of, he was calm and unhurried. However, when facing Qin Mu, he was at a loss and didn't know what to do. The relationship between him and Qin Mu had been beaten out. As long as Qin Mu was around, he didn't dare to act like a demon. Suddenly, Xing'an sensed something and raised his head to look in the direction of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. He revealed a puzzled expression. "Fellow Taoist, you sensed it too?" Qin Mu opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. "There are Dao achievers trying to descend," he said. The ancestral court, Jade Capital City, seems to be here, but in truth, the Dao achievers inside haven't descended to the 17th epoch. And this time, their obstruction has already disappeared, so they can descend. In the future, there will be an unimaginable fierce battle. In this battle, many people will probably die. Xing'an was silent. Qin Mu's spirit was immediately roused. He smiled and said, "But you don't have to worry. The battle of the ancestral court isn't like the battle between heaven and origin world. Even though there will be casualties, the casualties are all strong practitioners and will not harm the ordinary people. This battle isn't a battle that will change the world, but a battle between strong practitioners." Xing'an thought about it and asked, "Can you block it?" "I have to." Qin Mu entered the dream and muttered in his sleep, "I can't block it. Eternal peace reform is just a joke. The 17th epoch will soon be destroyed." His dream spilled out in all directions, and Xing'an took a few steps back to avoid it. He looked at the countless Qin Mu who was busy working in the dream to heal his Dao injuries. Even though the Dao injuries that old man wuxia had left behind for Qin Mu were serious, they were far less harmful than the Dao injuries left behind by third young master Ling Xiao. Even though old man wuxia's abilities were strong, his comprehension of paths, skills, and divine arts was far inferior to third young masters. Therefore, healing wasn't too troublesome. However, Qin Mu also spent more than 10 days to analyze the divine arts contained in his Dao injuries and heal them. After he woke up, he took out Tai from the coffin and examined Tai's Dao injuries in detail. Xing'an helped from the side, and the two of them helped Tai resolve the Dao injuries left behind by old man wuxia. Only the Dao injuries of Miluo Palace remained on Tai's body. It was the most difficult to resolve. Xing'an could still help resolve the Dao injuries left behind by the Dao achievers and hall masters of Miluo Palace, but he couldn't help with the Dao injuries left behind by third and fourth young masters. Qin Mu hurried back and forth. Without raising his head, he said, "Fellow Daoist, I need you to go to outer space and tell Heavenly Venerate You, and the rest to ask existences of Heavenly Venerate level to stay behind to stop the Dao achievers of Jade Capital City from descending. I also need someone to go to Eternal Peace to ask Lord Zhang to come and deal with Hallmaster Joy." Xing'an nodded and got up to leave. "Leave the coffin of God of Burial Path and the divine nails to me." He floated away. Qin Mu focused all his attention on resolving the other Dao injuries on Great Change's body, but they couldn't be resolved in a short period of time. Qin Mu had fought with 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master, and there were 50 Dao injuries on his body. He had used 8 years to heal them, and that time was only the projection of 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master's power. He had used Vast Heaven Emperor and Absolute Beginning's corporeal body to fight with him. But this time, Great Change had gone head-on against 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master's main body, and his Dao injuries were much more severe than Qin Mu's back then. "If I was given 1,000 years, I could have healed these Dao injuries, but I don't have enough time. Heavenly Venerate You, Shang Jun, and the rest won't be able to hold on for 1,000 years, and there will only be more and more Dao practitioners in Miluo Palace. If the Hall Master of Miluo Palace descended, Heavenly Venerate You, Shang Jun, and the rest definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. If 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master descended, what would receive them would be a calamity that would wipe them out." He suddenly got up and moved the coffin onto the golden ship. "Dao brother, you should probably return to your original self." Qin Mu stood at the bow of the ship, and the golden ship sailed into the final void, heading towards the unclean grounds. There was a dirtiness of the place where the eldest Young Master, Grand Supreme, had imprisoned the criminals. There was a cripple inside called Tiandu.